Chapter 51 Obito's Special Teaching Aids. After listening to the introduction of the points plan and after careful consideration, Obito was the only one who chose special training. Even Asuma, who had regained his status as the son of Hokage, temporarily gave up this option. Anyway, the points would not disappear, so he decided to wait until the previous gains were fully digested before looking for special training with the teacher. Because these points were earned by his hard work in setting up a stall, of course they had to be used to the greatest extent. After Hideki's advice, Nohara Rin began to embark on the path of combining medical ninjutsu and puppetry. So she expressed her desire to learn the suture activation technique that Hideki had performed. Since the points were not enough, Hideki gave her a scroll that recorded several simple uses of chakra lines as the first stage of training for this technique. Yui Kurane half-jokingly applied to go on a date with the teacher. Unfortunately, Hideki said that he would sell his art but not his body, and ruthlessly rejected the invitation of the little loli. So Hong could only save the points angrily, ready to exchange them for her own puppet beast. Considering that the reward was second only to the Hokage's guidance, it would probably take a lot of time for Hong to achieve her goal. Xianjian, Ebisu, and Ibiki all came from ordinary backgrounds, so they all cherished the hard-earned points. After careful consideration, they also decided to save the points and choose the most cost-effective prize after the points plan was officially announced. Then Hideki announced the disbandment so that everyone could go home and rest. However, the little ninjas all said that they would set up stalls to try to earn more points. Hideki was also happy to see it happen, so after reminding them to pay attention to safety, he took Obito away from the barbecue restaurant. Considering that Obito was practicing the Great Fireball technique, Hideki led him to a remote and deserted river in the village. Here, Obito, show me your problem first. I see. Obito came to the river and began to practice hand seals. He took a deep breath and exhaled it with all his strength. Then a fist-sized fireball flew over the river. Before it reached the other side, the fireball had already burned out in the air. Hideki suddenly had a few black lines on his forehead, and he was speechless. Asked. Obito-san, what ninjutsu is this? No, it's the fireball jutsu. Obito scratched his head and said with a guilty look on his face. He felt that if he dared to say that it was the Great Fireball technique, his ancestor Uchiha Madara might be so angry that he would come back to life from his coffin. Who knew that Hideki nodded repeatedly with a look of realization. I was wondering why the fireball was so small, it turned out to be the small fireball technique. I think Obito, you have already mastered this technique to perfection, it seems that the special training can end early. Teacher, don't. Obito quickly slid and hugged Hideki's waist tightly and cried. It's the Great Fireball technique, I know I was wrong, Teacher Hideki, save the child. Who knew that Hideki's voice suddenly sounded from behind him? If you know you are wrong, go and demonstrate it a few more times. Why are you hugging a tree stump all the time? Obito blinked a few times, only to find that the teacher he was hugging had turned into a wooden stake without knowing when. And the real teacher Hideki had already found a stone to sit on, and picked up the book to read again. Is it necessary to use the substitute technique to deal with students? Obito complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to play tricks anymore. He honestly returned to the river and began to make hand seals. Great Fireball Jutsu. Hideki looked up, and then his mouth twitched again. Because this time Obito didn't even spray out a fireball, but just a ball of flame that had not condensed. And because the distance was too close, Obito himself was almost burned by the flames, and he was scared to death. After a speechless stare, Obito finally lost and continued to make hand seals by the river. Great Fireball Jutsu! Great Fireball Jutsu! Great Fireball Jutsu! After repeating it several times, Hideki stood up and asked Obito to stop, and began to comment seriously. Fireball, fire pillar, fire wall, once there was only smoke. I have to say that the same ninjutsu can have different effects every time it is performed, which is also a rare talent. Really, teacher? Obito said with surprise. Of course it's fake. Hideki flicked Obito's forehead with his finger and said, this only means that Obito, you don't control your chakra at all. Obito covered his forehead and said bitterly, I have tried very hard, but they just don't listen to me. And I usually perform better when I practice alone than now, but I don't know why it's not good when someone is watching. Hideki also touched his chin and thought. In fact, he also noticed that Obito always failed in front of others. Perhaps this child always wanted to be recognized by others, so once in front of others, he would easily overexert himself, but could not show his true level, and finally formed a vicious circle. This phenomenon of deformed movements under pressure, many professional athletes in Heideki's previous life also had this problem. But this is actually not a big problem. As long as Obito feels that he is really getting stronger and has confidence, this problem will disappear. So Heideki began to analyze with Obito. The Great Fireball technique consumes a lot of chakra. Obito, you can use it so many times in a row, which means that you don't have much chakra gathered in your throat at all. Plus you have a lot of problems with shaping, and it comes down to insufficient chakra control. So my suggestion is that instead of wasting a lot of chakra to practice the Great Fireball technique, it is better to practice chakra control first. In this way, learning the Great Fireball technique will be twice the result with half the effort. As for the specific method, the simplest thing is that Obito, you continue to work hard to practice controlling the pocket puppet beast, then the chakra control will be improved. It will gradually improve. Obito asked, Teacher, if I rely on this method, when can I officially start practicing the Great Fireball technique? Heideki tilted his head and estimated, if everything goes well, it will probably start next semester. After all, controlling the puppet beast is to practice how to output chakra stably, and the Great Fireball technique requires a large amount of chakra to be gathered in the body and then released in one breath. Although both are related to chakra control, the direction is different, so the effect is naturally not so fast. That's too long. Obito seemed to want to master the Great Fireball technique as soon as possible, as if he had some purpose. So he began to plead with his big, sparkling eyes. Teacher, can't you use your invincible puppetry to think of a solution? For example, the previous human body. It's a pity that Heideki is not a Shotokan, and he doesn't buy it. He said seriously. It's possible in theory, but I haven't developed it to that level yet. Especially Obito, you are practicing the very dangerous fire escape ninjutsu. If you are not careful, your life may be in danger. We don't need to take such a big risk. Obito also shrank his neck and looked a little sad when he heard it. In fact, the reason why he wanted to learn the Great Fireball technique as soon as possible was because the clan would hold a traditional festival soon. As an entertainment and self-presentation, the children will be allowed to perform on stage. This year, it is the turn of children of Obito's age. But this time, Obito did not have the idea of making a big splash. It's just that his grandmother, who depends on him for life, has difficulty walking far because of her inconvenience, so she is very happy when this festival is held in the clan every year. And Obito hopes that at least on this day, he will not become a laughingstock and ruin his grandmother's good mood. But now it seems that there is really no shortcut to training, and Obito can only think of a way to see what performance will not embarrass his grandmother. But at this moment, Teacher Heideki's voice sounded like the sound of nature. Actually, it's not that there is no way. If you are willing to endure hardships, then I do have a quick method. Teacher, why didn't you tell me earlier? Obito jumped up excitedly. Tell me the method quickly. Are you sure, Obito? Heideki's expression suddenly became a little weird, and he began to say meaningfully. Although this training method is not life-threatening, it will definitely not make it easy for you. Without enough determination, you are likely to give up halfway. I will not return the points you spent at that time. Obito was frightened by the teacher's words and swallowed hard, but thinking of the festival soon, he finally made up his mind and said. Teacher, I will not regret it. Please use this method to help me practice. Seeing that Obito had made up his mind, Heideki did not persuade him anymore. He asked Obito to rest here first, and he went home to prepare teaching aids. When he came back, he was holding a strange black helmet in his hand. Teacher, this is the teaching aid you mentioned. It looks so ugly. Obito, who was already impatient, hurried forward to check it out, but was immediately discouraged by the appearance of the helmet. It's better looking than the mask you will wear in the future, Fei. Heideki complained in his heart, but explained seriously on the surface. This is a helmet I made by imitating a foreign warrior named Darth Vader. It is normal to have some differences in aesthetics. According to legend, he was originally a pure, kind, and courageous warrior. But later, because he could not prevent the death of his mother and wife, he was gradually eroded by the dark side and eventually became an unforgivable and ruthless black warrior. Although I give you this helmet, I hope you can take it as a warning, Obito. Even if you get power in the future, don't go down the same path as him. At this time, Obito didn't know why Heideki said this, so he could only nod his head in a daze. Chapter 52, Survive in a Desperate Situation. Very good, then Obito, put on this helmet now. Believe me, as long as you wear this helmet, Obito, you will be able to control chakra as easily as breathing. Hideki was not so naive that he thought he could prevent Obito from becoming evil in the future by making up a few legends. So after planting some seeds in Obito's heart, he returned to the topic and handed the helmet to Obito. Teacher, don't you explain how to use it first? When it came to the final step, Obito flinched again. I think it's easier to explain if you experience it in person. Hideki smiled kindly. However, Obito was even more scared. Because the teacher's smile was like giving hospice care. This gave Obito a very ominous premonition. But the teacher ran home to get the helmet, could he still say he wanted a refund now? So after being coy, Obito still reached out to the helmet with a bitter face. Okay, then I'll try it first. Either do it or not, there's no try. Hideki shook his head slightly, but still handed the helmet to Obito. With the idea of dying early and reincarnating early, Obito took the helmet, gritted his teeth and put it on. Then there was a click. The next moment, Obito heard a strange sound coming from his neck. He suddenly felt something was wrong and wanted to take off his helmet to check. As a result, Obito found that his ominous premonition came true. Because the helmet he had just put on could not be taken off at all. This is a trap. Teacher. Obito thought it was another teacher's bad taste, and was about to speak, but he realized a more serious problem. That is, the helmet was airtight, without even a place for ventilation. Obito, who was gradually having difficulty breathing, first anxiously groped around his neck, trying to unlock the buckle that might be there. At the same time, a muffled cry for help came from the helmet. Teacher, help me. I can't breathe. However, his teacher Hideki calmly found a stone to sit on, and then said slowly. Obito, you can do it, it just takes a little skill. Because I designed a mechanism for the exhaust hole in the helmet, it requires a certain amount of airflow to open it. Soon, Obito's cry for help disappeared, and turned into heavy and rapid breathing. But after more than 10 seconds, Obito began to pull up the helmet with force, and his neck became red because of excitement. Because he found that the method the teacher said was useless. Even the rapid breathing consumed the oxygen that was originally scarce, causing him to quickly enter a state of hypoxia. At this time, Obito no longer wanted to practice, he just wanted to take off the thing on his head immediately and throw it far into the river. So he passed through the narrow field of vision, he found the teacher's position and began to stumble towards him. But after a few steps, a dizziness caused by lack of oxygen began to sweep over his brain, and Obito's legs softened and he fell to the ground. It's been less than 2 minutes, and this kid's psychological quality needs to be strengthened. Hideki shook his head helplessly. But seeing that the time was almost right, he began to remind slowly. Obito, you are too impatient, I haven't finished talking just now. Those exhaust holes can't be opened by ordinary breathing alone. Remember that we are ninjas, and we must learn to use the power of chakra. Think about how you mobilize chakra to gather in the lungs and throat when using the Great Fireball technique, and then exhale it in one breath. Feel the chakra with your heart, let the chakra be with your breath. At this time, Obito was lying on the riverbank, seemingly dying, and it was unknown whether he heard what Hideki said. However, Hideki did not speak again, but waited quietly, as if he was not worried about Obito's safety at all. It was as if he was going to help Konoha eliminate a major threat here. But it was obvious that Hideki did not have such an idea. Because even if there was no Obito, as long as Uchiha Madara was still there, there would be Obito of water and fire. Killing Obito directly would only let himself lose the advantage of foresight. The reason why Hideki could play so big was that he had already activated the spider sensing technique and used a large amount of chakra to monitor Obito's situation. So he knew that Obito was still alive and well, and his chest was still rising and falling, as if he was making various attempts. It's a pity that unsuccessful attempts are meaningless. After a few minutes, even with Obito's ninja physique, if he continued to lack oxygen, his body functions would gradually suffer irreversible damage. Just when Hideki was about to get up and move forward, suddenly a heavy whoosh, the sound of breathing came from Obito's helmet. Hideki smiled with satisfaction. The breathing was intermittent at first, but soon became more stable and rhythmic. Obito's body also relaxed a lot, and he turned over and lay on his back on the ground, sweating all over. Hoo-hee, hoo-hee. For a while, the only sound echoing on the riverbank was Obito's heavy breathing that seemed to be made by a worn-out respirator. Finally, alive. Obito only had time to think of this in his mind, and then he once again put all his efforts into breathing on. Because every time he breathes now, he has to drive a large amount of chakra to impact the exhaust port to complete it smoothly. If he is distracted for a moment, he will fall into a state of suffocation again. But even so, at this moment, Obito still truly experiences how wonderful it is to be alive and how sweet the air of Konoha is. Even through the black lenses, the surrounding scenery looks extremely vivid and beautiful. It's a pity that Obito's good mood did not last long. Because Hideki has come over and reminded him very considerately. Very good Obito, you have finally mastered the breathing technique. It's just that you seem to have forgotten to recycle all the chakra while inhaling, so your chakra won't last long. After all, once this helmet is put on, it can't be taken off for less than an hour. As soon as the voice fell, Hideki found that Obito's breathing began to become disordered again. Ah! Under a big tree by the riverbank. Obito screamed and sat up suddenly. His chest kept rising and falling, he was panting, and his face was still in shock, as if he had just had a terrible nightmare. The next moment, he suddenly thought of something and fumbled around his face with his hands. After making sure that he was not wearing a black helmet, Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded from behind him. What are you looking for? Hehe. Obito turned his head and looked back. In his horrified pupils, he saw a black warrior wearing a black helmet and fully armed, with a creepy dark aura coming out of his body. He suddenly raised one hand and made a gesture of strangling Obito's neck. Obito suddenly felt as if his neck was strangled by an invisible force, and a familiar feeling of suffocation began to cover him. Immediately after that, under the effect of this force, Obito even floated directly in the air, struggling desperately with his feet. Ah! Under a big tree by the riverbank. Obito screamed and sat up suddenly. His chest kept rising and falling, he was breathing heavily, and his face was still in shock, as if he had just had a terrible nightmare. The next moment, he suddenly thought of something and fumbled around his face with both hands. Obito finally relaxed after making sure that he was not wearing a black helmet. A breath. But at this moment, a teasing voice suddenly sounded from behind him. What are you looking for? Hehe. Obito turned his head and looked back, and then saw a man wearing a black helmet. Ah! Darth Vader appears. After Obito let out a strange cry, he rolled and crawled in the opposite direction. Looking at Obito's embarrassed escape, Hideki, who had just taken off his helmet, couldn't help scratching his head. Did I play too much? Look how scared the child is. Hideki was conducting a deep self-examination in his heart. But the class was only halfway through, and the most important thing now was to find Obito first. With this in mind, Hideki began to chase after Obito's back. It's just that because the helmet is not convenient to hold in his hand, Hideki decided to put it on again. One update today, the second update will be made up tomorrow. Chapter 53 Obito's Training. Teacher, you are so mean. You deliberately wore this helmet to scare me. Not long after, on the riverbank, Obito was accusing Hideki with a resentful look on his face. Because just now, he was chased by Hideki, who was disguised as the Black Samurai, for more than 10 streets, and the screams of crying for his parents almost spread throughout most of Konoha. To be honest, even if the teacher took off his helmet now, Obito was still a little scared, and even suspected that the teacher was possessed by the ghost of Darth Vader. However, Hideki smiled bitterly with an innocent face. It's chasing, not killing. I just saw that you woke up, Obito, and wanted to show you the correct use of this helmet. Who knew that you would run around and scream as soon as you woke up? I was worried that something might happen to you, so I forgot to take off my helmet and chased you directly. I didn't expect to scare you because of this. I'm so sorry. Although Hideki's words were well-founded and his attitude was sincere, Obito was still a little skeptical. What about the training just now? Didn't we agree that there would be no danger to life? But I'm almost suffocating to death. About suffocating to death, doesn't that mean there's no danger to life? Hideki asked seriously. Seeing Obito's eyes widened, he smiled and explained. Of course this is a joke. The truth is that the human body can last for a long time after suffocation, especially for us ninjas, the time will be even longer. Plus, the teacher is watching you, Obito, except that you will feel a little uncomfortable, it's impossible for you to really get into trouble. I even set up a protection mechanism in this helmet. If you suffocate for too long, the exhaust hole will automatically open. It's absolutely foolproof. Obito's expression eased a little when he heard this. If what the teacher said was true, then this training seemed to be quite safe. Then Hideki said, although suffocation is indeed not very pleasant, it is a very cost-effective price for a quick method. The reason why we must do that is that only when humans are at the critical moment of life and death can they stimulate the potential power hidden deep in their bodies. Because the human body is inherently lazy and stupid. Just like we can't sit at home and say to our bodies, grow muscles, and then the body will automatically turn its belly into 8-pack abs. We must exercise like crazy to turn our bodies. Only when you are sore all over can you threaten your body with torn muscles. I will do this often in the future, and you can figure out the rest yourself. In this way, the body will grow stronger and thicker muscles for its own sake. After explaining it in a way that Obito could understand, Hideki saw that he was thinking about something, so he asked. Then Obito, let me ask you, based on this principle and your previous personal experience, do you now know the training principle of this helmet? Obito suddenly shuddered, and then nodded with a bitter face. Because this principle is so simple and crude, even he understood it at once. Is it because wearing this helmet makes it hard to breathe, and then it threatens the body to control a large amount of chakra to open the exhaust hole? Practicing like this repeatedly can help to train chakra control. By the way, this happens to be very similar to the use of the Great Fireball technique, so it should also play a role in training. Hideki nodded and said. It's okay, that's basically it. It's just that this training method is similar to the Great Fireball technique, not just. Because using breathing to regulate chakra is common to most ninjutsu released by the mouth. Skills. Since chakra will dissipate quickly once it leaves the body, it is a very cost-effective choice to gather a large amount of chakra in the lungs and throat before expelling it in one breath. It can even be said to be the basis of the 5 elements escape technique. So if you, Obito, fully master this method, then for basic ninjutsu of the same type like the water wave, you only need to master the corresponding property changes to quickly learn it. Of course, even more advanced ninjutsu still needs to be added with shaping, that is, the change of form to learn it. By the way, I heard that your dream is to become a Hokage, Obito. Then, I'll tell you a secret. In fact, many of the thousands of ninjutsu required to become Hokage are arranged and combined like this. Obito, as long as you fully master this skill, you will have taken a solid step on the road to becoming Hokage. Teacher, you didn't lie to me, did you? Obito's eyes lit up when he heard this. Just like Hideki was troubled by whether to go to Tsinghua or Peking University in his previous life, Obito has been troubled since he was a child about how to combine the 1000 ninjutsu required to become Hokage. I didn't expect there was such a trick. And Hideki pretended to be angry. Look at what you said, Obito, do I look like this kind of person? Like? Too much like? Obito nodded frantically in his heart, but on the surface he could only change the subject. Teacher, I remember that I was able to hold my breath for a while just now. Does that mean that my level of the Great Fireball technique has also improved? Hideki shook his head and smiled. There should be an improvement, but the effect is probably not as good as you think. Because just now, that was the potential that you burst out at a critical moment, Obito, and it has not really been transformed into your own strength. After that, Hideki handed the helmet to Obito again and said. In order to achieve this as soon as possible, let's continue to practice quickly. You only lasted less than a few minutes before, this time try to last for an hour. Wait, teacher. Obito jumped back as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, waving his hands repeatedly. We can't just follow, can you do it gradually? An hour? How can I hold on? Besides, I don't have that much chakra. It seems that you forgot what I said before you fainted. Hideki had to explain again. You keep releasing chakra, of course you can't hold on for long, so I said before that you have to learn how to recycle chakra. Just like breathing, exhale while spraying chakra, inhale while sucking the chakra dissipated in the air back into the body, repeat this way, it's very simple. By the way, in fact, mastering this breathing method has other benefits for the body, Obito, you will know later. How can things be as simple as you say, teacher? Obito is used to the big cakes drawn by the teacher, so he puts on an expression of I don't read much, don't lie to me. Hideki responded with a strange smile. Don't worry, when the time comes, Obito's potential power will help you master the tricks. Teacher Hideki, How come you have more confidence in my potential power than I do? Obito shuddered, feeling that this was his body telling him to run away as soon as possible. Obito couldn't help but reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. No wonder the teacher said that the body was stupid, it actually thought I could run away now, ha 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 ha. In the following time, Obito repeatedly used the helmet to practice under Hideki's care. Of course, he couldn't master the skills of recovering chakra all at once as Hideki said, so he couldn't hold on for long each time. Fortunately, after experiencing the feeling of suffocation several times, Obito's body finally determined that his master was not developing some strange habit, but was really in some kind of predicament. So with the blessing of the activated potential power, Obito finally began to learn how to recover chakra. The trick is not to just breathe and spray out all the chakras at once, but to keep them under his control and maintain a state of connection. In this way, he can smoothly absorb the chakras that escaped outside into his body when he inhales. After repeated attempts, by dusk, Obito finally mastered the technique of recovering most of the chakras before exhausting them. Even now, Obito no longer needs to concentrate, and can temporarily keep his breathing unobstructed, and can also speak at the same time. At this time, Obito finally believed what his teacher said. Sure enough, people are forced to do things. If you don't push yourself, you really don't know that you have such great potential. In line with the fine tradition of the Uchiha clan, Obito, who was still wearing a helmet, began to ask proudly with his hands on his hips. Teacher, am I amazing? I actually mastered the use of this helmet in one day. Unfortunately, Obito was not greeted with the teacher's praise, but an expression of an old man's subway ? Face. Mastered. What are you talking about, Obito? Hideki shook his head and sighed. When you can run around the school playground 50 times with this helmet, it's called mastery, the first stage of training. Corresponding to the Great Fireball technique, it can only spit out a fireball with a diameter of 2 meters. Obito actually thinks that a fireball with a diameter of 2 meters is already very good. But obviously the teacher doesn't want him to think so, but wants him to think so. Besides, I have set 5 breathing difficulty levels for this helmet, and you are still at level 1, Obito. Hideki patted Obito's shoulder kindly and said. So before you complete all the training, Obito, you must remember to spend a few hours wearing this helmet every day. As soon as the voice fell, Hideki found that Obito's originally steady breathing became disordered again. Then with a plop, Obito fainted again. Thanks to Wang Wei, the book friend, for the 588-point reward. Thanks to Fuji 1994, the book friend, for the 100-point reward. Chapter 54 Grouping and Selection. It's Tuesday again. The ninja school is filled with an atmosphere of expectation and excitement today. The reason is very simple, that is, the little ninjas in the puppetry class have been waiting for several days, and finally waited for the time when teacher Hideki distributed pocket puppets. Although this made other students a little jealous, the puppetry classroom that was about to be opened to all students to play with puppets also made them secretly look forward to it. However, everyone did not forget that the teacher said that the group of students who did not hand in their homework would postpone the distribution of pocket puppets. So most students not only finished their homework early, but also supervised each other. So those lazy bugs who like to procrastinate their homework until the last minute enjoyed the VIP treatment of catching up on their homework under the supervision of more than a dozen classmates. In order to avoid someone forgetting to bring homework or not having enough words and being rejected by the teacher, everyone also selected the oldest and most trustworthy Ebisu as a representative to check and collect homework in each class in advance. Of course, this is what Ebisu said. Everyone actually thought that such troublesome things should be handed over to Ebisu, who likes to meddle in other people's business. No matter how the process was, when the puppetry class officially started, when Hideki walked into the classroom, he saw 108 homeworks neatly placed on the podium. In addition, what caught Hideki's eyes were the big eyes of the little ninjas, which were like wolves and tigers, exuding greed. The children's enthusiasm surprised Hideki and made him laugh and cry. He couldn't help but sigh. If this is the desire for puppetry, how great it would be. It's a pity that everyone is not craving for puppetry, but the body of the puppet beast. Picked up a few homework books and flipped through them, and found that there was nothing wrong. Looking at the children's big eyes full of expectation, Zayasha couldn't resist it, so he had to give a French military salute and said, "Okay, the grouping should be discussed last. But since everyone is so looking forward to it, let's do the grouping first. Long live teacher Zayashu." The expectation exploded instantly, and the cheers of the little ninjas immediately swept towards Xiaoshu. The cheers lasted for a long time, so Xiaoshu had to shoot a bunch of chakra lines to everyone's ears, and then whispered. If you make noise again, we will start the class first. Although the voice was not loud, Xiaoshu's words were clearly transmitted to the ears of the little ninjas through the invisible chakra lines. So everyone's heated heads cooled down at once, and everyone quickly covered their mouths and dared not speak. The classroom suddenly became quiet, and Hideki nodded with satisfaction. This technique of transmitting sound into secrets, invented based on the principle of earth telephone, is indeed so useful and impressive every time. Then Hideki began to announce the group list he had prepared in advance. Because there were a total of 108 students, Hideki decided to temporarily divide them into groups of 6, with a pocket puppet beast assigned to each group. In order to balance everyone's combat power, Hideki first assigned the 16 most powerful students to different groups as the core. Then he arranged suitable teammates according to the characteristics of the core players. For example, Yui Kurane, who was obsessed with playing house with puppet beasts, was assigned to a drama group with her playmates. Nohara Rin, who had already begun to study the use of chakra lines, was assigned to several little girls with good chakra control, hoping that they could learn from each other and promote each other to form a chakra line expert group. Ebisu and the Four-Eyed Army, who were good at intelligence collection, formed an intelligence group. Genjian and students who were good at using ninja tools formed a ninja tool group. In addition to liking torture instruments, Ibiki also seems to be quite interested in various traps and mechanisms, so Hideki also found a few students who like to set up puppet beast obstacle courses to form a trap team with him. As for Asuma, who is said to be getting along well recently, Hideki specially prepared a few civilian students with strong personalities and a bit of hatred for the rich to prevent him from relapsing into his old ways, so that even if he wants to, he can't pretend to be the son of the Hokage. Finally, there is Obito. Out of compensation for the fact that he seemed to have been treated a little badly before, Hideki found a few good guys to form a good guy team for him to prevent him from being excluded again. Because most of the groups are divided by personality and hobbies, except Asuma, everyone is quite satisfied with their teammates. Just not being able to be in the same group with the person they like still makes some precocious boys and girls sad, such as Obito and Asuma. Hey, so Asuma is the biggest loser? Hideki said that he is absolutely fair and just, and did not target his son because the third generation's funding was not smooth. After the groups were divided, it was time for the distribution of pocket puppets that the little ninjas were looking forward to. In order to satisfy everyone's wishes as much as possible, Hideki asked everyone to discuss according to the groups and choose the puppets they wanted most. After a while, Hideki received a note about the discussion results from each group. But the more he looked at it, the weirder his expression became. 14 of the 18 groups chose Charmander. Why didn't I know Charmander was so popular? The little ninjas in the audience were also surprised. They looked at each other, not expecting that everyone had the same idea. As the culprit, Obito whistled with a guilty look on his face, and was annoyed at the same time. I am so stupid, really. If I had known earlier, I would not have told everyone that Charmander would learn to breathe fire just to show off. After the teacher's demonstration, everyone already knew that Charmander was not weak, and now that they knew it would learn to breathe fire, of course they would choose it as the puppet beast of their group. If Charmander was not assigned in the end, wouldn't it be like shooting oneself in the foot? To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. Hideki put the note down and shook his head gently. After seeing that everyone began to listen attentively, he continued. I think everyone chose Charmander as the puppet beast of the group after knowing that Charmander will have the fire-breathing skill. It's nothing, considering that there will be many tests and competitions in groups in the future, it's normal for everyone to make such a choice. It's just... At this point, Hideki shook his head and sighed. What really disappoints me is why everyone thinks that only Charmander can be upgraded as a puppet beast. The little ninja's eyes gradually widened, and they seemed to begin to realize what the teacher meant. Hideki spread his hands and continued. You know, for the sake of balance, the teacher deliberately made the strength of each group similar. Then how could I let Charmander stand out in the puppet beast? Seeing that many little ninjas' eyes were already shining, and they obviously understood what he meant, Hideki no longer kept them in suspense and shook out 3 puppet balls from his sleeves as usual. Ka, bang! After several transformations, 3 familiar pocket puppet beasts appeared in front of Hideki. Charmander, Sparks. As Hideki spoke, Charmander opened his mouth and spit out a small flame. Oh my god, Charmander can spit fire. The little ninjas were delighted, but they couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Obito stood up and clapped excitedly, his hands turned red. Hideki rolled his eyes at him and continued. Squirtle, bubbles. Squirtle also opened his mouth and spit out a series of bubbles. So beautiful! The bubbles shining with colorful streamers flew around the students' heads, and the little girls couldn't help but exclaimed. However, the little boys were a little skeptical about the actual combat effect of this move. Finally, Hideki said, Bulbasaur, Leaf Blade. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the voice fell, several leaf-shaped shurikens were shot out from the mechanism of the seed on the back of Bulbasaur and nailed to the ground not far away. Wow! The hidden and sharp long-range attack attracted the favor of ninja tool enthusiasts like Xianjian. Teacher, give me a chance, I want to choose again. Yes, let's discuss it again, it will be done soon. The little ninjas began to make requests to reselect the puppet beast. After seeing that Squirtle and Bulbasaur have their own improvements, everyone naturally no longer needs to stick to Charmander who can breathe fire, but can choose their favorite puppet beast. If you want to make a new choice, it's not impossible. Hideki clapped his hands to quiet everyone down, and then said in a playful tone. But are you sure you want to discuss it now? You need to know the real essence of Pocket Puppetman, the Puppetman transformation system, which I will introduce later. Chapter 55 Pocket Puppetman is free. Puppetman transformation system. The little ninjas couldn't help but take a breath when they heard it. Because just hearing the name makes everyone think about it, it is easy to guess that this may completely change their understanding of Pocket Puppetman. At this time, Hideki began to explain. The Puppet Beast transformation system, as the name suggests, means that everyone can transform the puppet beasts of their own groups. You may not understand it if we just say it, so let's introduce it with a demonstration. Amid the cheers of the little ninjas, a series of puppet parts flew out of Hideki's wide sleeves again and began to rotate around Charmander. In simple terms, you can improve the strength of the puppet beast by replacing all the parts of the puppet beast except the core. For example, attack power, defense power, agility, and health points will change according to the different materials of the parts of the puppet beast. As Hideki spoke, Charmander's claws, which were originally made of wood, were suddenly removed out of thin air. And Charmander seemed to be surprised by this, and even began to jump and try to reach his claws floating in the air. The clumsy movements and panic performance made the little ninjas laugh. Fortunately, at this moment, two metal claws floated out from the pile of floating parts and joined to Charmander's body perfectly. This made Charmander very happy, and he ran to Squirtle and Bulbasaur nearby, waving his iron claws and showing off proudly. Many small ninjas couldn't help laughing when they saw its smug look. Some little ninjas noticed the sound of Charmander waving its iron claws, and were amazed at its increased power. It seems that some students have noticed that Charmander's attack power will be greatly improved by replacing the iron claws. Of course, the price is the decrease in speed. If everyone blindly pursues powerful metal materials, it will be as slow as a turtle. Squirtle on the side began to point at Hideki and curse, while Bulbasaur stopped him with a vine whip, as if saying, "Brother, forget it." The little ninjas couldn't help laughing again, and at the same time they remembered the key point the teacher said. Hideki nodded slightly when he saw this, thinking that it seemed that he was not completely useless to be dragged by Hong to play house all day. Then he continued to introduce. In addition to materials, the design of the mechanisms and rune spells on the parts will also change the performance of the puppet beasts and even give them new skills. For example, the new skills they just got are actually achieved by replacing different parts. When the little ninjas heard this, they almost couldn't sit still. They didn't expect that the pocket puppet beasts that were already very fun before were just the tip of the iceberg. You can actually create the puppet beast that best suits your style by modifying it yourself. When you think of this, countless inspirations pop up in your mind, and you want to try it on your own puppet beasts immediately. However, the little ninjas still didn't expect that this was not all the content of this modification system. By the way, if you can replace all the parts of the puppet beasts with enhanced and upgraded versions, you will get a big surprise. As Hideki said, he began to raise his hands to control it. Before the little ninjas had digested the teacher's words, they were shocked to see the three puppet beasts on the stage suddenly fall apart. Then the fragments began to rotate around their respective cores, and the appearance looked like three giant eggs about to hatch. At the same time, the parts that had been floating in the air were divided into three batches and drilled into the giant egg, and began to assemble quickly based on the core. It didn't take long before the assembly seemed to be completely completed, but the little ninjas had to wait until the old parts around them were scattered before they could finally see the new faces of the 3 puppet beasts. Charmander, not only has its color become darker and its body has become stronger than before, but there is also a bulge behind its head, like an unformed dragon horn. Squirtle, first of all, you can see that there is a pair of wing-like ears on its head, and its tail is like a wave, which looks furry. And the fangs growing out of its mouth and the claws growing out of its forelimbs also make everyone absolutely dare not underestimate it. The most obvious change of Bulbasaur is that the seed on its back has grown into a pink bud, and there are 4 banana-like leaves at the bottom. And it seems that in order to support the bud on its back, its body and legs have become stronger and stronger than before. Wow, why do they look so different? Charmander looks a little fierce, but also very handsome. Squirtle's new tail must feel very comfortable to touch. Bulbasaur is about to bloom, so is it still appropriate to call it this name? The little ninjas all stood up and leaned forward to see the 3 puppet beasts on the stage more clearly. Everyone's enthusiasm surprised Hideki. Because in his previous life, this first stage of evolution was not very popular. After all, compared with the cuteness of the initial form and the domineering of the final form, this transitional form is really a bit mediocre, and it is normal that it is not popular. But that's right. The little ninjas here haven't seen the final form yet, so they think this transitional form is not bad. Hideki was also happy to see it happen, and began to popularize science with everyone. Because all the parts except the core have been upgraded, I decided to call them with new names to distinguish them. And their new names are Charmeleon, Squirtle and Bulbasaur. Teacher, how can we get these new parts? A student couldn't wait to ask. That's what I want to say next. Hideki raised his sleeves and sucked all the puppets and puppet parts into them like a vacuum cleaner. This made everyone very curious about how big the space in the teacher's sleeves was. Then Hideki began to talk. There are many ways to get parts. First of all, the most basic is to make them by yourself. As I said in the first class, although our puppetry class will focus on puppet manipulation, but it will also involve the production and maintenance of simple puppets, ninja tools, and traps. Now that the registration is over, we will start related studies in the future. And making and repairing pocket puppet beast parts is part of it. Of course, due to limited class time, it may not be so fast to teach the production method of advanced parts. So if you are anxious, you can choose to go to the workshop in your spare time to learn in advance. This time, the little ninjas are happy and sad. The happiest ones are naturally those students who have already become apprentices in the workshop. Because they are already in the workshop after practicing several times in the workshop, they are already in the leading position. The second group of students who are happy but a little entangled are students like Asuma who have reached the standard of chakra control but have never been to the workshop. They originally had no interest in production, but their ideas were greatly shaken at this time. Under the temptation of advanced components, the balance in everyone's hearts gradually tilted in the other direction. Hideki laughed secretly when he saw this. Do these little brats think that he will give up after rejecting him last time? Now that the real workshop has begun to be built, Hideki must take advantage of it to recruit more apprentices. And the students with gloomy faces at this time are naturally students like Obito who have not reached the standard of chakra control. Most of them are impatient and are the main force in playing pocket puppet beast battles. Thinking that their puppet beasts may not be as good as others in performance in the future, they began to scratch their heads anxiously. In order to join the workshop as soon as possible, they all made up their minds to seize the time to train their chakra control. As for the method, of course, they played pocket puppetman desperately. After all, the original intention of this teaching aid is to train chakra control. If Hideki knew the ideas of these geniuses, he would be very glad to share puppetmen in groups. Finally, there were some students who were unwilling to listen and had clear plans for their future development. Hideki did not force them, and also prepared another plan for such students. He continued. In addition, parts can actually be obtained through exchange. In short, the school will start to introduce a points system in the future. As long as students perform well in class, exams, or practical courses, they can get certain points as rewards, which can be used to exchange for various prizes. And parts of different levels can also be exchanged. Although this system has not been officially implemented, it is okay to test it in advance in this course. Of course, for the time being, these points can only be used to exchange for prizes related to puppetry. I will list a specific exchange table for you later. Although it was just a brief introduction to the points system, the information about the scales and half armor has already made the little ninjas imagine. They didn't expect that if they performed well in the future, in addition to the teacher's bland praise, they could actually get substantial rewards. Is this really the stingy ninja school from before? The little ninjas seriously suspected that this points system was probably the teacher's idea. After all, this way of trying every possible way to encourage everyone to learn is too much like what a teacher would propose. The little ninjas couldn't help but feel touched. Because apart from teacher Hideki, I'm afraid no one would be so empathetic and worry about their studies. Thinking of this, everyone made up their minds to listen to the class carefully and not let the teacher worry about them anymore. It happened that Hideki had finished what he wanted to say at this time, and began to clap his hands and said, "I think you may need to digest so many things, so you can discuss the puppet beasts you want again before the get out of class ends. Now let's start the class." Okay, Teacher Hideki. The little ninjas all sat upright and answered in unison. Hideki was shocked by everyone's seriousness, and scratched his head before reacting. It seems that everyone really wants points. Chapter 56 Minato's Visit. Because he had just introduced the puppet beast transformation system to the children, Hideki also struck while the iron was hot and started the first teaching of puppet making. In order to lay a good foundation for everyone, he did not show off his skills this time, but honestly started from the most basic entry-level knowledge. Hideki told the children about the safety regulations of handmade, the correct use of various tools, the uses of common materials and the corresponding processing methods, and demonstrated them in person from time to time. Although they were all basic and boring content, the little ninjas listened very seriously because they were closely related to the production of pocket puppet beasts. After that, Hideki also set aside some time for everyone to practice, with the goal of making a wooden kunao. The little ninjas have been practicing using various ninja tools since childhood, and have also learned basic trap making methods in school, so simple woodworking like this is not difficult for them at all. However, during the practice, the technical gap between ordinary students and apprentices who went to the workshop soon became apparent. Although ordinary students are also dexterous, they don't look like novices when using chisels. But the workshop apprentices have already mastered the use of chakra chisels at this time. The carving knife made of one's own chakra is not only easy to control, but also can change the shape of the blade at any time according to needs. So the apprentices are naturally assisted by God when using the carving knife, just like the masters who have been immersed in this art for many years. Originally, after ordinary students focused on making kunao, they were still complacent about their carpentry talents. But when they looked around, they found that the craftsmen apprentices had already finished making kunao and had already started making various toys. There was a clear sense of gap in their hearts. Especially when they saw them wielding the blue blades like a hot knife cutting butter, cutting and carving wood blocks easily and freely, they couldn't help but swallow a big mouthful of saliva with envy. Hey, this is not fair. Why didn't anyone tell us that this chakra carving knife is so easy to use? And look at its sharpness, it will probably come in handy in battle. Damn, these guys who go to the workshop to study are so cunning that they deliberately concealed this news. Ordinary students began to whisper, and their words did not hide their envy and jealousy of other apprentices. There were also many students who took the opportunity to ask whether the technique of the chakra carving knife would be taught in class in the future when Hideki passed by. Hideki smiled secretly in his heart, but said apologetically, "It's a pity that many students still don't have the chakra control ability up to standard, and the class hours are limited. So the chakra tool series ninjutsu, including the chakra carving knife, will probably only be taught in the workshop. But if you don't study puppet manufacturing technology in depth, then ordinary tools are actually good enough to use, so you don't have to force yourself to go to the workshop to learn. Nanny, there is actually a whole set of tool series ninjutsu to learn." Although Hideki's words were dissuading, the little ninjas only really listened to the term chakra tool series ninjutsu, and they became more jealous for a while. Although what the teacher said did make sense, it was just basic handmade, and ordinary tools were enough. But when they thought that the apprentices in class would use various chakra tools to make things, and they could only use backward ordinary tools like primitive people, they felt as uncomfortable as being bitten by ants. Originally, many students were still struggling whether to go to the workshop to learn in order to obtain advanced puppet beast parts. However, after adding the last weight of the chakra carving knife, the balance in their hearts finally hit the bottom, and they made up their minds. Soon after, this puppetry class also came to an end. Then, as Hideki said before, he asked everyone to discuss according to the group and choose the pocket puppet beast they wanted. After seeing the puppet beast transformation system with infinite possibilities, everyone was finally able to choose the puppet beast according to the group's preferences, and the distribution was quite even. There were 6 groups of Charmander, 5 groups of Squirtle, and 5 groups of Bulbasaur. Because Obito's group was all good people, he got Charmander as the group's puppet beast as he wished, which made him so happy that his nose was bubbling. On the contrary, Asuma originally wanted to choose Squirtle, but unfortunately, under the unanimous vote of his teammates, he could only choose Charmander in the end, which made him very angry. The red team chose Squirtle, and as soon as they got it, they put on a beautiful dress that they had prepared, which made it look funny and cute. The Ebisu team also chose Squirtle, but when they got it, they put on a pair of sunglasses, which immediately integrated into the style of the four-eyed intelligence team. Both parties silently despised each other's aesthetics and refused to give in. Finally, Nohara Rin, Genma, and Ibiki all chose Bulbasaur. As a versatile fighter, Bulbasaur should show completely different combat characteristics after their transformation. As I promised before, the Pocket Puppetman is now in your hands. Then now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. Remember to cherish and make good use of them. And everyone must not neglect other classes. You must take turns to use them for training. Don't let my hard work go to waste. After distributing the valuable Puppetman, Hideki still felt a little painful in his heart, and couldn't help but chattering about various instructions. It's a pity that the little ninjas were all focused on the puppet beasts in the group at this time. How could they still have the heart to listen to the lecture? So Hideki could only wave his hand helplessly and said, "Okay, today's class ends here. You bandits, get out of here." The next moment, the cheers that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly exploded, and the whole puppetry classroom was filled with a happy atmosphere. Soon, the little ninjas surrounded the puppet beasts and left the classroom happily. Hideki watched their excited backs, and his eyes softened a little. But he quickly gathered his mind, picked up the big stack of homework books, and prepared to go back to his office. Just when he was about to walk to the office, he saw a familiar figure standing in front of the door. "Minato, why do you always look for me at this time?" While complaining, Hideki walked to the door of the office, opened the door with chakra lines, and walked in with Minato. "I'll have to ask you, Hideki," Minato said with a helpless expression. "Except when you need to go to class, Hideki, you hardly show up at school, so I had to come to find you when you just got out of class." Hideki thought that was right. He was busy with training and workshop matters recently. He basically only came to school for classes. It was really difficult for others to find him. Speaking of which, the ninja world is not even popular with phones now, so it is really inconvenient to find someone. This may also be a business opportunity. After temporarily noting this idea, Hideki poured Minato a glass of strawberry milk, and then asked, "So Minato, you came today, did Miss Kushina finally make a decision?" Chapter 57 Another Way. "I did come here for this." Minato nodded, then smiled bitterly. "Hideki, you have caused me so much trouble. Since opening the storage scroll you gave me, Kushina and I have not had a good night's sleep." Hideki scratched his head in confusion. Today, Minato's face was indeed more haggard than before, and his dark circles were more obvious, as if he had been drained. But Hideki clearly remembered that the scroll he gave Minato contained only 2 puppet beasts, not blue pills, right? Fortunately, Minato's next words finally answered his doubts. "Kushina and I underestimated the core block of the puppet beast," Minato said with a wry smile. "I didn't expect that in addition to the surface, the interior is divided into several layers, all engraved with dense rune formulas. It turns out that the operating principle of this pocket puppet beast is much more complicated than we imagined. Although the simplest rune formula is used, even after several days of modification and optimization by Kushina and I, it is still difficult to reach the standard that is sufficient for students to master. You may not know that Hideki is actually very competitive. She was originally going to agree to your employment after making achievements, so she is still sulking at home." After listening, Hideki drank the milk on the table, put down the cup, and then said speechlessly, "I understand the reason, but why did you modify the core rune formula for no reason?" Minato's blue eyes widened instantly, and he asked in surprise. "It's not Hideki, did you say that you need Kushina to help you modify the rune formula and simplify it to the point where students can master it?" "I did say that." Hideki finally realized it, and said with a bit of a smile. It's just that I gave you the puppet beast just to let you understand my current level of sealing skills and facilitate future communication. I didn't mean to ask you to modify it immediately. After all, I don't plan to turn the puppet beast into a product so soon. And even if it is commercialized, I don't expect the children who have just learned the sealing technique to be responsible for drawing the core rune formula. I will be thankful if they can help me take on the rune drawing work on other parts. Minato was a little out of control when he heard this, and his mouth opened wide. Looking back, Hideki did just let them take a look when he gave him the scroll, and did not ask them to modify and optimize it. It was just that Kushina took the initiative and wanted to show off her level to her future boss, so she started to modify the rune formula. However, Minato was very suspicious, and in the end, the blame would still be put on himself for not explaining it clearly. Thinking of having to explain this to Kushina later, his scalp began to numb. Hideki, are you interested in going to Kushina's house with me tonight for dinner? Minato quickly forced out a sincere smile and invited Hideki. Hideki knew that the yellow-haired man wanted him to help him take the blame, so he quickly shook his head and declined. Next time. I don't like spicy food, so you should eat this blood-red pepper by yourself, Minato. Minato was so upset that he wanted to cry. After drinking a glass of strawberry milk, Minato calmed down and continued the previous topic. He said with an interested tone. Although it was a mistake, Kushina, and I found that your design is actually quite interesting after research. Although they are all the simplest rune spells, they can actually construct such a complex spell circuit after the accumulation of numbers. If we continue to study in this direction, we may be able to find a completely different path from ordinary sealing techniques. It's a pity that if you want to draw such a long spell circuit in one breath, you must have a strong chakra control like Hideki, so this method can't be popularized at all. That's hard to say. Hideki suddenly smiled and interrupted. I would like to hear more about it. Minato was also very interested in Hideki's ideas and began to listen attentively. First, let's sort out our thoughts. Hideki began to speak. According to Minato, the reason why this method cannot be popularized is that if the circuit of the technique is too long, you need to have a strong chakra control to complete it in one go. There is a premise hidden here, that is, the rune circuit of the sealing technique must be completed in one go to work. Then why is this? Minato answered subconsciously, according to the classics, because chakra is the product of spiritual energy and physical energy. So even if it is the same person, due to slight changes in physical condition, mental state, or even thoughts, the nature of chakra will change accordingly. And when drawing rune techniques, these subtle changes that we can hardly control will cause the runes to be unable to connect due to the difference in chakra nature. So this requires us to have no distractions when drawing rune techniques, and it should be done in one go, and there can't be too much time between them. These should be recorded in the basic book on sealing techniques that I gave you, Hideki. Yes, I did see it. Hideki nodded, and then added with a strange expression. But if I had seen it a few years earlier, I might not have been able to draw such a long rune formula circuit. When Minato heard this, his face suddenly froze, as if he thought of a possibility, and asked carefully. Could it be that Hideki didn't draw all the rune formulas on the core of the puppet beast in one go? Although this idea was a bit unbelievable, the rune formula on the core was too long, so he had to have such doubts. Sure enough, Hideki shrugged and said. Even if I don't have the ability to draw so many rune formulas in one go. Anyway, even if it's interrupted in the middle, just connect it again, right? How is this possible? Hideki's words were simply challenging the common sense of sealing techniques that Minato had established over the years, and he couldn't help but question it. However, he quickly reacted and slowed down his tone. Sorry, it's just that this is too unbelievable. Because what you are saying now, Hideki, is that you can completely restore the previous chakra properties when continuing the rune. This is probably only possible for someone who can fully control his own body, mind, and chakra, right? At this point, Minato began to stare at Hideki. If Hideki can really do this, then he has to suspect the possibility that the other party is the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage. Fortunately, Hideki did not give another answer that shattered Minato's three views. Of course I can't do what you said, Minato. If I have 20, no, 30 shadow clones to brainstorm together, then maybe it is not impossible. Hideki secretly complained in his heart, and then continued to explain on the surface. But Minato, you missed a key point. That is the stringent requirements on the nature of chakra that you mentioned, which are all aimed at those rune formula circuits with exquisite designs. Perhaps it is because the sealing ninjas in the past have been pursuing more exquisite and concise rune formula circuits in order to save materials and shorten the casting time. However, just like the more sophisticated the instrument, the easier it is to be damaged, and the more complicated the scheme, the more likely it is to overturn due to a small accident. An overly sophisticated rune formula circuit makes it particularly fragile. Even a slight change in the nature of chakra will cause it to be unable to connect. But if we do the opposite and only use the simplest and most basic rune formula to build the circuit, then even if the nature of the chakra changes slightly, it is not easy for the rune to be ambiguous or wrong, and it can continue to connect smoothly. When Minato heard this, it was as if a big bell suddenly struck in his mind. The buzzing sound of the bell shattered all his three views, and then he began to slowly reshape them. Because although Hideki's statement still has many problems, it seems to make sense in theory. At least according to Hideki, the rune formulas of his puppet beast cores were pieced together one by one in this way. But it was still hard for Minato to believe that such a theory of sealing techniques that was enough to establish a school of thought was actually said by someone who had not formally learned the sealing technique a few days ago. No, Minato thought about it and realized that perhaps it was because Hideki had not formally learned the sealing technique that he could break the rules like this and create an unprecedented new path. Of course, Hideki's outrageous chakra control was indispensable. Hideki, I am really convinced this time. Minato leaned back on the chair, and said with emotion. You can create this new school of sealing technique by yourself. Hideki, your talent in sealing technique may be better than Kushina. But Hideki shook his head gently and said. In fact, this theory is not entirely invented by me alone. Oh? Could it be that Hideki has obtained the sealing technique books handed down by predecessors? Minato asked with interest. If so, he would feel a lot more comforted. It's a pity that Hideki's answer not only denied his idea, but also made him even more confused. Minato, have you heard of what a computer is? Chapter 58 Programming Flow Sealing Technique. Computer. Minato said hesitantly. Is it a machine used to calculate and store data? I saw it in a research institute when I was on a mission before. That's it. Hideki smiled and said, besides calculations, computers can do many interesting things. But these are off topic. If you are interested, Minato, I will tell you in detail later. Now I want to discuss the computer language that humans have designed to communicate with computers. Even for someone as smart as Minato, this so-called computer language has touched his blind spot. So Hideki could only quickly go over the relevant basic knowledge with him. From the principles of machine language, to assembly language, and all the way to high-level language. Minato was confused at first, but as Hideki introduced it in a simple and easy-to-understand way, he began to understand. So, computer language does have a lot of similarities with the rune formula of the sealing technique. Minato couldn't sit still anymore, and began to pace back and forth in the office, while analyzing seriously. And I didn't expect that such a complex high-level language would eventually be converted into a series of instructions composed of 0 and 1 for the computer to execute. So Hideki's idea comes from here. Hideki nodded. The previous theory of sealing techniques pursued how to make the rune technique more exquisite and concise, and wanted to put all the information into a rune. But human chakra control has an upper limit after all, so the development of sealing techniques has stagnated since a long time ago. Since the pursuit of quality seems to be unfeasible, then we might as well try to win with quantity. The most extreme way is naturally to directly copy the mechanical language of the computer, and use the conduction and disconnection of chakra to express 1 and 0, so as to create a chakra version of the computer. Although this can completely eliminate the various problems caused by the change of properties. But this also makes chakra pull becomes a simple energy source and cannot be controlled at will. It is simpler and more convenient to use electricity as energy directly. So I think we should imitate assembly language. First, split the runes as finely as possible until they become the smallest functional units that cannot be divided any further. For the time being, we call them basic runes. Then we will construct the desired rune formula through the arrangement and combination of a large number of basic runes. Because the function of a single basic rune is very simple, even if the nature of the chakra changes, it will not affect the normal operation of the formula circuit, which greatly reduces the requirements for the chakra control of the drawer. Similarly, the drawing of the art circuit does not need to be done in one go, and there is no need to worry about the art being too long and having to find ways to compress it. In this way, even the S-level difficulty of the seal rune art can be drawn by ordinary students with the power of basic runes. Perhaps one day, the seal art will no longer be a rare secret art that only a few people can master, but a daily skill that all ninjas and even civilians must master. Hideki said in a slightly bewitching tone. Just imagine it, Minato. If everyone has mastered the seal art, then puppets like Pocket Puppet Beast should be widely popularized. After they are enlarged, they will be the best helpers of humans. They can be used as a means of transportation, and they can also show their talents in agriculture, construction, and other fields. In addition, everyone may be able to easily use storage scrolls to carry a large amount of supplies, or freely come and go in various places in the ninja world through time and space arts. In this way, the disputes caused by resource shortages may be reduced a lot. Sealing becomes a daily skill. Minato murmured subconsciously, his eyes gradually emitting more and more dazzling brilliance. To be honest, after discovering that Hideki could learn without a teacher and create a new school of sealing, Minato no longer dared to underestimate Hideki's ideas. But he didn't expect that after only more than 10 minutes, he was shocked by Hideki again and wanted to refresh his worldview. Listen to what this guy is saying. He actually wants to popularize the most profound and mysterious sealing technique in ninjutsu. And not to popularize it to ninjas, but to popularize it to everyone in the ninja world. Just imagining the beautiful future described by Hideki, Minato couldn't help but be fascinated, and wished that this day would come immediately. But when Minato thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful in his heart. Because he actually wanted to study sealing techniques with Hideki and work hard to realize the beautiful future he talked about. It's a pity that in order to protect Konoha and Kushina, what he needs most now is strength, and he can't put all his energy into the sealing technique. However, Minato soon realized that even so, he could support Hideki in other ways. Like many children, Minato's dream is to become a Hokage one day. But he is actually vague about what to do after becoming a Hokage. But at this moment, Minato's dream began to become clearer. That is to solve Hideki's worries with the power of Hokage, so that he can devote himself to realizing that beautiful vision. After clarifying his dream, Minato's temperament seemed to become more stable, closer and closer to the future fourth Hokage. After calming down again, he began to realize that there were still many problems to be solved in Hideki's plan, so he analyzed to Hideki. Hideki, your idea is indeed very interesting. But there are still many problems to be solved in order to realize it. For example, because the simplest art circuit also needs a lot of so-called basic runes to express, so naturally more materials are needed. Unless everyone can draw such a small rune art like Hideki, but that requires strong chakra control. And if we want to divide the runes into the smallest and discover the basic runes we want, it may not be as simple as you said. After that, Minato began to look at Hideki with expectation, as if waiting for him to take out what kind of wild and unrestrained ideas shocked him again. It's a pity that he will be disappointed this time. Although Hideki has also thought about the problems mentioned by Minato, and has already had ideas to solve them. It's just that Hideki feels that he has already taken out too many good things in order to quickly gain a foothold in Konoha. So it's better to take it easy for now, so as not to attract more attention. For example, the material problem may be found in the Valley of the End. If you can use the power of Konoha, you will definitely be able to find a large number of useful chakra conduction materials faster. It's a pity that Hideki is still a nobody now, and he can neither lead the plan nor gain much benefit by speaking out. So he decided to try the prize every now and then, and wait until the workshop is on track and fully developed, and then see if he should cooperate with the village to develop. So Hideki just nodded and smiled. Minato, you are right, these problems are indeed difficult to solve. But we don't need to set the goals so high all at once. As long as we start from small problems and break through one by one, we will be able to reach the future we hope for one day. And the first thing we need to do now is to divide and refine the existing runes and find as many basic runes as possible. Because I am still a beginner in this area, I hope you and Kushina can take more care of it. No, I am very happy to be able to help, and Kushina will definitely be the same when she knows it. Minato agreed without hesitation, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, if you want to fully realize Hideki's idea, it will probably take at least decades. So there is no need to rush to solve all the problems at once. Then in the following time, Hideki and Minato discussed this programming flow sealing technique for a long time. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that Minato suddenly remembered that there was a pepper bomb waiting for him at home under Hideki's teasing eyes. With the idea of dying early and being reborn early, Minato said goodbye to Hideki with a bitter face and began to walk slowly towards Kushina's house. I just hope that the idea Hideki just mentioned can make Kushina forget the previous blunder. Minato, who had already arrived at the door of Kushina's house, prayed to the six-path sage in his heart. Then he gritted his teeth and suddenly pushed the door open, saying directly the lines he had prepared long ago. Kushina, do you know what a computer is? Chapter 59 The Appearance of the Rare Beast. After Minato left, Hideki did not leave the school with him, but stayed to correct the homework. Because if he didn't solve this thing now, Hideki suspected that he would find it difficult to find free time to do this later. The homework that had been supervised and checked by the students naturally had no obvious mistakes, but this also made the correction process seem more boring. Maybe we can find a few students to help with marking, and pay them with points. Hideki began to have a crooked idea. Or we can just let the students mark each other's papers, which can achieve the effect of mutual learning, and I don't have to spend points, hehe. After calculating the children, Hideki's thoughts returned to Minato's visit just now. After investing a lot of resources and drawing a super pie, Minato and Kushina's favorability should be almost the same. It seems that outsourcing the search for basic runes to the two of them should not be a problem. However, the biggest price is that he has exposed the fact that he has extraordinary chakra control. Fortunately, letting everyone gradually discover this secret was originally part of Hideki's plan. Because with the success of the puppetry class and the development of the workshop, he will inevitably attract a lot of inquiring eyes. There must be many people who will try their best to figure out what it is that can make an ordinary civilian ninja become the only puppet master in Konoha in a short period of time. In order to hide the most important brainstorming technique for him, Hideki had to prepare a perfect answer in advance to deal with them. So he planned to use the chakra control trained by brainstorming technique to make himself a buried genius. Fortunately, this situation is not uncommon in the ninja world. Because the difficulty of obtaining ninjutsu is too high, even if civilian ninjas have some talents, it is difficult to find the most suitable ninjutsu at the beginning. Just like Harano Sakura in the original work, she is obviously a top student, but at the end of the first part, she only knows the three-body technique. It was not until she became Tsunade's apprentice that she discovered her talent for medical ninjutsu. And her situation is already lucky. More often, such ninjas will delay the best training time in the process of searching, become mediocre, or even lose their lives. Only a few people can obtain the right ninjutsu by chance, and then leap over the dragon gate and soar into the sky. And Hideki wants to play such a lucky role. If there are enemies who naively think that Hideki's trump card is this, then Hideki will definitely give them a big surprise in the battle. The next morning, Hideki went to the orphanage to check the progress of the workshop. At this time, the land around the orphanage was no longer as quiet as usual, and had become a huge construction site. Under the decision of the Sandame, the official engineering team of Konoha had arrived here several days ago and was building the workshop and various ancillary buildings in full swing. Hideki was very satisfied with the professional level of the construction team, which was almost comparable to the top construction team in his previous life. Although there was no help from various large machines, they also had various ninjutsu as a substitute. When he saw a giant from the Akimichi clan using the super multiplication technique, holding wood and building a building like building blocks, Hideki knew that the completion of the workshop should be just around the corner. After repeatedly telling the children at the door of the orphanage not to get too close to watch the giant, Hideki followed a foreman to a large cement building for inspection. "Boss, your requirements for this building are really strange. No windows, only a thickened door, and the walls must be strong and well sealed. If I didn't know, I would have thought you were going to build a prison cell." The old foreman, who was already white-haired, was shouting loudly with full energy. His heroic voice echoed back and forth in the empty cement building, making Hideki dizzy. Although he was very satisfied with the house, Hideki decided to leave the place first. When the two came to the door of the building, Hideki said with a smile, "I am very satisfied with this training room. Thank you for your trouble." "Is this a training room?" the old foreman whispered. "Isn't this kid afraid of suffocating inside if the door is closed?" Hideki's forehead suddenly had several black lines. "Hey, I'm right next to you. Do you think I can't hear you if you speak softly?" Well, Hideki can only pretend that he didn't hear it. Just at this moment, a green figure appeared in his sight, carrying several pieces of wood and moving quickly through the construction site. Hideki's eyes lit up. The foreman noticed Hideki's gaze and said cheerfully, "Boss, do you know the 10,000-year-old genin might die? The construction period is very tight this time, so we recruited some genin to help, and we didn't expect to find this treasure." It turns out that this Dai is not good at being a ninja, but he is very good at being a construction worker. He really chose the wrong career. Hideki's expression was a little strange when he heard this. No, he is actually good at being a ninja. In a few years, this guy will be able to fully open the 8 gates of ninja swordsmanship and turn the famous 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 lucky treasures. However, the appearance of Might Dai also made Hideki start to think. The so-called becoming stronger, in addition to making the strengths longer, also requires appropriately making up for the weaknesses. In the past, in order to pursue cost-effectiveness, Hideki always added skill points to life-saving and ambush. Therefore, he rarely confronted the enemy head-on, and there was no need to improve his physical skills. Although he also planned to maintain his previous fighting style in the future. It's a pity that the powerful enemies he might face in the future won't be so easy to satisfy him. So Hideki has already included physical training in his plan to become stronger, and will gradually implement it after the workshop opens. As a hidden physical master, Might Dai is naturally in his plan. But since he met him by chance now, Hideki doesn't mind moving the plan a little earlier. So after saying goodbye to the foreman, Hideki walked to Might Dai, who was concentrating on moving bricks, and said hello. Senior Dai, long time no see. Excuse me, who are you? Might Dai put down the wood in his hand and looked at Hideki with a puzzled look. Hideki's expression froze for a moment, and then he said helplessly. It's me, Kimura Hideki. I asked you for physical training before. Yes, Hideki actually asked Might Dai for physical training that year. At that time, he had not yet developed the brainstorming technique, so in order to become stronger, he had planned to take the physical training route and use hard work to make up for his lack of talent. And the person he could ask for advice was naturally Might Dai, who mastered the secret technique of the 8 gates. It was a pity that Hideki finally gave up this path. Because after practicing for a month under the guidance of Might Dai, he was hospitalized for a month because his body could not hold on. When he was discharged from the hospital, Hideki found that his body was even weaker. From then on, Hideki realized that what fairy tales said were all lies, and it turned out that hard work itself also requires talent. Like the exaggerated amount of practice of Might and his son, without a strong body with amazing bones, it is impossible to persist. Are you Hideki boy? After hearing Hideki's self-introduction, Might Dai recognized him with difficulty. After all, no matter who it is difficult to connect the handsome and elegant young ninja in front of him with the thin ninja school student in the past. I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect that you have grown up so much, Hideki. Might Dai burst into tears after a disagreement. Is this the magic of youth? I think this should be the magic of adolescence. Hideki complained in his heart and responded with a smile. Senior Dai, you haven't changed at all. You are still so energetic. Of course, my youth is still burning fiercely. Might Dai raised a big thumbs up, then grinned, revealing 2 rows of white and shining teeth. After the two exchanged a few more pleasantries, Might Dai was curious. Asked. By the way, Hideki, are you here to work today? Hideki's expression froze, and he looked down at his dark blue uniform. He didn't look like he was here to work. Fortunately, Might Dai quickly realized the problem, so he said very considerately. Don't worry, I have a spare tights, which I can lend to you, Hideki. After that, Might Dai, who obviously didn't have a pocket on his body, took out a wrinkled tights from somewhere and stuffed it into Hideki's hand, and it felt warm to the touch. Then he raised his thumb again and showed his signature smile. Ah! Hideki suddenly remembered. In addition to not having talent, he gave up taijutsu because he really couldn't deal with this hot-blooded uncle with a unique mind. This made Hideki start to hesitate. Do I really want to continue this bad relationship for the sake of practicing taijutsu? Chapter 60, The Battle for Precious Beasts. Hideki began to realize a problem. That is, although he has been active in Konoha recently, his reputation is still only known by the school and a few high-ranking officials. So Might Dai didn't know his recent situation at all, and thought he was also working at the construction site. Fortunately, at this moment, the old foreman who had been watching the excitement not far away probably couldn't stand it anymore, and walked over and scolded with a smile. This is the owner of this workshop, equivalent to our current boss. Ade, you idiot, actually want him to move bricks. Hideki immediately looked at the old foreman with a grateful look. After all, these words from him always sound like a nouveau riche. Might Dai's eyes widened with disbelief. What? Hideki, you're actually a big boss? Have you given up being a ninja? Of course not. Hideki smiled, actually, I learned some puppetry by chance before, and now I'm teaching it at the ninja school. And this workshop was built in cooperation with the ninja school to give students more opportunities to practice. Boss Kimura, you're too modest. The old foreman shook his head again and again. I heard that you're the only puppeteer in Konoha, and you're a special jonin. And I heard from Kemp, the director of the orphanage, that the orphanage was about to go out of business. So you built the workshop in this place where no one can lay eggs in order to give the children in the orphanage a way out. What a great assist! Hideki was more and more grateful to the old foreman. Puppet master? Special jonin. The words he rarely encountered made Might Dai's brain crash a little. You know, he just thought that Hideki came to the construction site to move bricks like himself. Now he suddenly found that Hideki was not only the boss of the workshop, but also a puppet master and special jonin. Might Dai suddenly felt that the young man in front of him became particularly unfamiliar, and even a little ashamed. However, when he heard the old foreman say the last word, he learned that Hideki built the workshop here for the children in the orphanage, and a familiar feeling came to Might Dai's heart again. He suddenly remembered that when he was instructing Hideki to practice in the nearby forest, Hideki, who was still very thin, always came with a big bamboo basket on his back. The reason was simple, just to pick up some firewood and wild fruits after the practice, so that he could take it back to the orphanage to help a little. It seems that no matter how much this child's appearance, strength, and even identity have changed, he is still the kind and hard-working Hideki boy. At this point, the handsome young man in Might Dai's vision and the thin and kind-hearted Hideki boy in his mind naturally overlapped, and there was no longer a sense of strangeness. Even when Might Dai thought that this workshop was related to the happiness of so many children, he was immediately full of energy as if he had been injected with a pound of chicken blood. Oh. I didn't expect this workshop to be so important, then I can't be lazy here anymore. Hideki, let's reminisce about the past when we have a chance in the future. When the time comes, I will definitely introduce you to Akai. After saying that, Might Dai didn't wait for Hideki to answer, and picked up the wood again, ready to continue working. But Hideki hadn't even gotten to the point yet, so how could he leave? He quickly said. Senior Dai, actually. By the way, Dai, I think you're quite talented, do you want to join our construction team? Hideki didn't expect that he had just opened his mouth when his voice was drowned out by the old foreman's loud voice. And what he said shocked Hideki even more. Return my gratitude. I thought the old foreman was here to assist, but he was here to steal heads. Hideki also quickly said. Wait, actually I'm also planning to hire Senior Dai to work in the workshop. The next moment, Hideki and the old foreman began to look at each other, and their eyes seemed to spark countless electric lights and sparks. Might Dai, who was standing by, couldn't help scratching his head, looking confused. How did he, a perennial genin who was always laughed at, suddenly become a popular commodity? The old foreman decided to take the initiative and began to persuade, Ade, this boss's works hope he can tell at a glance that it is some delicate work, which is not suitable for you. You should come to my construction team. My construction team has a system, with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and the salary will definitely satisfy you. And Ade, don't you like to practice physical skills? It's just right that you can work and exercise at the same time, without delaying either. Might Dai seemed to be a little moved when he heard this. Because as a genin for thousands of years, he has always done these time-consuming and low-paid D-level tasks, which greatly delayed his training. If he can make money while training, it would be the best. And Might Dai actually has a ninja dream, hoping that one day he can be recognized by everyone as a physical ninja. Compared to working in a workshop, joining the construction team affiliated with Konoha engineering class can at least maintain the identity of a ninja, which is obviously more attractive. It seems that it is self-evident what to choose. Seeing that the old foreman has already revealed a triumphant smile, Hideki smiled and said. You misunderstood, how could I let a talent like Senior Dai go to work in a workshop so wasteful? Under the slightly stunned eyes of the two, Hideki continued. In fact, I plan to hire Senior Dai in the form of a task to be responsible for the security work around the workshop. So, Senior Dai, as long as you don't leave this area, you can exercise as you want. This condition seems to be pretty good. Might Dai became hesitant again after hearing this, and at the same time he was a little emotional. I didn't expect that I, who usually eats pickled mustard and steamed buns, would have a day when I can't have both. The old foreman secretly said that it was not good to see this. You know, it's not easy to find a good employee like Matt Dai who gets one salary and does 5 jobs. In order to prevent the duck in his hand from flying away, he decided to continue to increase the stakes. Unfortunately, hesitation will lead to defeat. While he was still considering how much to increase the stakes, Heidke had already taken the lead and said, "Actually, I haven't finished yet. In addition to security work, I also hope that Senior Dai can serve as a physical training teacher for the children in the orphanage and teach them some self-defense skills." Bang! The wood that Might Dai was carrying fell to the ground, raising a lot of dust. But he himself seemed to be unaware of it. He had already flashed in front of Heidke, and asked him eagerly by the hand. "Heidke, are you kidding me?" Heidke couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Because he knew very well that Might Dai actually wanted to carry forward what he had learned. Otherwise, he would not have been willing to instruct a ninja school student he had never met. So even if he was just teaching physical training to a group of children with poor talents, he would definitely not miss such an opportunity. Lost. When the old foreman saw this scene, he didn't know that he was completely defeated, and he couldn't help but feel a little sad. "It's me, it was me first, I was obviously here first." But seeing Might Dai's eyes full of hope, as if he had found his ideal in life, the old foreman smiled with relief. After nodding to Heidke, he left leisurely with his hands behind his back. After confirming the specific details with Heidke, Might Dai finally put his mind at ease and was very satisfied with both jobs. But just as he was about to agree, he suddenly thought of something and asked in a slightly serious tone. "Heidke, the treatment for these 2 jobs is too good. It should be easy to find someone more suitable than me. You didn't choose to hire me because of our old relationship, did you?" If that's the case, he would have to decline, or his relationship with Heidke would be a little sour. Heidke looked very strange when he heard that. In fact, he had vaguely realized that this uncle seemed to have no idea of his own strength. Probably because he had been doing D-level tasks such as catching cats and farming, and had no chance to test his strength in battle. And he usually wore a bunch of inconspicuous weights, so his daily performance was not outstanding, so that no one discovered the true power of this rare beast. Over time, Might Dai had a serious underestimate of his own strength. It seems that in order to get Might Dai to accept these 2 jobs, he has to add more fuel to the fire. Heidke touched the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly, "I do have some selfish motives. Actually, I have some inspiration for physical skills recently, and I want to find someone to help test and improve them. The first person I thought of was you, Senior Dai. That's why I hope you can stay here to work so that I can ask you for advice often." Inspiration for physical skills. "Heidke, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Matt Dai, upon hearing this, immediately put his work behind his mind, and seemed to be more anxious than Heidke and said, "Inspiration is something that is hard to come by, and easy to disappear. If you want me to help you practice, just tell me directly, why are you beating around the bush? Quick, let's find a place to practice before your inspiration disappears." After saying that, he had already dragged Heidke to the nearby grove, but he didn't notice that Heidke had a smile on his face that showed he had succeeded in his scheme. Chapter 61, 1000 Changes. Matt Dai was halfway there when he remembered that he should ask for leave from the foreman first. After asking for leave, he dragged Heidke to the forest nearby, ready to have a fight first. According to him, he wanted to personally see Heidke's so-called physical skills inspiration first, and then see how to help Heidke improve. "Heidke, I remember you are already a special jonin. Then I have to give my best, otherwise I am afraid the test will not work." Just after finding a suitable open space, Might Dai suddenly said something that almost made Heidke have a myocardial infarction. "It seems that the time for me to burn my youth has finally come. Give my best? Do you want to kill me?" Heidke saw that Might Dai had already started to remove the weights, and his face turned a little blue. "You have to know that this uncle is not clear about his own strength. Heidke is afraid that he will open the 8 gates of ninja at the beginning and kick him to death." In order to avoid a tragedy, Heidke hurriedly said, "Senior Dai, although I am a special jonin, my strength lies in puppetry. In terms of physical skills alone, I am afraid that I can barely be considered a chunin, so you don't have to take it so seriously." "That's true." Might Dai scratched his head and said, "I was originally planning to use the 8 gates of ninja that I have practiced for many years. I think when I open the 6th gate, Jingman, I should be able to barely match you, Heidke." Now it seems that opening the fourth gate, the injury gate, should be enough. Is this a human language? If you continue like this, I will call the police. Hideki's forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat, and he wanted to turn around and run away immediately. Senior Dai, I think in order to make the test results more rigorous, you should gradually improve your strength according to the actual situation in the battle. Hideki persuaded with a look of tears and laughter. Might Dai pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. Anyway, it was just a sparring match, so there was no need to use the 8 gates of ninjutsu right away. Thinking to this, the beastly aura on his body finally subsided, and he returned to his original husky aura. Then I'm going to go, Hideki. After everyone did some simple warm-up exercises, Might Dai suddenly pushed the ground forward and punched Hideki. So fast. Although the 8 gates of ninjutsu were not activated, years of anti-human training still made Might Dai have quite good strength under normal circumstances. Fortunately, Hideki was not far behind, and had already activated the spider sensing technique. A large amount of chakra threads had already wrapped around Might Dai and even on his body. According to the contraction of his muscles, Hideki can easily judge what kind of attack he will launch. So as long as Might Dai's speed is not so fast that Hideki cannot react, Hideki will be able to easily dodge all his attacks. However, this is not a real battle after all, and Hideki still has to show his so-called physical inspiration to Might Dai. Which physical inspiration should be tested first this time? Hideki made a decision in an instant, and his left hand suddenly raised, followed by a black shadow ejected from the wide sleeves. At the same time, the sound of the mechanism changing sounded one after another. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow had turned into a purple iron umbrella, just blocking Might Dai's fist. Bang! A huge collision sounded, but the iron umbrella did not move at all under such a powerful blow. What is this? Might Dai obviously lacks combat experience. After his attack was blocked by the suddenly appearing iron umbrella, he was actually confused for a moment. Be careful, Senior Dai. It was not until Hideki reminded him that Might Dai realized that there was a circle of small holes around the sharp top of the iron umbrella, and there was a hissing sound of wind coming from it. At the same time, a strange smell was drilling into his nose. Without thinking too much, Might Dai kicked the iron umbrella and flipped backwards with the reaction force, quickly leaving the spot. Then the next moment, with a bang, a fierce flame gushed out from the circle of small holes in the iron umbrella, and the forest was full of flames for a while. Might Dai, who fell to the ground, couldn't help swallowing hard when he saw this. If he couldn't dodge, I'm afraid his youth would finally burn out this time. Isn't it? Even the people were burned, let alone youth? But Might Dai didn't blame Hideki for being too cruel. Because he knew that Hideki waited until he dodged before starting to detonate the fireball. I can only blame myself for being too inexperienced, and I was stunned in the same place. After reviewing my mistakes, Might Dai couldn't help but look at Hideki again. Before, he heard that Hideki had become a special jonin, but he didn't feel it. Until the fight that almost killed him just now, he really realized that Hideki was no longer the ninja school student, but a ninja who had experienced many battles. Even if he used the physical skills that he was least good at, he still needed to go all out to deal with it. Hey? Might Dai finally realized that something was wrong. Wait, Hideki, is that a physical skill just now? Might Dai couldn't help but shout from the depths of his soul. Hey, isn't physical skills just punching and kicking in a rigid manner? Even if Hideki took out ninja tools such as kunao to fight, he wouldn't have any objection. But what the hell is fire breathing? Might Dai began to doubt whether Hideki accidentally used his usual fighting method. Unexpectedly, Hideki said with a puzzled look. Isn't this considered a physical skill? Being able to fight with a hidden blade should still be considered a physical skill. Hideki, that's a hidden dagger. Might Dai's jaw almost dropped to the ground in surprise. You told me it was a hidden dagger with such a big iron umbrella. But as if answering his question, the next moment Hideki folded the iron umbrella and retracted it into his sleeves, leaving only the sharp blade on the top outside. Hey, now it looks like a hidden dagger. Seeing that Might Dai was still a little confused, Hideki had to explain with a smile. In fact, this was indeed just a hidden dagger at the beginning. It was the self-defense ninja tool I chose after becoming a puppeteer. Because I need to use my fingers to control the puppet, I chose this kind of ninja tool that does not need to be held for self-defense. But later I used the knowledge of puppeteers to gradually add a lot of mechanisms to it, and finally it became what it is now. Because it can also be transformed into various mechanical ninja tools, I call it the 1000 Machines Hidden Blade. After saying that, Hideki rolled up his sleeves and revealed the true face of the 1000 Machine Hidden Blade. Unlike ordinary hidden blades hidden in a small wrist guard, Hideki's entire left arm is covered with various sophisticated mechanical structures. God knows how many mechanisms he has stuffed in it. The reason why Hideki's sleeves are so wide is actually to hide the true face of the mechanical arm guard. After putting down his sleeves, Hideki said with a smile. Senior Dai, I have finally explained it clearly now. Then I wonder if the mechanical fluid technique I performed with the help of this ninja tool is still considered in the category of physical technique. Chapter 62 Mechanical Fluid Technique. Mechanical Fluid Technique. Matt Dai kept muttering in his mouth, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, he couldn't help but yelled. Yes. This is of course a physical technique. In the ninja world, the definition of physical skills is very broad. After all, ninjas are not martial artists, so they don't deliberately distinguish between armed and unarmed. For example, the swordsmanship in Yunryu that does not use the property change, or Killer Bee's Aragami Heron Blade, actually belong to the category of armed physical skills. As a master of physical skills, Might Dai naturally has some experience in the use of various close combat ninja tools. But even he has never seen such an interesting ninja tool. I didn't expect that Hideki would create a multifunctional ninja tool that can be transformed instantly. Doesn't this mean that the use techniques of different ninja tools can be fully displayed on one ninja tool? Might Dai analyzed in an excited tone. This is a completely new field of physical skills. When I think of the possibility of this ninja tool, inspiration keeps gushing out of my mind. I can't wait to see what changes this 1000 machine sleeve blade will make. Hideki was not surprised by Might Dai's reaction. How could he be an old stubborn man who always talks about youth? So he raised his left arm and took a stance again. Then let's continue the fight just now. I will also show you other changes one by one, so stay tuned. Just what I want. Might Dai also responded with a high-pitched voice, then put his fists on his waist and shouted suddenly. 8 gates of ninjutsu open, open. Rest gate, open. Life gate, open. Then his skin began to turn red like blood, and green chakra burst out of his body, blowing his hair wildly. In order to keep up with the speed of the mechanism, I have to rely on the power of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Might Dai explained. Now my speed and reaction are different from before, Hideki, you don't have to worry about my safety, you can attack with all your strength. So, let me see the true power of your mechanical fluid technique. After saying that, Might Dai disappeared from the spot. Then the ground where he was suddenly exploded like a landmine, with gravel and dust flying everywhere. The next moment, his figure flashed behind Hideki, and he was clenching his fist to punch his back. But Hideki seemed to have eyes on his back, and his body turned to the left, barely dodging the opponent's punch. At the same time, the hidden blade in his left hand had already stretched out, and he slashed back along the momentum of the rotation. 1000 machines and 10,000 changes hidden blade. Swish! The sharp blade cut through the air, leaving a silver stream of light in the air. However, Hideki did not feel the impact of the cut. Because Might Dai had already dodged and retreated 3 meters, leaving the range of the sharp blade. In that case, let's use that trick. Hideki first jumped to the side with one step, while his left hand stretched out, the cuff pointed at Might Dai, and his right hand held his left wrist for support. Then, the huge spring machine exploded instantly, and a spear suddenly shot out from the sleeve, with the hidden blade as the spearhead, flying straight towards Might Dai. 1000 machines, spear. Might Dai, who was about to charge forward and attack again, had never expected that Hideki could suddenly attack from such a distance. Luckily, he had already unlocked the restrictions in his brain by opening open door and gained 100% control of his body. So the moment he reacted, his body moved forward at lightning speed. Jump to the side. Boom! The spear hit the tree behind him just now, and the spearhead directly penetrated it, showing its power. But this also caused the spear to get stuck when it was retracted, and it was difficult to pull it out for a while. There is a flaw. Might Dai, who was still jumping sideways, took this opportunity to adjust his body shape and kicked his feet on the tree, and shot towards Hideki. Hideki responded with a smile, and then decisively controlled the mechanism to remove the spearhead. Then the next moment, the originally straight and upright spear body transformed into a multi-section connected form, and under Hideki's control, it slashed at Might Dai with a sweeping force. 1,000 machines and 10,000 changes snake whip. Might Day directly slid to avoid the attack of the long whip, and at the same time killed Hideki, who was wide open. Watch it! Konoha whirlwind kick. 1,000 machines and 10,000 changes iron umbrella. Bang! A huge collision sounded. Might Dai's kick collided with the iron umbrella that Hideki deployed at the last moment, and the aftermath turned into a gust of wind, blowing the branches around wildly and causing leaves to fall to the ground. Might Dai jumped back a few steps and looked at the iron umbrella that blocked his attack with a puzzled look. Because he clearly remembered that when he launched the attack, Hideki had not yet retracted his long whip, so how could he suddenly deploy the iron umbrella to block his attack? Fortunately, the answer to this mystery was soon revealed. Senior Dai, your attack is still too direct. I didn't say that I only have 1,000 machine sleeve blade. Hideki's voice with a slight smile sounded immediately. The iron umbrella also began to deform with a click, and turned into the shape of an axe again. Thousands of changes, battle axe. At this time, Might Dai finally saw that the axe actually stretched out from the sleeve of Hideki's right hand. At this time, Hideki held the giant axe in one hand and the long whip in the other hand, and took a stance, like a hedgehog covered with thorns. Although Might Dai's physical ability was far superior to Hideki at this time, he felt that it was difficult to eat. But he was not worried but happy, and looked eager to try. It's actually a double sword style, it's really interesting. It seems that I can't hide it anymore. 8 gates of ninjutsu, the wound gate, open. Boom. A wave of air exploded with Might Dai as the center, blowing the surrounding broken branches and leaves everywhere in an instant. It was as if the chakra flames of substance wrapped him up, and his face became more and more terrifying. Come on, Hideki, let me see how much potential this mechanical fluid technique has. After saying this, Might Dai rushed towards Hideki at a faster speed than before. It's just a sparring match, is it necessary to open the wound gate? Hideki was madly complaining in his heart, but it was too late to speak and dissuade him. So he had to concentrate and bite the bullet to welcome Might Dai's arrival. A moment later, in a forest that seemed to have been swept by a tornado, Hideki and Might Dai were sitting on a tree stump, both of them were sweating and panting. Ha, 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 I didn't expect that Hideki's 1,000 machine sleeve blade would have 18 kinds of changes. Might Dai said to Hideki in an excited tone without even catching his breath. And the left and right hands can use different transformations at the same time. Multiplying the two, the changes are actually, there are 324 kinds of changes. Hideki added to Might Dai, who was not good at math, and then smiled and praised him. Senior Dai, you are also very powerful. I didn't expect that the 8 gates formation would be so powerful. And now you should believe that I didn't hire you out of selfishness, but because I really think highly of your physical skills. So in addition to those 2 jobs, I also want to hire Senior Dai as my physical skills consultant to help me continue to improve this set of mechanical fluid skills and other physical skills inspirations. Might Dai looked a little dazed when he heard this. Because he didn't expect that he could fight Hideki, who was a special ninja, to this extent just by opening 4 gates. Although Hideki didn't use his best puppetry, he didn't use his full strength. How could a 10,000-year-old genin do this? After eliminating all the impossible, the truth remains no matter how incredible it is. Detective Might Dai easily came to a conclusion. As expected, Hideki is still not very good at physical skills as he was when he was a child. So even if he uses a brand new mechanical fluid technique, it's still so difficult to fight against me, a 10,000-year-old genin. It seems I have to help Hideki make up for this big shortcoming. Chapter 63, The Appearance of the Pot Shadow. Might Dai, who has a unique imagination, didn't find his true strength in the end. Instead, he felt that Hideki's physical skills were really bad. However, this was a blessing in disguise, which made him determined to help Hideki develop this mechanical fluid technique to avoid wasting such a good idea. However, charging for this was against his will, so he waved his hands again and again. I am already very happy that you are willing to ask me for help, so there is no need to hire me. Just think of it as exchanging experiences with each other. Just talking about this exchange, I have actually gained a lot. Hideki knew Might Dai's personality, and he was short of money recently, so he didn't force him. He smiled and nodded. Okay, but you can't refuse the remuneration for the other 2 jobs, Senior Dai. Might Dai didn't bother to talk too much, and gave a thumbs up and smiled. Please take care of me in the future, Boss Hideki. Senior Dai, Just call me Hideki. Hideki didn't know whether to laugh or cry. During the break, Hideki discussed a lot of work details with Might Dai. Because he would be responsible for the security of the workshop all day, Might Dai readily agreed to move here. Although the staff dormitory had not been built yet, Hideki said that there were still many rooms in the orphanage where he and Kai could stay temporarily. In fact, even Hideki himself was going to move here to live, which would be convenient for work and to exchange training with Might Dai. Even if he went to the Valley of the End, this place was closer. After the talk, Might Dai had already stood up as if nothing had happened, and even said that he was going home to pack up his things in a swift and decisive manner. This made Hideki, who was still in pain, speechless, and he was particularly envious of the strong body recovery ability. Perhaps a similar effect can be achieved through medical ninjutsu. Hideki silently remembered this idea in his heart. At the same time, in the Hokage's office. He. The then third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was staring at a crystal ball on the table, and occasionally laughed a few times. However, unlike usual, what appeared in the crystal ball at this time was not the beautiful scenery of the women's bathhouse, but a strange little boy selling toys at a stall. If someone saw this scene in the office, they might think that the Hokage had an illegitimate child, or awakened some unspeakable habit. Fortunately, the little boy in the picture was actually Asuma, the biological son of the third Hokage, who just changed his appearance through the transformation technique. Recently, whenever he had time, he would change his appearance like this and push a small cart to sell toys everywhere in Konoha. Although Asuma has always claimed that this is for market research to earn more points. But the Sandaime clearly realized that the biggest reason Asuma did this was to temporarily get rid of the identity of the Hokage's son. Otherwise, even if it was for market research, the child would not need to use the transformation technique to change his appearance. Until he discovered Asuma's move, the Sandaime truly realized how heavy a burden the identity of the Hokage's son brought to Asuma. While the Sandaime was full of apologies, he was also very grateful in his heart. Fortunately, there was a reminder from Hideki. The Sandaime subconsciously murmured in a low voice. If there was no Hideki, even if Asuma did not go astray in the end, the relationship between the father and son would have gradually drifted apart. And the role-playing correction method provided by Hideki is indeed very effective. Even though he has not yet started working in the workshop and has only set up a stall for a few days, Asuma's relationship with him has improved. At least he does not have a stinky face when they meet. Even yesterday when he came home, Asuma said welcome to him. Although to be precise, Asuma said welcome, probably because he had not yet switched from the role of a hawker. But this was enough to comfort the Sandaime. After taking a few more glances at Asuma, who was dancing and promoting toys to customers, the Sandaime released the telescope technique and prepared to return to his busy work. However, at this moment, there was a lot of movement outside the door, as if the guards were blocking someone from entering. The next moment, the door of the office was pushed open with great force. A middle-aged man with a sinister look, who looked like a bad guy at first glance, strode into the office and said in a gloomy tone, "Hiruzen, why hasn't the funding for the root been allocated this month? Without enough nutrients, my roots can't thrive and feed back to the big tree of Konoha. You should understand this, Hiruzen." From what he said, it can be seen that this person is the Hokage's assistant, the leader of the root, Shimura Danzo, who has the name of the Dark Ninja World. But at this time, except for the blindness of his right eye, his hands and feet are still intact, and he is at the peak of his energy and experience. His strength should not be underestimated. Compared with the future 5.5th Hokage Danzo, who has both Hashirama's cells and Sharingan but has been away from the battlefield for a long time, perhaps the actual combat effectiveness of the current Danzo is even better. At least now, he should not be able to do the feat of stabbing Susanoo with a kunao. Seeing that it was Danzo, the mood of the Sandaime suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy. After waving his hand to let the guards at the door close the door and leave, the Sandaime said unhappily, "Funding, funding, funding. Every time you come here, you either ask me for talent or funding. But does your little root really need so much nutrition? You know Konoha's financial situation is not good now, where is there so much money for you to squander?" The Sandaime became more and more angry. After glancing at a thick market research report on the table, he couldn't help but throw it on the table in front of Danzo, and scolded with a look of disappointment. Look at Kimura Hideki, who is just a teacher. Soon, he knew how to find a source of income for the school, and even wrote a market research report in such detail. Unlike you, Danzo, who only knows how to ask me for money every day with your hands spread out, and you are vague about the use of it, and I don't know where the money has been spent. Kimura Hideki. Is he the puppeteer who taught himself puppetry? Danzo curled his lips secretly, not agreeing in his heart. He always liked to collect all kinds of talents, so he naturally paid attention to the only puppeteer in Konoha, and even prepared to recruit him. However, when he learned that this guy became the school's puppetry teacher, he immediately gave up the idea of recruiting him. Because he would teach his students the secret technique that he relied on so generously, there are only two possibilities. Either he is a guy with some talent but no ambition, so he wants to live a stable life in Konoha by teaching puppetry. Or he is a fool with the will of fire in his head, so he selflessly teaches puppetry to all students. No matter which possibility it is, I don't know how much weight he has just based on his own body's puppetry, still couldn't make Danzo willing to spend too much time on it. However, Danzo's thoughts changed drastically after he picked up the report and glanced at it for a few times. Because after just a few glances, Danzo was attracted by the detailed data in the report. It records in detail the differences in the preferences and price tolerance of customers of different ages, genders, and status for toys. In response to these data, the report briefly explains how to use this to determine the production quantity of various toys, classify the grades of toys and set different prices to maximize profits. Danzo was naturally too lazy to read these business knowledge. What really concerned him, or was unbelievable, was the profit report of the toy stall recorded in it. The data on it is correct, right? Danzo was more and more shocked as he read it, and couldn't help asking in a dry voice. How could this small toy stall make so much money? Chapter 64 Times have changed. It's obviously just a toy made of the cheapest wood, how dare Kimura Hideki sell it so expensively? Danzo felt that his worldview had been severely challenged, and he couldn't help but questioned. What's even more outrageous is that there are actually people willing to spend so much money to buy, and there are so many people. We ninjas risk our lives to perform tasks, but in the end, the rewards are not as much as selling toys. Is this fair? The Sandame obviously had similar feelings when he first read the report, and he couldn't help but sigh, and then explained. Danzo, you can look at the back, Hideki has written an analysis of the reasons. In addition to us ninjas, the employers who come to entrust the task are the main force in buying toys. Although in the pillar after Lord Jiun pacified the warring states period, 2 more ninja world wars broke out one after another. But these 2 wars only occurred between our ninja villages, and the battlefields were limited to small countries. The 5 major countries have actually been recuperating for decades and have accumulated a lot of wealth. So at least the people who come to the village to entrust tasks are not short of money and are willing to spend money on entertainment activities. Plus, the new toys invented by Hideki are really fun, and they are only available here, just right as souvenirs for children in the hometown, so it's not surprising that they can sell so well. Danzo gradually understood the reason when he heard this, but he still sighed. Because of the hot sales of these toys, he really felt that the current ninja world has gradually become more and more unfamiliar. It was as if someone whispered in his ear. Times have changed, sir. You must know that unlike the new age ninjas who are becoming more and more like mercenaries, Danzo and the Shimura clan he led still retain the traditions of the old ninjas. When other ninja clans have started to do business and expand their sources of income, and gradually walk under the sun, their clan is still hiding in the darkness as usual, like a tree root buried deep in the ground. Anyway, wherever there is light, there is darkness. Those things that cannot be seen in the light need someone to do them, so they also provide soil for their survival. It's just that the reason why people can endure darkness is because they have never seen light. When Danzo found out that his people practiced hard, killed humanity, and risked their lives to perform missions, but the money they earned was far less than selling toys, his faith and pride began to waver unconsciously. The Sandame then added slowly. And the profit here is actually not as outrageous as you think, Danzo. Because the toys sold in the toy stall are all new toys invented by Hideki, which are not available elsewhere, so they can be sold at such a high price. In the future, everyone will imitate and copy, and the price will naturally drop. In addition, now we let students help make toys in the name of work-study programs, and the labor cost is almost zero, so we can have such a high profit. Danzo couldn't help curling his lips when he heard this. Toys were copied? Then let Kimura Hideki invent new toys. Labor cost issue? The 5 major countries are peaceful, but refugees from small countries are everywhere. Aren't they the cheapest labor? At this time, Danzo has adjusted his mentality. His roots are still in the development stage and need a lot of nutrients to nourish them. He has been overwhelmed by the funding problem for a long time, so how can he care about continue the tradition? In his opinion now, no matter whether it is a new ninja or an old ninja, as long as he can make a lot of money, he is a good ninja. Danzo thought more and more that it was wrong, so he blurted out. Hear it soon, leave Kimura Hideki to me. He can't fully play his value in the ninja school. Only in the root can he play all his business talents. You are dreaming. The third generation rolled his eyes. If he really wants to play Hideki's business talent, wouldn't Sarutobi Hiruzen do it himself? Does he need your root to worry about it? The reason why he didn't do that is because he values Hideki's talent and teaching talent more than Hideki's business talent. No matter how much money he makes, without the ability to protect himself, he is just a piece of fat in the eyes of others. Just like Konoha, it is obviously in the richest fire country, but because of its declining strength, it has been targeted by major ninja villages and can only barely support it. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally very clear about the importance of the strength of the ninja village. Therefore, cultivating more puppet masters among civilian ninjas through the work-study program is the best choice to maximize the strength of Konoha. Not to mention that he had heard from Minato a few days ago that Hideki actually has a very rare talent for sealing techniques. Even before he had learned the sealing technique seriously, he had created an unprecedented programming-based sealing technique. Such talent made him think of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama and his disciple Orochimaru. How could he bear to give such a big treasure to Danzo to ruin? So the Sandaime knocked on the table with his pipe, and then warned in a very serious tone. Hideki is a good boy who truly possesses the will of fire. Minato and he will definitely become the pillars supporting Konoha in the future. I will never allow anyone to have any plans against him. But... No buts, remember, I am the Hokage. Danzo did not expect Hiruzen to be so decisive this time. Not only did he interrupt his spell chanting, but he also used his ultimate move all at once. Is Kimura Hideki really as important as Hiruzen said? A small doubt was planted in Danzo's heart again. However, his roots were still in the development stage at this time, so Danzo did not choose to confront Hiruzen head-on. Anyway, Kimura Hideki will stay in Konoha forever, and he will not worry about not having the opportunity to recruit him for his own use. Hierarchy, you will regret it. So Danzo also followed the convention, threw such a harsh word, and turned around and slammed the door and left. The Sandaime, who was still sitting in the office, took out his pipe, lit it, took a deep puff, and then slowly exhaled. For a moment, the smoke blurred his face. To be honest, he actually regretted it now. He shouldn't have thrown the report to Danzo because of a moment of anger, so that Hideki was targeted by Danzo. It's just that the workshop will be officially opened soon, and it is estimated that it can't be hidden from Danzo's eyes and ears. Now it's just a little bit advanced. Fortunately, the Sandaime is not too worried. After all, Danzo's roots are still under his control, and he is not afraid of Danzo's rebellion. It's just that according to Danzo's temperament, if he doesn't find someone to contact Hideki to coerce and induce him, he will probably not give up. It seems that the new funding for the workshop should be distributed quickly, so that Hideki will not be abducted by Danzo accidentally. The Sandaime shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, he discovered another small problem. Hideki's market research report seemed to have been taken away by Danzo. Hideki suddenly shuddered. This was not because he had awakened his premonition ability and realized that the pot shadow had been staring at him. He just felt a little uncomfortable with what he saw in front of him. Oh, Mr. Dai, your tights have a hole, how about I help you fix it later? How can I do that, Ms. Kelly? Anyway, I'm a single, rough guy, no one will look at me when I walk on the street, it doesn't matter if my clothes are a little torn. But the tights are torn in the crotch. Then I'll trouble you, by the way, you can just call me A Dai, I really can't stand hearing Mr. Dai or something like that. Okay, then Dai. A Dai, you can just call me Kelly. Then I have to take care of the children, and I'll bring the clothes back to you, A Dai, after they're fixed. After that, Aunt Kelly left the room with a pile of clothes in her arms, looking a little shy. And Matt Dai also looked reluctant to leave. This made Hideki, who was standing at the door, feel a little stomachache. He just walked around the construction site for a while. How come Might Day, who just moved into the orphanage room, fell in love with Aunt Kelly? Aunt Kelly was busy taking care of the children at the beginning, so she delayed her wedding. Now that the orphanage conditions have improved, it is normal for her to want to find a man. But why are you so tempted, might they? Don't you might people reproduce through mitosis? Well, in fact, Heidke also knew that Might Day had a wife before, but she died of illness not long after Kai was born. Might, who had been widowed for many years, it is understandable that Dai wants to find another partner. But did they consider the feelings of Heidke, a single dog for 10,000 years? He has no time to date because he is so busy. Thinking that he may have to eat expired dog food from these two every day in the future, Heidke's stomachache is even more obvious. In order to get rid of the spicy imagination from his mind, Heidke decided to get to know the future King Kai first. Chapter 65 Blue Cub. Heidke came to the door of the orphanage and saw Might Guy, who came here with his father. I saw that this kid did not forget to exercise even if he just moved. He was walking back and forth in front of the orphanage in a handstand. There were many children beside him who were clapping happily. Heidke walked forward, took out a handful of candy to bribe the children who were watching to leave, and then smiled and said to Akai, "You are the son of Senior Dai, you look so much like him." Akai stood up and tilted his head and said, "Really? But my father said I look more like my mother." Heidke was slightly stunned, then touched Akai's watermelon head and said, "Don't say that in the future, otherwise your mother will be too pitiful." "Oh." Akai nodded, then tilted his head again, feeling that something was wrong. Heidke then smiled again. "I'm sorry that you suddenly have to move in. If there is anything you don't adapt to later, just tell me and Aunt Kelly. Especially Aunt Kelly, don't think she is very strict with the children, but this is for their own good. After getting along for a long time, you will find that she is actually a very good person." After that, Heidke said silently in his heart, "Aunt Kelly, Senior Dai, I can only help you here." Might Guy also nodded to show that he understood. Then Heidke patted his forehead and said, "By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kimura Heidke, and I am a puppetry teacher. If you graduate later, Kai, you may also become my student." "Oh. So you are teacher Heidke? I have heard about you from others." Kai's eyes lit up and said, "The most popular pocket puppet beast in the school was invented by you, teacher, right?" After getting Heidke's affirmative answer, Kai happily asked him for a lot of relevant information. Heidke didn't expect that Kai, who had already graduated, also knew about pocket puppet beasts and was so interested in them. It seems that even if he is obsessed with physical skills, Kai is still just a child after all, and cannot completely get rid of the temptation of toys. This made Heidke feel a little sympathetic to the child. Because he had already inquired that Might Guy was different from Kakashi, and he did not graduate from school early because of his excellent grades. It was because he was judged that he would not make much progress even if he stayed in school, so he was allowed to graduate early. Because unlike ninjutsu that can be quickly mastered as long as you have talent, simple physical skills can only blossom and bear fruit after years of hard training. At the age of 7, no matter how good his physical skills are, it is impossible for Might Guy to become a genius from the last in just 2 years. The reason why he graduated early is related to Kakashi's father, Hitaki Sakumo. It turned out that after the death of White Fang last year, the major ninja villages that had been quiet began to stir again. In order to suppress these ninja villages, Konoha had to increase the number of troops on the front line. And in order to fill the vacancies of insufficient genin in the village, the school also decided to let a group of students with no potential graduate and become genin in advance. It was called learning in practice, but in fact, they were responsible for some miscellaneous work such as farming and harvesting. But for Akai, this was actually a blessing in disguise. Wearing a heavy load to do these rough work is indeed more helpful to him than sitting in school and listening to classes. It's just that this child will probably be lonely after being separated from his peers in advance. Out of sympathy, Heidke smiled and suggested, "Akai, if you are interested in puppetman, I can give you a try." But to his surprise, Akai did not agree happily, but said seriously, "No need, Mr. Heidke, I actually already have a pocket puppetman." After that, Akai took out a bowl-sized thing from somewhere and showed it to Heidke. Heidke couldn't help but fall into deep thought after taking a look. Because no matter how you look at this thing, it is a round turtle shell. Fortunately, he understood what Might Guy meant next. Akai carefully placed it on the ground, and then began to make strange sounds with his mouth. Ka ka ka, bang. Under his artificial voiceover, the turtle shell suddenly stretched out its head, limbs, and tail in a very cooperative manner. At the same time, a line was tied to the turtle, and the end of the line was connected to a piece of wood with several button patterns drawn on it with a pen, which looked like a handle. Then Mighty Dai began to press the pattern on the wood in a serious manner, while his mouth was still giving instructions. Turn left, move forward, and launch a charge. Not to mention, the turtle actually seemed to understand human words, and performed various actions according to Akai's instructions, and finally even sent a bang to Hideki's left foot launched a charge. However, according to Hideki's estimation, this charge will take at least 30 seconds to arrive. After the performance, Akai said with anticipation. My former classmates said that you stipulated that pocket puppetman cannot be lent to others, so I made one myself. Teacher, do you think this counts as a pocket puppetman? Can we play with it together? Hearing this, Hideki almost burst into tears. Yes, of course it counts. He touched Akai's watermelon head and said gently. Because pocket puppetman is free, but... He said and looked down at the turtle who had stopped to rest halfway through the charge. We have to strengthen your turtle first, Akai, bring it with me. So Hideki led Akai to the temporary workshop. While Akai was curiously looking at the tools on the wall, Hideki had already taken out a bunch of parts and gave the turtle a major transformation in the blink of an eye. When Kai put his eyes on the turtle, he found that it had completely changed. In order to enhance its mobility, Hideki first made a mini scooter as its vehicle. Now the turtle can sit on the scooter and run far on the table with just a flick of his hand. Then, in order to increase the means of attack, Hideki transformed a Squirtle water sprayer into a rotating turret and installed it on the turtle's shell. Even the smallest water cannon can easily knock away a Rubik's Cube-sized wooden block. Finally, Hideki also installed a set of breathable armor on the turtle's entire body, including the shell itself, and the core of the puppet beast is hidden inside. In this way, this living puppet beast also has a life value system, so that it can meet the rules of the pocket puppet beast battle. As long as it wears this set of armor, this turtle can definitely participate in the battle with pocket puppetman. Hideki returned the turtle that had changed to Akai, and said with a smile. By the way, it seems that it doesn't have a name yet, right? Then Akai, you might as well give it a nice name. Akai took the turtle and happily ran around the workshop holding it. I thought of it. After venting his excitement, he ran to Hideki and said loudly. Blast Turtle, teacher, can it be called Blastwaz from now on? But Hideki shook his head and said. The username already exists, please re-register. Chapter 66 Ninja Beasts and Armaments. Because the turtle's shell is red, the two finally agreed to give it a cool name Exploding Flame Turtle Beast. For this reason, Hideki also specially transformed the turret into a flamethrower. Of course, the power is still limited to the level of Pocket Puppetman. Otherwise, it is unknown whether it can defeat the enemy, but it is certain that the turtle will be roasted sooner or later. During the test, Hideki felt that the turtle seemed to be particularly smart. Not only did it act according to Akai's instructions, but after seeing the water gun and flames several times, it no longer feared to shrink back into its shell, as if it knew that there was no danger to itself. This reminded Hideki vaguely of the original work that Akai seemed to have a talking ninja turtle, and the shell was also red. Out of curiosity, Hideki decided to use the spider induction technique to explore it. So under his control, many chakra threads that could not be seen by the naked eye began to penetrate into the turtle's body from all over. At the same time, Hideki asked casually. Akai, how did you find this turtle? Akai was holding a real handle to control the flamethrower and having fun. Hearing this, he began to recall. A few days ago, I was doing special swimming training in Nanga River, and I saw a few children on the river beach bullying it. So you saved it? Hideki asked. Unexpectedly, Akai shook his head and said. I was going to do that, but when I jumped out of the river, they had already run away, and they were still shouting Kappa monster or something like that. I guess there must be a kind Kappa that drove them away in advance. No. Hideki looked at Might Guy with a watermelon head and wearing a green tights, and complained wildly in his heart. The Kappa monster they are talking about is obviously you, the kid who just jumped out of the river. Akai continued to narrate. After that, I saw that the turtle seemed to be injured, so I took it home to apply medicine. As a result, it has been following me since its injury, so I took it in. It seems that you two are quite predestined. If it says it wants to repay you and take you to Ryugu Castle in the future, remember to call me, your teacher. Hideki joked, but began to think in his heart. Now he is very sure that this turtle is the ninja turtle in the original work. The key evidence is that after the investigation just now, he has discovered that there is a meridian system in the turtle's body that only ninja beasts have. Although it is only in its infancy, it is enough to make this turtle intelligent and even master human language in the future. This makes Hideki a little envious of Akai's luck, who casually picked up a ninja beast with the potential to speak on the side of the road. You should know that even in the Inuzuka clan, which is the best at training ninja dogs, there are only a handful of ninja dogs that can speak. It's a pity that Akai can't train, so this turtle will only be used as a stepping stone in the future. However, with Hideki's help this time, it should be able to show its true potential. It just so happens that Hideki has always wanted to study ninja beasts, hoping to use their nascent meridian system as a reference. To study the mysteries of the human meridian system in more depth. Because Kai had to cooperate and there was nothing to hide, Hideki told Kai everything afterwards, and said that he would ask someone for advice in a few days and then teach him how to train this ninja beast. When Kai left the temporary workshop with the turtle, his expression became a little dazed. He never thought that in just a short while, the little turtle he had just adopted would become a ninja beast and have a cool armor. By the way, according to the teacher, this should be called ninja beast armament. Sure enough, just like what Obito and the others said, teacher Hideki really knows everything. I wonder if the teacher is also proficient in physical skills? Akai's eyes flashed with admiration. Ah, no. Kai suddenly remembered that his father had just said that the teacher hired him to work in this workshop in order to learn physical skills from him. Although his father had indeed practiced physical skills for many years, he was only a genin after all. It seems that the teacher's physical skills are not that good. Akai shook his head regretfully and gave up the idea of asking teacher Hideki for physical skills. Then he suddenly cheered up and ran out of the orphanage with the turtle. It was rare that the teacher made such a cool ninja beast weapon for him, so of course he had to test it in actual combat. It was almost time to go home from school, and he could just use this exploding flame turtle beast to compete with everyone's pocket puppet beast. Stand at attention. At ease. Turn left. Turn right. The first set of radio gymnastics in the orphanage, the workshop is calling, get ready. Early the next morning, the children of the orphanage had already lined up in the open space at the door and started radio gymnastics. Although it was not uniform, the scene of hundreds of children doing exercises still made Might Dai's blood boil, and he kept muttering about youth. After everyone finished the exercises and started to line up to run around the orphanage, Mighty Dai finally calmed down and smiled at Hideki. Hideki, your cue and radio gymnastics are really interesting. It's just that the radio gymnastics are okay, but what are the requirements for the cue movements in front? It's nothing, just let everyone learn what it means to obey orders. Hideki stretched and said. There are many dangerous machines in the workshop. Although there are various safety measures, the premise is that these children must strictly abide by the regulations. With the children in the former orphanage are very obedient and should not have to worry. But recently, Camp No has brought a lot of children to the orphanage, and the number of people almost doubled. Because of everyone's safety, please control those bear children. Give me. Mitter laughed with a thumbs up. But after a few seconds, he was a little unconfident. Let me show me, I'm afraid I will forget tomorrow. Zayashu smiled and took a small note from his sleeves and handed it to Matt. Matt Dai opened it and found that the specific passwords and movements of the cue and radio gymnastics were recorded. It was still graphic, even if he could understand it at a glance. Hideki, you are so thoughtful. Matt Dai was overjoyed and began to read it carefully. Hideki knew that he would not listen to anything once he was immersed in it, so he interrupted him. Senior Dai, please read this note later. I want to talk to you about mechanical fluid arts first. When Matt Dai heard the words mechanical fluid arts, he suddenly woke up and raised his head and said excitedly. Hideki, you finally remembered to talk about this. I was busy moving these 2 days, or I don't know where you went, so I didn't have a chance to discuss this matter. Don't worry, we will have plenty of time to communicate later. Hideki smiled. Because I hope that Senior Dai can help me teach mechanical fluid arts to these children. Chapter 67 Teaching Arrangements. Teach mechanical fluid arts to children. Matt Dai staggered in shock, and his eyes widened. He thought that the training plan he had made for Akai was already exaggerated enough. I didn't expect that Hideki was even more radical than himself, and actually planned to teach the children the amazingly lethal mechanical fluid technique. Matt Dai quickly dissuaded him. Hideki, I know you are doing this for the children's good, but the mechanical fluid technique is too dangerous for them. Who knew that Hideki was upset and said. Senior Dai, of course I know this. I just want the children to master some self-defense skills, and by the way, select children with physical skills as candidates for the workshop security team. It's just that most of the children in the orphanage have poor talents and are young, so they have limited time to practice physical skills. So compared to ordinary physical skills, using the power of mechanical hidden weapons is the most cost-effective choice. That's why I want to use your help, Senior Dai, to see how to simplify the mechanical fluid technique and create a version suitable for children. Might Dai breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, thinking that the safety of the children depended on him, he suddenly felt a strong sense of responsibility. Then let's get started quickly, he said impatiently. Hideki smiled slightly, took out a strange arm guard from his sleeve and handed it to Might Dai, and began to introduce. This is the youth edition of the 1000 Machines hidden blade I made last night. Senior Dai, can you give me some advice? Might Dai took the arm guard and put it on his hand at the speed of light, touching it here and there, and was very curious, and kept muttering. Youth edition. Youth edition. This name sounds like it was tailor-made for me. No, no, no. Hideki complained in his heart, he just felt that the low-profile version and the beggar version were not so nice, so he called it this name. Then Hideki began to explain. Because it is only for self-defense, I only left a few basic uses for it, such as the hidden blade. While speaking, Hideki also taught Might Dai how to control the mechanism to eject the hidden blade hidden in the arm guard. Seeing that Might Dai was very interested and ready to start studying the specific moves and uses of the hidden blade, Hideki hurriedly said. For safety reasons, the hidden blade function is only open to security team members and children with permission, and the priority of teaching does not need to be too high. I want you, Senior Dai, to focus on teaching the next weapon. Might Dai finally suppressed his excitement after hearing this, and activated the second weapon under Hideki's guidance. Is this a cane? Might Dai waved the cane that was transformed from the side of the arm guard a few times, then smiled and said to Hideki. I didn't expect Hideki to know this unpopular weapon. Hideki shrugged and smiled, in fact, I also learned from Mandiantang. No wonder, the boss there is also a weapon master. Might Dai waved a few more times and couldn't help but praise. This cane is a good choice. Not only is the basic usage similar to boxing and short sticks, it is very easy to use, but there are also many advanced uses, which is just right for teaching talented children. Great minds think alike. Hideki smiled and said, but since it's called mechanical fluid technique, there are actually many uses for this cane. For example, different mechanisms can be installed on both ends of the cane, such as blades, chains, poison needles, pepper spray, etc., which can be modified according to the purpose and the user's preferences. As for how to integrate them into the cane's moves and make it more difficult to defend against, it depends on you, Senior Dai. Leave it to me. Matt Dai smiled and gave a thumbs up, and he looked like he couldn't help himself, as if he couldn't wait to start developing the uses of this mechanical cane. Senior Dai, please be patient. I'm almost done. I have integrated the long-range attack means into the cane, but it can also be used when it is not ejected. You should also pay attention to the corresponding usage, Senior Dai. Then there is the alarm device. Hideki pointed to a row of hidden buttons on the arm guard and said. It integrates the sound transmission circuit I learned recently. As long as you press them, the arm guard will make a corresponding sound, and the sound is very loud. It should be heard around the orphanage and can serve as an alarm. In addition, I have left room for expansion. You can add corresponding functions according to everyone's work needs, such as other weapons, or tool kits, first aid kits, grappling claws, etc. Hideki, you have thought too much. Matt Dai said with emotion. I didn't expect this small arm guard to have so many functions. Especially the alarm system. In fact, I was still worried about how I could take care of so many things by myself. Place. Now I feel more relieved. I finally have the confidence to take care of these two jobs at the same time. But after saying that, he suddenly hesitated and said. But Hideki, if I spend all my time developing this simplified version of the mechanical fluid technique, what about your original mechanical fluid technique? Hideki smiled and said. It doesn't matter, the children should be given priority. And after yesterday's competition, I also realized that what I lack most in physical skills is not the moves, but the physical fitness that is enough to control more powerful ninja tools. So I will start with this aspect next. Hideki, you know it's right to think like this. Might said excitedly with flames in his eyes. The foundation of physical skills is still a strong body. Do you need me to help you make a training plan? As long as you spend 25 hours a day on exercise, Hideki, you can soon have a strong body like me. Hey, how much time do you have in a day? Hideki complained in his heart, and when he thought of the experience of being hospitalized after practicing for only 1 month, his body shuddered, and he quickly declined. It's a pity that I have to take care of other work and training tasks, so I can't spend too much time on physical training. So this time I plan to use the power of mechanical and sealing techniques to see if I can find the most suitable training method for me. In fact, I had this inspiration before, but now my sealing skills have improved, so it is possible to realize it. I see, that's the only way. Might Dai said with some regret. However, he also understood that not everyone could devote their whole life to physical training like him. So he quickly cheered up and said, if you need my advice, just tell me. Don't be polite to me. Thank you in advance, Senior Dai. Hideki smiled. Just then, the children finally finished their laps and returned to the orphanage door panting. It's time for Senior Dai to go on stage. Hideki smiled. Might Dai saw that more than 100 children and more than 200 eyes seemed to be looking at him, and he suddenly felt a little timid. However, when he thought that he could finally realize his long-cherished wish and teach all he had learned to so many children, the pride in his heart burned away the timidity. Ah! He suddenly screamed, and then started running at full speed, and stopped suddenly when he came to the children. I am Might Dai, the proud blue beast of Konoha, and your future physical training teacher. Let's get along well, shed the sweat of youth together, sing praises of youth together, and live a youth that you will never regret. After saying that, Might Dai raised his thumb and grinned, with 2 rows of white teeth shining in the morning sunday. The hot appearance, hot posture, and the introduction words that were obviously inconsistent with his age and contained too much youth made the children look suspicious. How come this Might Dai teacher looks so unreliable? Everyone couldn't help but look at the more reliable brother Hideki for help. However, at this time, the children found that their brother Hideki had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 68 Uninvited Guests. A few days passed, and it was already mid-October. Since Hideki distributed the pocket puppets to the children, the ninja school has become as lively as a festival again. Because although everyone got the puppets as they wished, they still had to share them with the 5 people in the same group, and the total time they could play with them in a week was only 1 day. So every time it was their turn to use the puppets, the children would race against time and rack their brains to make this time more valuable. For example, Yui Kurane got Hideki's approval and could pull together several groups including Lin to perform a stage play in the puppetry classroom during lunch break. Although Hideki still had some difficulty understanding the use of pocket puppets to perform a melodrama. But Kurane's performance at least received unanimous praise from the girls, and even several female teachers often went to watch it. This made Hideki hold his forehead and lament that the aesthetics of the people in the ninja world still needed to be improved. After the stage play was very popular, Yui Kurane talked about business with Hideki with a proud look on her face. She said that when the point system is implemented throughout the school, she will charge points as ticket fees. Hideki smiled and praised her business acumen, but turned around and gave Minato a suggestion. Trading of points between students must be prohibited. Points are rewards for children's hard work and performance, how can you trade them at will? For example, several groups such as Genma, Ibiki, and Ebisu have been busy setting up tracks and small traps in various parts of the school recently. It turns out that playing obstacle courses in a corner of the puppetry classroom can no longer satisfy their inflated ambitions. They are preparing to hold a puppet beast obstacle course for the entire school. And in order to attract everyone to participate, they also took out everyone's points and asked Hideki to customize 3 more advanced parts as prizes for the top 3 in the obstacle course. For this correct use of points, Hideki was naturally happy to see it happen, and readily agreed to their request. Now, the other team members who were originally uninterested began to ignite their fighting spirit, and they were all eagerly waiting for the day of the competition. Of course, the most popular event was the Pocket Puppetman Battle. It goes without saying that during lunch break, even during get-out-of-class time, the children would take out their controllers and puppetmen and race against time to have a hot game. As long as they did not disrupt the order of the class, Hideki was still very tolerant. In order to let everyone find their opponents as soon as possible, he even used the little ceiling technique he had learned recently to add an interesting function to the controller. As long as the two controllers approached a certain distance, they would resonate at the same time and emit a slight vibration as a reminder. My controller vibrates, there must be a pocket puppetman user nearby. Then the eyes met, which was the signal for the battle. Every time this happened, a large group of students would quickly appear around them to watch and point fingers. Even those students who had never played pocket puppetman were never tired of watching the puppetman battle. And they all speak very well, as if as long as they go on stage, even teacher Hideki is no match for them. As for those students who have attended the puppetry class but chose not to sign up for various reasons, they are even more excited and want to grab the handle and take over. In short, the common point between these two types of students is that very day, they begged the six-path sage to appear, hoping that teacher Hideki would open the puppetry classroom as soon as possible so that they could play with pocket puppetman as soon as possible. However, the popularity of pocket puppetman still caused some problems. Although Hideki repeatedly reminded them, no students used puppetman to cause trouble in class. However, many students would secretly make puppetman parts during class to save time. Especially the apprentices in the workshop. They didn't even need tools after they had mastered the chakra carving knife. They could make the parts quietly and slowly with their hands. But their self-proclaimed secret actions were as conspicuous as fireflies in the dark night in the eyes of teachers who were at least at the level of Chunin. Every time they overturned, the teachers would complain to Hideki and borrow puppetmen to play with, which made Hideki very annoyed. So before the end of the puppetry class on Thursday, Hideki had to make a patch to the rules he set for himself. Please don't do handicrafts in other classes in the future. If you find it, in addition to deducting points, the group's puppet beast will also be confiscated for a week. As soon as this was said, the classroom was naturally filled with grief. Everyone argued with reason, everyone acted cute and coquettish, everyone threatened and lured, but unfortunately their teacher Hideki was still unmoved and even yawned. So everyone finally had to give in. Deducting points was fine. The little ninjas really couldn't imagine how they would be persecuted by their teammates if their puppet beasts were confiscated because of their own reasons. Soon the bell rang, and the children forgot about their unhappy things and made an appointment to fight each other on the playground for 300 rounds with pocket puppet beasts. After watching all the students leave, Hideki cast his eyes to a dark corner of the classroom and said in a teasing tone. It is not a good habit to peek at other people's lectures. It can easily cause unnecessary disputes. If you too are interested in puppetry, you can come to me to discuss openly. After Hideki's voice echoed in the empty classroom for more than 10 seconds, two gloomy men wearing windbreakers and sunglasses walked out of the dark corner. The Aberame clan. Hideki raised his eyebrows slightly. Is the presence of the people of this clan so low? If he hadn't been out for many years and was used to using radar perception from time to time, it would be difficult to detect their existence. Just as Hideki was looking at the two, one of the taller men, who was about 20 years old, suddenly introduced himself expressionlessly. Shijiro Aberame. The shorter young man, who looked a few years younger than Hideki, also said. Ryoma Aberame. Spider sensing technique, full coverage mode. Let's not talk about Ryoma Aberame for now, but the moment Hideki heard Shijiro Aberame's name, he decisively activated the strongest mode of spider sensing technique. In addition to spreading the chakra silk to the surroundings to form a chakra spider web as usual. Hideki also imitated the fluff on the spider's body, allowing the chakra silk to branch out a large number of fine fluffs and then wrap the whole body. Spiders have no hearing or smell, so they need to rely on fluff that is more delicate and sensitive than humans to sense everything around them. Similarly, Hideki's perception of the surroundings will become more acute in this state. If an external object wants to touch Hideki, it must first be sensed by this filter membrane. There is a reason why Hideki made such a big fuss. Because he had used brainstorming to recall and study which characters in Konoha should not be provoked. And the Aberame Shijiro in front of him is one of the most prominent ones. P.S. I originally thought that Ryoma and Orochimaru were of the same age. But after checking, I found out that the information book said that Aberame Ryoma was only 21 years old when he went with Danzo to recruit Kabuto. If we go back, he is only about 14 years old now. Chapter 69 The Nemesis of Puppet. In the original work, Danzo had a capable subordinate named Aberame Itajan, who was very powerful. His greatest achievement was that he almost successfully used a forbidden technique called pot poison technique in the Fourth Ninja World War to annihilate the entire Ninja World Alliance. And the phosphorus bug that Aberme Tajin relied on came from his father Aberme Shijiro. The reason why Hideki is so afraid of Shijiro is that the phosphorus bug is different from the parasitic bugs commonly used by the Aberme clan. It is a poisonous bug with a body size of only nanometers, which can directly attack the enemy's cells. For most ninjas in the ninja world, this is a real bug ability, and there is no means to fight against it. Even if Hideki now activates the full coverage mode of the spider sensing technique, he dare not guarantee that it can be isolated from the body. Of course, for ninjas from the same village, Aberme Shijiro would never use a killer weapon like the phosphorus bug unless it is absolutely necessary. But Hideki did not dare to rely on the mercy of his opponent for his safety. God knows whether the opponent may suddenly have a seizure. In addition to the spider sensing technique, Hideki also activated the radar perception technique to make sure there are no other ambushes. And the scroll he usually hides in his sleeves to store puppets has been injected with chakra, ready to go. Finally, Hideki jumped off the wooden platform and kept his feet on the ground, so that he could use the earth dragon hiding technique to run away at any time. After making all the preparations, he smiled and responded. I am Kimura Hideki, what can you two do for me? Aberme Shijiro continued to use a hint of emotion in his voice. Kimura Hideki, we are here to invite you to join us. Your talent is very valuable. You should go to a place where it is more suitable for you to use it. You should not waste time playing house with students here. Hideki was shocked when he heard this. How does this guy know that I often play house with Hong and the others? Well, Hideki knows that for traditional ninjas who are trained by their families or organizations and have undergone countless cruel training, coming to school is itself a large-scale game of playing house. So he did not refute, but just asked. Then I wonder which department or organization you two belong to. Root, we are a secret force independent of the Anbu. Ryoma beside Shijiro stepped forward and said in a calm tone with a hint of pride. Just like the roots buried deep in the ground of Konoha, we have been secretly guarding the peace of Konoha under the leadership of our leader, Shimura Denzo. Puff. This almost made Hideki laugh. But don't think that Denzo basically plays the role of a troublemaker in the original work, and it seems that he has never done a good thing. But if there is really no contribution to Konoha, then this route can't last so long, and finally it will become too big to be eliminated. So Hideki still suppressed his smile and said with admiration. I've been complacent about my small contribution to the school recently. I didn't expect that there is a secret army in the village that is unknown to the public, carrying the burden for Konoha behind the scenes. My friends, you are the real heroes. When Hideki said this, he wanted to put his arm around the other party's shoulder, but unfortunately he didn't dare. So you agree to become a member of our route? Shihei asked, and his tone did not change at all because of Hideki's flattery. Hideki originally wanted to go around in circles with the other party to avoid a conflict without full preparation. But he seemed to sense something suddenly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, then shook his head and said. I'm very sorry, I still have to reject your kindness. Because I'm not a person who likes to give up halfway. I've only started both the school and the workshop, so I can't just abandon all the children. Of course there is another important reason. While talking to you, there have been many small insects trying to invade my body. I don't doubt your contribution to Konoha, but it's really hard for me to believe your sincerity like this. After saying that, Hideki smiled and waved his hand gently. A chakra line flew out from the tip of his index finger, and then turned into a blue streamer that shuttled around him, and then gradually turned black. If you look closely, you will find that the chakra line at this time is already full of black flying insects that are smaller than mosquitoes. Aberme Shijiro frowned slightly when he saw this, and then turned his head to look at Aberme Ryoma, whose face was a little dark beside him. He didn't blame Ryoma for releasing parasites to invade Hideki's body. Because according to the original plan, if the soft approach didn't work, he also planned to let Ryoma teach the other party a lesson and show the power of the root ninja. What he was really dissatisfied with was that Ryoma was discovered so easily, which disrupted his plan. Ryoma himself was very clear about this, so after being looked at by Shihei, his body shuddered and hurriedly stepped forward and said, I will make up for the mistakes I made. After saying that, he raised his right hand, and then a large number of parasites flew out of his sleeves and turned into a black mist to attack Hideki. Shihei just watched silently and didn't stop it. Although there was a mistake in the process, the result would probably not be changed. Because ninjas must speak with strength after all. When Kimura Hideki saw the overwhelming strength of the root ninja, his words would be more convincing. Although Ryoma was also a special jonin and younger than the other party, Shihei was not worried about the result of this battle at all. Because different types of ninjas have a mutual restraint phenomenon. Coincidentally, the Aberame clan, who control the parasites, are the nemesis of the puppeteer. Because the parasites are very small, they can easily drill into the puppet to destroy it, or directly block the mechanism with their bodies, making the puppet temporarily scrapped. And the habit of the parasites to feed on chakra allows them to easily find and erode the puppeteer's chakra line, and even find the puppeteer's hiding position along the chakra line. In addition, the parasites have strong poison resistance after years of breeding and cultivation by the Aberame clan, so they are not afraid of the poison that the puppeteer is good at using. Even if the poison is effective, the Aberame clan ninjas can use the cocoon to make the parasites hatch and iterate quickly, and breed individuals with corresponding resistance. So unless there is a huge gap in strength, the insect masters of the Aberame clan will have an absolute advantage when facing the puppeteer. At this time, Ryoma has already controlled the black mist composed of parasites to approach Hideki. Hey, you guys from the Aberame clan are really not in line with the style of the ninja world, you guys just started fighting without saying anything. If you still want to fight, can you go out and fight? These tables and chairs of mine are all new. Will you be responsible if they break? Hideki complained while dodging the attack of the swarm of insects, and soon forced his way to the front of the platform. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping or changing venues, Hideki had to take out the storage scroll he had prepared and opened it. Bang! A cloud of white smoke exploded in front of Hideki, and then a puppet resembling a mantis appeared in the original place. This puppet was about the same height as Hideki, with four forelimbs, and at the end of each forelimb was a peculiarly shaped sickle, with a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, emitting a cold light. The puppet mantis was made very delicately, but its overly slender body and multiple hollow designs made it look light and fluttery, as if it was not very solid. It is not difficult to see that this puppet was the product of Hideki's transformation of the trophy puppet he obtained in the forest last time. Hideki, who is bad at naming, gave this puppet a very familiar name, Scythe. Although there are no wings on the back of this mantis, it seems that it can't fly at all. Is it a mantis? It seems that Kimura Hideki has a good aesthetic taste, but it seems that the outcome of this battle has been revealed. Ryoma continued to control the swarm of insects to approach Hideki, and at the same time he thought to himself. Because this is a puppet specialized for close combat, and its weapons are all sharp weapons such as sickles, which are not suitable for dealing with parasitic insects. However, just as this thought emerged in his mind, the scythe suddenly raised a sickle high and swung it down with force. The next moment, without any signs, the approaching insect group was suddenly cut in half. Before Ryoma could figure out the situation, his body couldn't help but jump to the side quickly. Swish! Immediately afterwards, a blade of air that was difficult to see with the naked eye flashed past the place where he had just stood, and finally hit the classroom wall, leaving a deep knife mark. Aberame Ryoma was immediately confused, and his eyes behind the sunglasses were wide open like copper bells. Chapter 70 Scythe. Is this a vacuum wave? Aberame Ryoma quickly came to his senses and said with a lingering fear. Because if it wasn't for Brother Shijiro controlling the parasite to pull him away, and he waited for him to react and dodge, he would have to pay the price of at least one hand. Yes, and no. Aberame Shijiro stared at the sickle of the puppet mantis and said lightly. Although the principle is very similar. But unlike the wind escape vacuum wave that Danzo is good at, this is not a ninjutsu. It should be a mechanism that compresses air to simulate a similar effect. It seems that Kimura Hideki chose to use this puppet to deal with your parasite, and there is a reason. The reason why Shijiro changed his mind is very simple. Because just like puppetry is restrained by parasites, light parasites are also restrained by wind escape. For example, a large-scale gust of wind can easily blow away parasites. Even if it is just a wind blade that didn't kill many parasites just now, the aftermath is enough to make the surrounding parasites dizzy and temporarily lose the ability to obey Ryoma's command. So Shihei immediately turned his head to look at Ryoma and said in a cold tone. Ryoma, don't underestimate the enemy again. If you lose, you should know what the consequences will be. Ryoma's mind suddenly flashed with various cruel punishments, some from the roots and some from the Aberame clan, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. I will redeem my gaffe. Ryoma said hurriedly, and his tone was no longer as calm as before. He didn't dare to hate Shihei, so he could only attribute all his hatred to Hideki. It's all Kimura Hideki's fault. Not only did he not surrender, he even dared to fight back in this way. Did he think that by simulating the power of wind escape through the mechanism, he could defeat the parasite? How naive! It is precisely because the parasite is restrained by wind escape that the Aberame clan has long developed a set of countermeasures against wind escape. Paris, hail! Aberame Ryoma raised his hands, and countless parasites flew out of his sleeves, far more than before. However, this time they did not form a black mist, but formed a dense group of small insects, and then shot towards Hideki and his puppet at high speed. Hideki shrugged helplessly when he saw this, and began to control Scyther to fight back. Air Blade Slash! Air Blade Great Spin Slash! Air Blade Unparalleled Slash! I saw Scyther waving 4 sickles quickly, and air blades whizzed out, killing several insect swarms each time. Unfortunately, compared with the overwhelming number of insect swarms, Scyther's achievements were still a drop in the bucket. Obviously, this was Longma's purpose, to reduce the damage caused by the wind blades by breaking the hole into parts. The compact structure and bullet-like shape of the insect swarm not only reduced air resistance, allowing it to fly faster, but also reduced the damage caused by the aftermath of the wind blades. In this way, his army of parasitic insects only needed to sacrifice a small number of members to easily get close to the puppet mantis. And the battle situation developed just as Longma expected. Those insect swarms really looked like shotguns. There were so many and so fast that they soon broke through the blockade of the puppet mantis. Hideki could no longer stand at the back and control the situation. He had to constantly move between the tables and chairs in the classroom to avoid the attacks of the insect swarms. Watching the insect swarms whizzing and hitting the tables and chairs, creating deep pits, Hideki couldn't help but said with heartache. Hey, I told you that these tables and chairs are new, can you be careful? This guy actually still cares about the tables and chairs. Does he have any other tricks? Ryoma didn't dare to be careless. He put his hands together and controlled more insect swarms to shoot at Hideki and the puppet. Even if Hideki's operation level was high, it was useless. He and the puppet were gradually forced into a corner and were about to be overwhelmed by the overwhelming swarm of insects. Then, boom! A fierce whirlwind suddenly rose up, blowing away all the attacking parasites and even the tables and chairs. Then Hideki's somewhat helpless voice sounded from behind the puppet mantis. Hey, I told you, don't destroy the tables and chairs anymore. As soon as the voice fell, the tables and chairs blown by the strong wind first hit the wall, then fell to the ground, and suddenly became missing arms and legs. Hey, you are obviously destroying things happily. Ryoma said in his heart, but unfortunately he was no longer in the mood to complain. Because at this time, the 2 people from the Aberame clan discovered that the puppet mantis had actually changed. Its 4 forelimbs have been pieced together, and the 4 sickles at the end form a strange cross-shaped weapon, which looks like déjà vu for the 2 people. It's a fan. It's a fan. Shihei and Ryoma quickly thought of the source of the déjà vu. And it is not difficult to imagine that the principles of the 2 should be very similar. I didn't expect that Kimura Hideki's puppet would have such a change, but even if it is an attack similar to a large-scale wind escape, our Aberame clan also has a way to crack it. Aberame Ryoma put his palms together again, reorganized the parasites that were blown away, and attacked Hideki again. However, this time he did not attack head-on, but sent out 3 detachments to advance along the left and right walls and the ceiling, preparing to outflank Hideki himself. Even if you use that fan-like move again, it is impossible to catch all the parasites in one fell swoop. Aberame Ryoma could not help but declare victory. Kimura Hideki, you have already lost. That's hard to say. Hideki said with a smile. You know I never said it was a fan, right, Scythe? The next moment, Scythe's combined 4 limbs began to rise upward, and the blade-shaped sickle at the top reversed downward and began to rotate horizontally, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Seeing this, Ryoma's face changed drastically, as if he had realized what Hideki was going to do, and began to frantically drive the swarm forward, trying to interrupt Hideki's actions. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Air Blade / Secret, Air Blade Storm. A violent whirlwind suddenly erupted with the puppet as the center, blowing away all the parasites in all directions. And the whirlwind did not stop, but turned faster and faster, gradually sweeping the entire classroom, blowing all the tables and chairs to the wall. The two people from the Aberme clan were no exception, and had to retreat to the wall to watch in order to avoid being blown away. At this time, let alone the parasites, even Ryoma himself could hardly get close. Even Shijiro and Ryoma were surprised to see that the puppet mantis actually began to slowly fly up under the action of the wind, and then floated in the air. Hideki, who was standing in the windless area just below the scythe, almost laughed out loud when he saw the unbelievable look of the two people who had never seen a helicopter. I didn't expect that the ninjas of the Aberme clan could also make such emotional expressions. Yes, this is the true form of Hideki's puppet. After all, the name of scythe was not chosen randomly by Hideki. Hey, now there is flying mantis, but it can no longer look like a mantis, okay? Hideki complained to himself. After all, this is just a prototype puppet that Hideki made to utilize waste materials and simulate the effect of wind escape with a mechanism, so the requirements cannot be too high. But even so, the barrier built with strong wind pressure seems to be enough to make the young Ryoma helpless. If it were normal times, he would not be afraid of Hideki's move at all. Because he doesn't need to attack forcefully, he can wait for Hideki to exhaust himself. But now what he needs most is to defeat Hideki immediately and show the strength of the root ninja. Time passed second by second, but Ryoma still couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock. Thinking of the possible punishment for mission failure, sweat kept pouring down his forehead. Back off, Ryoma. Just then, Shijiro's voice sounded. Wait, please let me try again. Don't worry, you won't be punished for this. Ryoma's anxious rebuttal was quickly interrupted by Shihei. Then Shihei explained calmly. Because this time I trusted the information too much and underestimated the other party. I will redeem myself for my own misconduct. After that, Aberme Shihei raised his right hand, ready to attack personally. Obviously, in Ryoma's eyes, there is still a way to crack the wall of size. However, at this moment, a figure shining with golden light suddenly appeared in the middle of both sides, and said in a gentle but firm tone. Please stop, everyone. Shihei, who was ready to go, put his hand down immediately, knowing that he might return empty-handed this time. Because the figure that just appeared in front of him was none other than the strongest ninja recognized by their new generation, Namikaze Minato. Chapter 71 Ending. This guy is finally here. As soon as Hideki saw Minato, he stopped the action of scythe and let it land on the ground, while complaining in his heart. The reason why he didn't continue to pretend to be polite just now was because when he used radar perception to check for enemy ambushes, he detected that Minato had appeared near the school. First of all, compared with root recruitment and root attack, of course the latter can attract more attention from Minato and the third Hokage, at least it can make Danzo quiet for a while. Secondly, Hideki can also test the strength of the puppet's nemesis, the Aberme clan ninja, in an absolutely safe situation, and by the way test whether the countermeasures he formulated can work. However, Hideki had not originally intended to use his secret weapon, the air blade storm. It was just that he had not expected that Minato would be blocked by someone at the school gate. And the person who blocked him was none other than Inyazuka Ja, who was also teaching here. Hideki knew without thinking that it must be this familiar Ja who came to chat with Minato as soon as he saw him. But this made Hideki, who had already started the fight, a little confused, and he had to use the air blade storm in the end. This made Hideki reflect deeply. Placing his hopes on Minato, who was always late at critical moments, was too naive. Minato didn't know why, but he always felt that Hideki looked at him with some resentment. However, he had no time to investigate. Seeing that both sides had stopped fighting, his originally serious expression suddenly relaxed. He sighed and said, "Private fights between Konoha ninjas are strictly prohibited. Senior Shijiro, Hideki, you should all know this clearly." Hideki knew that even if it was defined as a private fight, the other party would not be hurt, so he spread his hands and said, "This is not a private fight, but a sparring match. It's just that this young Ryoma is too impatient. I told him that we could go to the training ground outside to spar, but he still started fighting directly. Look, all the tables and chairs in the classroom have been broken by him. They are obviously newly bought high-end products." Minato was slightly stunned when he heard this. Because when he just came in, he clearly saw that the whirlwind created by Hideki caused greater damage to the classroom. And he remembered that Hideki seemed to have said before that the tables and chairs in the classroom were all made by him to save money. However, Minato did not think about it carefully, and began to ask Shihei and the others. What do you two say? Shihei did not want to tangle with Minato, so he decided to go down the steps given by Hideki and glanced at Ryoma. Ryoma was still a little indignant, and immediately bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive." "It's okay." Hideki walked to Minato's side, waved his hand and said in a mature manner, "It's normal for young people to be more aggressive. I was like this back then." The other three people all had a few black lines on their heads. "You are only 19 years old now, you are still very young, okay?" Seeing both sides say this, although Minato knew the trick, he had no intention of exposing it, but smiled and said to Ryoma, "In that case, you must be careful not to be so impulsive in the future." For the gloomy ninjas of the Aberme clan, Minato's smile was too dazzling, just like the sun to vampires. So Ryoma couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and then nodded with a constipated look on his face. Seeing that the matter was resolved satisfactorily, Minato smiled and said to the 3 people, "It's getting late. As a sign of reconciliation, why don't we go out for a meal together? I recently found a ramen stall with delicious ramen." "No need." Aberme Shijiro refused indifferently, and then he cast his eyes on Hideki. "Kimura Hideki, you are more powerful than I thought. Sure enough, you should go to a place where you can better use your talents. My previous invitation is still valid. I hope you can figure it out soon. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will regret it." After saying that, his body suddenly turned into countless parasites, and then flew away with the wind. Hideki also showed a regretful expression. It's a pity that Minato is not Hokage yet, otherwise he can use that classic dialogue to refute the other party. "Remember, I am the Hokage." Ryoma has not yet learned Shijiro's cool way of exiting, so he had to turn around and leave in disgrace. It's a pity that he was stopped after taking a few steps. "Ryoma, please stay." Hideki smiled and rubbed his hands. "Since you admit that it is your fault, shouldn't you first calculate the maintenance fee for this classroom and the tables and chairs before leaving?" After a while, Ryoma left the puppetry classroom with a dark face and clean sleeves. "Next time when the tables and chairs are replaced, you are welcome to come and spar with me again." Hideki's voice sounded from behind, and Ryoma's face became darker, and his pace of leaving became faster. Hideki, who was standing at the door seeing this, grinned and began to count the stack of bills in his hand. "Tisk tisk tisk, you are worthy of being a special jonin of the route, you actually carry so much money with you." Minato, who witnessed the whole process of Hideki's blackmail, was a little amused. "Hideki, it shouldn't cost so much money to repair the tables and chairs in the classroom. To be precise, it doesn't cost a penny," Hideki said with a sly smile. "With such a good opportunity, I must let the children practice with the classroom and tables and chairs. As for this money, it's just right to buy materials to make more pocket puppet beasts." Minato secretly mourned for Ryoma in his heart, and then said seriously, "I will report to the Hokage about what happened just now, and it shouldn't happen again in the future. It's nothing, anyway, I got compensated." Hideki shrugged, then smiled. "If they can make a lot of money like this every time, then I hope they can come to spar more times." Minato could only shake his head and smile bitterly when he heard this. Soon after, Hideki and Minato came to a ramen stand near Konoha People's Park. "Hand-beating boss, 2 servings of tonkatsu ramen." "Okay." Minato opened the curtain familiarly, and as soon as he sat down, he couldn't wait to order the food, and then turned his head to greet Hideki. "Hideki, you should sit down and order the food quickly, the ramen here is really delicious, I have to eat 2 bowls at a time." "Only 2 bowls, rubbish. Do you know what the record of your daughter-in-law is?" Hideki complained in his heart, and then sat next to Minato and looked at the owner who was busy opposite. Although he was just an ordinary chef, this owner played an irreplaceable role in the growth process of the protagonist of the original work. Of course, hand-beating is still a slightly immature young man, probably in his early 20s. Even the Ichiraku ramen shop has not yet opened, and he is still just a ramen stand owner. Indeed, Hideki had a vague impression that when the Lost Tower plot took place, Ichiraku Ramen had just opened. It seems that the boss of the hand-printed version will have to save money for a few years. "The pork bone ramen is ready. I'll make another one for you after you finish eating." Minato. The hand-printed version placed a bowl of steaming ramen in front of Minato. "Then I'll start eating first." After Minato said something to Hideki, he couldn't wait to start eating the noodles. The satisfied look on his face made Hideki feel that Minato's appearance and eating style alone should have a bright future as a food broadcaster. The hand-printed version also smiled at Minato eating noodles, which made him feel very accomplished every time. However, he didn't forget Hideki, and then turned his head and asked, "Dear guest, I wonder if you have decided what to order." Chapter 72 Denzo's Plan. Then give me a portion of pork bone ramen too. Hideki glanced at the menu on the wall and said casually, "Okay, it'll be ready soon." While waiting, Hideki saw that Minato had finished a bowl of ramen, so he said, "Minato, how is the progress of the points plan? Students always come to me to ask when it will be officially implemented." Before, Minato volunteered to get some sponsorship for the plan because he saw that the types of prizes that can be exchanged in the points plan were too few and it was really shabby. Hideki was naturally happy to relax, so he left everything to Minato. But after several days, there was no movement, so he had to ask a few questions. Minato said a little embarrassedly, "I'm really sorry for delaying for so long. Because my friends who are familiar with me often go out of the village to do tasks, I have to wait for them to come back and convince them one by one, so it takes a little time. And in addition to them, I also hope to get as many ninja tribes as possible to join this plan, and I am also trying to convince them, but the progress is not very smooth." Then Minato told Hideki about his experience of visiting various ninja tribes as if complaining. Hideki gradually understood his difficulties. In short, most of the clan leaders of the ninja clan are still old-fashioned and have a low acceptance of new things like the points plan. With the power of Minato's face fruit, it is not difficult to get them to donate a little money. But it is still difficult to get them to ask the elites in the clan to help guide students or give out some good things as prizes. However, Hideki felt that Minato's problem was not small, and couldn't help but teasing. "Minato, I didn't expect you to be a perfectionist." Minato also smiled bitterly, "Indeed, I thought too naively. It is not so easy to increase the opportunities for communication and reduce barriers through this plan." Hideki couldn't help but smile when he heard it. In fact, the direction of Minato's efforts was not wrong. Diluting the concept of the ninja clan through ninja schools and master-apprentice inheritance has always been a policy that the village has been implementing since its establishment. It's just that everyone is here for profit. For those old shady tribe leaders who don't know how to act until they see the rabbit, it's useless to just talk to them about the will of fire like Minato did. Only by offering them actual benefits can they voluntarily join this plan. Thinking of this, Hideki's eyes suddenly turned, and he had thought of a good idea. He began to teach Minato the key points in this way and that way. In a dark office at the root base. "I've understood the situation, Shihei, Ryoma, you guys get up." Denzo put down the reports of the two and said in a deep voice. "Kimura Hideki's strength and Namikaze Minato's appearance are unexpected factors, you guys are not to blame. Denzo is not so easy to talk to at ordinary times, but Shihei is his most capable assistant, so he naturally has to give him some preferential treatment. Denzo, please give me another chance, I will definitely defeat Kimura Hideki next time." Ryoma stood up and bowed his head to ask for instructions, his tone seemed to be a little bit gritting his teeth. Denzo shook his head and said, "It's not necessary now, I will tell you again when I need it." Ryoma still wanted to fight for it, but after being glanced at by Shihei on the side, he trembled slightly and bowed his head and said, "Yes, Denzo." Soon the two left the office. Denzo picked up the report again, feeling a little depressed. Since he had no outstanding achievements in the past, he thought that Kimura Hideki's strength should be very average. Unexpectedly, when he was restrained, he could still make Ryoma helpless. His strength was definitely not as simple as written in the information. At this time, Denzo realized why Hiruzen had valued this young man so much before, and even compared him with Minato. More importantly, according to Shijiro's description, Kimura Hideki could actually use the mechanism to simulate the wind escape ability such as vacuum waves. This made Denzo, who was good at wind escape, feel a sense of mutual admiration and wanted to recruit him even more. It's a pity that the best opportunity was missed due to the interference of Namikaze Minato. In the case of alerting the enemy, Hiruzen will probably send people to keep an eye on him for a while, and will not give himself a chance to take advantage of it. Since the route is still in its infancy, Denzo really doesn't have the confidence to confront Hiruzen head-on, so he can only choose to stay put for the time being. Anyway, Kimura Hideki can't run away, and sooner or later there will be a chance to recruit him. However, without Kimura Hideki's help, how to solve the financial crisis of the route has become a big problem. Danzo exhaled lightly, cast his eyes on the thick stack of funding applications on the table, and frowned. You know, separating the route from the Anbu is not as simple as changing offices. From the construction of the base to the purchase of a ninja tool, they can no longer rely on the power of the Anbu. Especially in order to build an intelligence network independent of the Anbu in the ninja world, Danzo spent a lot of money to build intelligence stations in various places. It's a pity that he still underestimated the cost of this. Intelligence stations generally need to use legitimate business as a disguise, and the management ability of the ninjas cultivated by his route is urgent, so most of them have been in a loss-making state. Although the loss of each station is not too much, Danzo is eager for success and spreads too much at once, so the funds will naturally be stretched soon. And this is exactly why Danzo urgently needs Hideki. At this moment, Danzo accidentally caught a glimpse of a small book next to the funding application. That was the market research report written by Hideki that he had taken away before. This suddenly gave him an idea. Even if he failed to attract Kimura Hideki to the route, it didn't mean that he couldn't borrow his business talent. Come on, let the head of the development department bring his most capable craftsman to see me. Danzo clapped his hands twice and quickly ordered. Also, go buy all the new toys you can find on the market for me. Yes, Master Danzo. The subordinates who entered the door and listened to the order quickly left the office. Danzo picked up the market research report and read it again. The reason why he issued those orders just now was because he suddenly remembered what Hiruzen had said. It seems that the new toys invented by Kimura Hideki will be copied and imitated by other businessmen sooner or later, and then the price will gradually drop. In this case, it is better to give the money to his route instead of giving it to others. Danzo couldn't help but reveal a treacherous smile. Because he believed that Hiruzen and Kimura Hideki would not have too much objection, after all. He did this for Konoha. Chapter 73 Review and Countermeasures. That night, in the attic of the orphanage, Hideki was lying on a large carved bed, staring at the tilted wooden ceiling in a daze, as if thinking about something. In fact, after Might Dai moved into the orphanage a few days ago, Hideki also moved in soon. Because research work requires a lot of space, and brainstorming techniques must be avoided from being discovered, Hideki set up a room on the top floor of the attic. And what Hideki was thinking about was naturally today's battle with Aberame Ryoma. Although the battle was interrupted by Minato, Hideki still got a lot of useful information. For example, the ninjas of the Aberame clan do have some countermeasures against the wind escape that restrains them. Although Aberame Ryoma seemed helpless when facing his hidden air blade storm. But Aberame Shikuro looked very calm at the time, and even seemed ready to attack, so it was obvious that there was a way to break it. However, what really made Hideki feel apprehensive was the scene where Aberame Shikuro turned into a parasite and disappeared. Because even he could not detect I wonder when the other party replaced his original body with a clone made of parasitic bugs. But what's more terrifying is the fact that Aberame Shijiro can use parasitic bugs. You should know that in the original work, Aberame Tajin only had a kind of poisonous bug, the phosphorus bug, on his body. Even so, he already had the strength to make Obito pay for one hand, and even almost wiped out the ninja coalition. If Aberame Shijiro could accommodate both phosphorus bugs and parasitic bugs, or even more poisonous bugs, Hideki couldn't imagine how difficult this guy would be. Of course, if you think in a positive direction, maybe the other party just hasn't mastered the use of phosphorus bugs yet, so he uses regular parasitic bugs. But Hideki, who has always been cautious, doesn't dare to hold such an optimistic idea and fight a guy who may have nano-poisonous bugs. Alas, I laughed at Minato for being a perfectionist. In fact, I'm not much better. Hideki sighed and began to reflect deeply. Because he was familiar with the original plot, Hideki made a plan to become stronger, targeting those gods who were too embarrassed to go out and meet people without driving Gundam in the later period of the original work, and even the Otsutsuki clan. That's why Hideki spent a lot of energy learning the sealing technique that directly targets the source of chakra, and recently began to study how to improve physical fitness and strive to make up for his innate lack of foundation. Even if he found some good materials in the Valley of the End, he thought about making them into more powerful puppets when the technology is better in the future. But now it seems that he is still a little too ambitious. You know, the reason why he can take out Scyther today is because when he disassembled the trophy puppet before, he found that it could be used to verify the principle of air blade slash, so he spent some time to transform it. If it weren't for it, he wouldn't lose the battle with Ryoma today, but he would definitely expose more information before Minato arrived. Not to mention that Minato can't always catch up, Obito in the original work must feel the same. If this continues, I'm afraid that before dealing with those gods, Hideki will capsize in some small ditch. Of course, the training to consolidate the foundation cannot be stopped, but I still have to find a way to improve my strength first. Hideki sat up and pondered slowly. And the direction of improvement must be able to deal with the phosphorus bugs of Aberame Shikuro. In fact, Hideki had brainstormed on this problem before, but unfortunately there was no good way at that time. But after this period of hard study, Hideki believed that he should be able to get a different result. In order to avoid more trouble, Hideki got up decisively and started to prepare. Lock the door, draw the curtains, and activate the alarm. Use radar perception to confirm that there are no suspicious people around, and no one is using perception ninjutsu to detect here. Use the spider sense technique to search the room thoroughly, not even a bug will be spared. No, it should be said that it is precisely because it is a bug that it cannot be spared. After confirming that there is no abnormality, Hideki took out 6 thinking hats from the storage scroll and put on the blue hat responsible for overall planning and command. The green hat representing innovative thinking seems to be indispensable every time. Maybe I should really listen to the advice of the shadow clone and change the color. Next is the white hat representing objectivity and rationality, responsible for organizing the information. Finally, in order to make the plan foolproof, add the black hat representing pessimism and negation. Okay, it's decided that it's you. Hideki threw the 3 hats upwards, and then quickly formed seals with both hands. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. Before the 3 groups of exploding white smoke dissipated, a hand stretched out from each of them. They grabbed a hat impartially and put it on the head of their respective owners. Then the 4 of them sat on the floor in a 4-corner formation, and then Hideki's right hand raised a sword finger in front of his chest and said softly. Brainstorming technique. The runes on the 4 people's hats began to glow, and the gem in the center began to shoot chakra lines to connect with each other. At the same time, the 3 shadow clones tilted their heads back, their eyes rolled back, and began to have a heated discussion through chakra. White Hat Hideki was responsible for collating and providing all relevant information. Green Hat Hideki was responsible for using these materials to be creative and come up with new ideas. Black Hat Hideki was responsible for finding faults and rejecting the Green Hat's ideas with the most critical eyes. Only the ideas that he approved would appear in the mind of Blue Hat Hideki, that is, the main body. It seems that this time the subject is not easy, so Hideki waited for almost a minute before getting the first plan. The cuckolded little green suggested, as long as the chakra control is improved to the next level, the spider induction technique should be able to completely intercept the nano-level phosphorus bugs. Little Black refuted, although this method is feasible, it takes too long and it will not help. Little Green patched, as long as we use the brainstorming technique in the battle, the main body can use our power to temporarily improve the chakra control. Little Hay hesitated, although this is true, the shadow clone is too fragile, and a large amount of chakra will be lost after being broken. The cost of failure is too high. And this may also expose the existence of the brainstorming technique. Well, this plan must be decided by the main body. After receiving this information, Hideki himself fell into a period of contemplation. With the current stage of the brainstorming technique, it is indeed too risky to use it directly in battle. It can only be used as a last resort. However, how to prevent the shadow clone from being hurt and reduce the possibility of exposure, so that this tactic can be used at any time, is also a very good topic. After Hideki silently wrote down this idea, he immediately received a new plan. Chapter 74 Public Beta. Next, Xyla provided several feasible plans. For example, fighting poison with poison, continuously releasing poison mist during battle, so that the phosphorus bugs are poisoned to death before they get close to their bodies. Or changing the surrounding temperature, so that the phosphorus bugs are inactivated and die faster in the air. Hideki made all these plans as contingency plans and prepared to make corresponding ninja tools just in case. However, these plans that could not guarantee 100% feasibility made Hideki feel uneasy, so he continued to wait for a safer plan. Xyla said that if he wanted to be safer, he could only completely isolate it from the body. A set of nano-level protective clothing is a good choice. Xyla refuted that with the technology and materials that the main body currently has, it is difficult to make a protective clothing that is both light and easy to use, and strong enough to withstand the combat intensity of the upper ninja level. Xyla smiled and said, Xyla, have you forgotten that in many games in your previous life, in addition to armor, Characters also have a very common means of protection. Xiaohei was silent for 3 seconds, and then said, "I understand." And Hideki's main body certainly understood it. The three smiled at each other, and then with 2 bangs, the 2 shadow clones disappeared. Xiaobai, who was still busy sorting out the information, was a little confused. "What? It's over. It's over." Hideki waved his hand and removed it before the other party made an international friendly gesture, then stood up and came to a bookshelf. The books and scrolls of sealing techniques that Minato lent him were neatly placed on it. Hideki searched a little and took out one of the scrolls and spread it out. It was written, "Introduction to the Art of Barrier. Speaking of the protective equipment in the game in the previous life, it must be light and not affect the battle, and it must be strong enough." Hideki immediately thought of bikini armor. No, it was various shields. Whether it was a science fiction energy shield or a fantasy magic cube shield, they all met Hideki's requirements. In the ninja world, the most similar thing to them is the art of barrier as a branch of sealing techniques. The 4 red yang formation launched by 4 cage-level ninjas can even resist the strength of the 10 tails beast ball, and the upper limit is definitely very high. Hideki naturally does not expect himself to be at this level now, but if it is just to deal with a small phosphorus bug, he is still quite confident. The key problem is that it is very difficult to release the barrier technique. Generally, it is either to draw rune spells in advance and deploy the barrier in a fixed place. Or it is like the 4 red yang formation and the 4 purple yang formation, which are performed by multiple ninjas. However, for Hideki, the puppeteer, these are not 2 big problems. After all, in the original work, Cho used her arms to perform the mechanical light shield seal, which Hideki thought should also use the principle of the barrier technique. With the reference object, the real difficulty lies in how to create a shield with sufficient strength, cover the whole body, and sustain a battle under the condition of portability. And this is the topic that Hideki will focus on next. With a clear goal, Hideki wanted to work late into the night and learn everything in the scroll as soon as possible. Unfortunately, his aching brain was constantly protesting, forcing him to put the scroll back on the bookshelf. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow. After a battle, Hideki used the brainstorming technique again. His brain was like a paste after being blended in a blender. After putting away his thinking hat with extraordinary perseverance, Hideki staggered to the bed and fell on it with a bang. Then in less than a second, a slight snoring sounded, and Hideki had fallen into a sweet dream. So time began to pass again. The next morning, it was said that the Sandame and Danzo had a quarrel in the Hokage's office. And it was said that the quarrel was so loud that the guards outside had to stay away for fear of hearing something they shouldn't hear. After that, the Sandame summoned Hideki again, comforted him with a pleasant face, and even distributed the funds very readily. At the same time, there was an Anbu watching Hideki every moment. Although they were not watching Hideki, but Danzo and their subordinates. But Hideki still felt a little restrained, and his resentment towards Danzo deepened. Fortunately, these Anbu were the lowest level, the kind that Kabuto Yakushi would kill casually in the future, probably at the level of Chunin. So if Hideki wanted to, it would be easy to get rid of them and go to the Valley of the End to draw prizes. But in order to avoid suspicion, Hideki decided to restrain himself temporarily and reduce the number of times he went to draw prizes. 2 days later, it was the day for the apprentices to come to the workshop to study. With the ability to build with his own hands, the temptation of advanced puppet beast parts finally brought all the qualified students together. Even Asuma, who had never been interested in handmade products, joined the workshop family with a hum and a proud look. Because there were exactly 36 people, Hideki also jokingly called them the 36 heavenly evils. Seeing that the number of apprentices was almost enough and the workshop was about to be built, Hideki's toy store opening officially entered the countdown. But before that, there was another new thing brought by him, which caused quite a stir in Konoha. A few days later, early in the morning, a large number of students gathered at the gate of the ninja school. Although the gate was open, no one wanted to enter the school. Instead, they rushed to the wall next to the gate to see the notice posted on it. Notice on the points system, trial, of Konoha Ninja School. Article 1, in order to thoroughly implement the spirit of the will of fire, strengthen the construction of academic style, create a good learning atmosphere, fully mobilize students' enthusiasm for learning, and improve the quality of teaching. The school decided to give points to individuals who perform well in classes, exams, and official activities, and specially formulated this reward method. Article 2. So what exactly is this points system? Can someone explain it to me? Those students who arrived a step late could only see the top few lines of the notice, and they were all scratching their heads anxiously. Fortunately, Ebisu, who is known as Mr. Know-It-All and has always been a good teacher, is patiently explaining the content of the points plan to the students around him. Don't you know this? You should know that our puppetry class has been implementing a closed beta version last week, and now it is finally the turn of the school-wide public beta. In short, as long as you perform well in class, exams, or various activities, you can get points as rewards. And points are good things. As long as you accumulate enough points, you can ask your homeroom teacher to redeem the rewards you want at any time. The reward redemption table is posted next to this notice. What? I can't see it. Okay, then I'll tell you a few of the most representative ones for your reference. Chapter 75 Points System. Seeing that the attention of the little ninjas had been attracted, Ebisu was very proud. He opened a delicate fan with a snap and continued. First of all, of course, the highest level of reward must be mentioned, personal guidance from the Hokage. Yes, you all heard it right, and it's not 3 or 4,000, not 1 or 2,000, but only 998. As long as you get 998 points, the third Hokage, who is known as the strongest Hokage and ninja doctor, will personally provide 2 hours of special guidance. The little ninjas couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when they heard it, making the air around them even hotter. This points system is too impressive. Even the busy Hokage personally participated in it. Many children from the ninja clan thought that this points system was just a small fight to fool civilian students, and some of them were dismissive. But when they heard this, they couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and prick up their ears, trying to get more relevant information. However, some people were not tactful enough to pour cold water on them. Don't dream, I just squeezed over to take a look, and found that the points are not that easy to get. It seems that in a class, the teacher can only give out 10 points at most. It's not that easy to compete with the whole class for those 10 points. I guess it will be occupied by the students with good grades in the end. This time, the little ninjas had different expressions. A few good students couldn't help but curl their lips, and they were secretly happy. But most students with average or abnormal grades were still a little frustrated, and felt that they probably had no chance of getting the reward. Fortunately, Ebisu quickly fanned himself and shook his head. No, this classmate, you only know one side of the story, not the other. Because it is also written in the announcement that in addition to students with excellent performance, students who have made progress can also get points as rewards. So no matter whether you are a good student or a bad student, as long as you study hard, you will definitely get the teacher's recognition and reward. At the very least, the school will also hold various points activities in the future. As long as you actively participate, you can also get a lot of points rewards. The little ninjas smiled and suddenly felt endless enthusiasm in their hearts. Students with average and lower grades are all ready to study hard, striving to let the teacher see their progress in class and exams. Students with good grades are very interested in various points activities, and are ready to show their skills in them and harvest more points at the same time. So, it's not difficult to get points. On the contrary, I think how to resist exchanging other prizes in the process of accumulating points is the real biggest problem. Following this topic, Ebisu continued to introduce. For example, there are many guidance projects in the rewards, which are very attractive. 400 points of Jonin guidance, 200 points of special Jonin guidance, and 100 points of Chunin guidance. For us ninja school students, for the sake of the reward, perhaps this kind of reward is more cost-effective. And the ninjas who signed up for this plan are not simple. Just to mention the ones I remember, there are Minato Namikaze, Shinosuke Sarutobi, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, Inyazuka Ja. Listening to Ebisu saying the familiar names of ninjas like announcing the menu, everyone couldn't help swallowing a big mouthful of saliva. Can we really get the guidance of these genius ninjas? Ebisu, you are not kidding, right? Of course not. Ebisu slammed his fan shut with a little dissatisfaction. Although they don't teach specific ninjutsu. But listening to the actual combat experience of these battle-hardened ninjas, or letting them correct our wrong movements and habits one-on-one, is definitely worth the price. You should know that Namikaze Jonin personally traveled to all the ninja clans to put together such a luxurious lineup. Of course, we also have to thank these ninja clans for their selfless sponsorship. They not only let the best ninjas teach us, but also provided their own specialties as redeemable rewards. For example, the Akimichi clan's secret military pills, the Nara clan's precious medicinal materials and medicinal wines, the Yamanaka clan's rare flowers and perfumes, etc. Even the ninja clan's merchants such as Ninja Mandiantang, barbecue restaurants and meatball restaurants sponsored the school and provided various coupons as rewards. But these good things are limited in quantity. If you have something you like, you should hurry up and accumulate points. Many ninja children only then realized that they were also involved in this plan. Seeing that the classmates around them began to praise, they also felt proud, and their heads were raised high. And those ninja students who did not hear their names also felt an inexplicable sense of shame. But Ebisu hadn't finished yet. Don't forget that there is also teacher Hideki who proposed this point system. Ebisu looked up with admiration. As a puppetry teacher and toy workshop owner, he has prepared a lot of prizes for us to redeem. Like various limited edition collectible toys, mechanical ninja tools that can be used to achieve unexpected victory, and various pocket puppet beast parts. Even if it is a pocket puppet beast itself, whether you are a student of the puppetry class or not, as long as you collect 648 points, you can get a puppet beast that belongs to you alone. Just as the smart, gentle, and handsome teacher Hideki said before the end of the last class. Do you want my prize? If you want, I can give it to you. Go and exchange it. I have written all the prizes on the exchange table. The little ninjas were going crazy when they heard this. They were too lazy to read the specific content of the announcement and just dispersed. They either ran to the classroom to study hard or practiced on the playground, unwilling to waste the next minute. So, a small reform that started from the ninja school finally kicked off. Teacher, how is my performance? A moment later, in a dark corner, Ebisu was rubbing his hands and asked. Then Hideki's voice with a hint of laughter sounded. Very good, these 10 points are worth it. Just don't brag about me so much, I won't give you more points no matter how much you say. I really mean it. I appreciate your kindness, but the focus should still be on emphasizing those ninjas who have made contributions, so that everyone can be more grateful to them. Hideki said meaningfully. You should know that the funding for this plan is not much, and almost everyone is helping for free. The only way we can repay them is to say more good things to them. Okay, new students are here, and it's time for you to perform again, Ebisu. Chapter 76 The Power of the Exchange Table. Work hard. Strive. Since the point system was announced, the ninja school has been in an extremely enthusiastic atmosphere. No matter if they are good students, bad students, or mediocre students. Everyone is like a donkey with a carrot hanging in front of them, all of them are studying hard, hoping to perform well in class and get points as rewards. Although most of the children have not yet collected enough points to exchange for what they want, the teachers in the ninja school have already benefited a lot in advance. Because except for some training class teachers like Hideki, most of the teachers are only at the level of Chunin. So when facing the ninja students with a family background, it is really difficult for them to show the majesty of teachers. And those who can at least the ninja students who became special Jonin really looked down on these teachers. Not paying attention in class was a common thing, and not making trouble in class was considered a face-saving thing. However, with the implementation of the point system, this situation began to change dramatically. Now, no matter how boring the course is, the children will sit up straight and face it seriously with full concentration. As long as the teacher asks a question, the whole classroom will definitely grow a forest of little arms. And the teachers who have the right to issue 10 points in each class seem to have become like Santa Claus, and they have received a lot of respect. Even the most unruly children will now force a smile when they look at them. However, the teachers did not get carried away by this. Because just like Cinderella's transformation, their charm will disappear immediately after all the points are used up. This serious sense of gap can be regarded as a shot of confidence for these insignificant teachers. In order to gain the sincere respect of the children one day, they also began to communicate and learn, and share their teaching experience with each other. This phenomenon is also a pleasant surprise for Hideki, and they all began to consider whether to have a teacher version of the points reward system to give them a little push. As time went by, the influence of the points system also spread from the school to the whole village without knowing it. Because with the help of a certain puppetry teacher, the points exchange table quickly spread throughout Konoha. With the endorsement of the Hokage, the credibility of this exchange table among the villagers is so high that it is terrifying. Just like the various shopping rankings of Hideki in his previous life, many villagers who are too lazy to think also regard it as a shopping guide. Because these products can be put together with the names of various Jonin and even Hokage, the villagers who have not yet been baptized by advertising have an inexplicable confidence in their quality. And the little ninjas from all walks of life have already spread their good feelings for these ninjas to the whole village through their daily lives. Although it is only a tiny bit of good feelings, it is enough to be the last straw that breaks the camel's back, making everyone willing to choose to enter these stores. Finally, with the huge number of villagers in the village, this behavior has gradually become a trend that cannot be ignored. And these ninjas were of course the first to realize the change and were extremely grateful for their decision. In order to let everyone know that they sponsored the ninja school, they also put up the same flags in the store, which read, "Official partner of ninja school." The reason why they are exactly the same is that even the flags were delivered to their stores by Minato himself before the point system was announced. This made everyone marvel and shocked at Minato's terrible foresight. And those ninjas who had rejected Minato's invitation before were naturally jealous at this time. It doesn't matter if the big ninjas dominate certain industries. Those small ninjas with competitors regretted it so much when they saw that their shops were deserted. Because they realized an outrageous fact at this time. That is, those colleagues who are making a lot of money didn't even pay much. Don't look at the dazzling array of things in the reward list, as if a lot of money has been spent. But normally, unless they are very poor students, no one will deliberately exchange prizes that can be bought with money. Even if they are exchanged, it is definitely a drop in the bucket compared to the current income. So this is not an exchange list, it is obviously the most cost-effective advertising flyer. As for the so-called upper ninja guidance, it sounds very powerful. But if you think about it carefully, the students of the ninja school don't understand things that are too profound, so just giving some basic and useful knowledge is enough to complete the task, which is harmless. So those ninjas didn't actually pay any price at all, and not only promoted their products, but also won the favor of the villagers. Is this fair? Naturally, all these ninja clan leaders who were previously stingy suddenly became model soldiers. They all expressed that they had no choice but to join the points plan for the development of the ninja school. Of course, the most important thing is to add their products to the exchange table, and the points required for exchange should be higher than those of their peers. It's a beautiful idea, but unfortunately they discovered a serious problem at this time. That is, Minato Namikaze and Hideki Kimura, who were in charge of this project, couldn't find them in the whole village. Just when the ninjas were looking for people all over the street, the wanted Minato and Hideki were hiding by the small river in the forest near the orphanage, fishing leisurely. Hideki, the development of the matter is exactly as you guessed. Minato was stunned for a moment, and then said with a bit of laughter. Kushina has been found, and the shadow clone I left there can only be removed by myself. But shouldn't we go back? It doesn't seem good to let them go to great lengths to find us. Although Kushina just asked me to go back in a few days, so that they can worry for a few more days. Hideki was reading a scroll of barrier carefully, and smiled slightly when he heard it. I think what Miss Kushina said makes a lot of sense. We have to let these old stubborn people learn their lessons, so that our reform work in the school will be smoother in the future. Minato remembered their stingy behavior when he visited them before, and could only shake his head with a wry smile. Then he sighed, but I didn't expect that a small points plan could produce such a big effect. Hideki smiled and said, the key is not the points plan, but the countless ordinary villagers living in Konoha. Those clan leaders still hold on to old ideas and don't realize that with the development of Konoha, more and more ordinary villagers are living there. It has become a force that cannot be ignored. As long as we always stand on their side and unite their strength, we will be invincible. Minato also nodded in agreement. He felt that there seemed to be a lot of knowledge here, and was about to continue discussing it with Hideki. But at this moment, the sound of splashing water suddenly sounded, and Minato couldn't help but look downstream not far away, with a strange expression. Hideki, your practice method is really unique, is there really no problem? Hideki followed Minato's line of sight and saw a strange machine downstream. The machine was fixed to the riverside and looked a bit like a large fishing rod. Just at this moment, the machine's wheel began to reel back, driving the rope that had sunk in the river to the surface. It was a pity that there was neither a big fish nor a fishhook at the end of the rope, only a wet Obito hanging upside down. After spitting out a large mouthful of water from his mouth, Obito begged for mercy in a crying voice. Teacher Hideki, spare my life. If this continues, someone will definitely die. Chapter 77 Second Stage Training. Although Obito's shrill cries were so sad and tearful, but his teacher Hideki still looked indifferent, and even complained to Minato on the side. Young people nowadays are so spoiled that even this little training will scare them to death. Minato could only laugh and cry when he heard this. Although he wanted to say that this training method, which was almost like water torture, could not be considered a small tempering. But he thought about it and found that when he was training under Jiraiya, it was not much better than this. Either he was forced to eat all kinds of insect dishes, or he was suddenly pushed off a cliff, forcing him to use the summoning technique to escape. Do all teachers in the world share the same brain? Although he wanted to complain like this, the knowledgeable Minato actually knew the truth. You must know that chakra is a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy. In addition to relying on the accumulation of experience, the most effective way to increase spiritual energy is to endure various difficult training. Every time I overcome the idea of giving up, it is a tempering of one's own spiritual power. Therefore, since ancient times, it has been a reserved item for ninjas to use various arduous trainings that ordinary people cannot endure to temper their disciples. It is also because of this that ninjas are called ninjas, people who are good at endurance. However, Obito is too young after all, which makes the kind-hearted Minato a little worried. So while fishing and reading, he would occasionally glance in the direction of Obito, fearing that the child would be accidentally killed by Hideki. It would be better if he was killed, so that your son would not be an orphan as soon as he was born. If Hideki knew Minato's thoughts, he would definitely complain like this. However, he was also a little annoyed by Obito's howling every now and then, so he said hello to Minato and walked towards Obito. In order to let Obito fully master the Great Fireball technique, Hideki taught him a chakra control training method that combines chakra and breathing. After nearly a month of hard training, Obito finally completed the first stage of training. That is to say, even if he is wearing the helmet that restricts his breathing, he is still able to run at least 50 laps around the school playground. If the Great Fireball technique is used perfectly, Obito can really spray a fireball with a diameter of 2 meters. Unfortunately, this situation is still very rare, so Hideki took advantage of the time today to start the second stage of training for Obito. The principle is actually very similar to the previous one, both of which use the feeling of suffocation to force Obito to use the power of chakra to assist breathing. It's just that in the first stage, you only need to push the exhaust hole of the helmet hard. Even if he fails, there is enough time to challenge again, and the difficulty is not high. In fact, the reason why Obito's Great Fireball technique is sometimes effective and sometimes not is because he still can't succeed every time. So the goal of the second stage of training is naturally to let Obito use this skill at any time. For this reason, Hideki invented this inverted lifting machine. Its biggest feature is that the time of descent and rise is random. Obito doesn't know when he will be sunk into the water, nor when he will be pulled into the air. In this way, he will not have the opportunity to try many times. During the short time of surfacing, Obito must use the power of chakra to inhale a lot of air to survive the underwater time that will end at an unknown time. And the situation of being drowned at any time can also simulate the tension of actual combat and improve the effect of training. Hideki quickly came to the machine, kicked it lightly, and then Obito was pulled out of the water by the rope. While the kid was still spitting out water, Hideki sighed. Obito-san, you still have the energy to scream, you might as well use your energy to breathe in more air, it will be easier. Besides, if you keep screaming like that, you'll scare away all the fish. How can Minato and I go fishing? Obviously, Obito felt that his life was more important than whether the teacher could catch fish, and he started to cry again. Teacher, spare my life. I've reached my limit, and I'll definitely drown if I continue like this. Hideki rolled his eyes when he heard this. From the fact that the kid's begging for mercy was still full of energy, he was still far from his true limit. Also yes, in fact, in the process of practicing this technique, Obito's entire respiratory system is also fully exercised. According to the calculations made by the spider sense technique, his lungs alone expanded by 20% in just 1 month. And the actual lung capacity has doubled, approaching the level of an adult genin. And this is the data under normal conditions. If you use chakra to assist, the data can be doubled or doubled. Even flying fish Phelps, who was famous for his lung capacity in his previous life, was just a scumbag in front of Obito. How could such an animal drown so easily? However, Hideki has always been unwilling to force his students, so he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you stop practicing, but are you really sure, Obito?" The previous points system was still in the testing period, so as long as you have a few points, you can ask me to help you practice. But now that it has been officially implemented, I can't continue to show favoritism, otherwise it will be unfair to other students. So if you choose to give up, Obito, you will have to spend 200 points before you can ask me to guide you again. 200 points. Obito, who was originally twisting in the air like a caterpillar, suddenly tensed up and his eyes widened. In the week after the points system was implemented, he only got a total of 18 points, and most of them were earned by setting up stalls. At this rate, wouldn't it take 2 months to earn 200 points? And the teacher has given him guidance several times, and even specially built a ninja tool for him for special training. In total, wouldn't the points exceed 1,000? When everything was quantified with points, Obito realized how much advantage he had taken. Thinking that many students might still want this special training, it was really hard for Obito to give up. Just die. In order to live up to the teacher's love and to allow Grandma to have a happy festival, Obito finally made up his mind and gritted his teeth and said, "Teacher, I decided, gilu gilu gilu." Unfortunately, before the child could finish his words, the machine had started again, causing him to fall into the river. Chapter 78 Ninja Beast Cultivation Method. After confirming that Obito, who almost choked to death, still had no intention of giving up, Hideki returned to Minato and continued fishing and reading. But not long after, a high-pitched voice suddenly came from the nearby forest from far to near. "Teacher Hideki, is there enough firewood?" Hideki turned around and saw that Akai had already rushed to him holding a lot of dead branches. "That's enough, thank you for your hard work, Kai." Hideki took a cup of Akai's shiny watermelon head. "It's not hard at all." Akai gave a thumbs up and smiled, then took out a red turtle from his arms. "Teacher, you not only helped my little Baku make a ninja beast weapon, but also taught me how to train it. It's only right that I give you a little help." Because the name of the explosive turtle beast is too domineering, Akai usually calls it Zyobeo. Hideki also focused on the turtle in Kai's hand and said, "In just a few days, this turtle seems to have grown a lot bigger." Akai also said happily, "Is this really the case? Because we are together every day, I thought it was an illusion. I just carried it with me as you said, teacher, and injected chakra into its body from time to time. I didn't expect it to be effective so quickly. This means that your chakra compatibility is very good, so the effect is so obvious." Hideki explained with a smile. It turns out that a few days ago, Hideki had taken the time to teach Akai the basic methods of training ninja beasts. The reason why Hideki knew this method was because he accidentally stole it when he teamed up with Inyazuka-ja. At that time, Inyazuka's first ninja dog had to retire due to injury, so he began to train a second ninja dog. And Hideki will basically activate the minimum spider sense technique from time to time during missions. So even if he didn't want to steal his lessons, Hideki still unknowingly learned a little bit about how to cultivate ninja beasts. The first step in cultivating a ninja beast is to inject a small amount of chakra into the body of the young ninja beast from time to time. There are many benefits to doing this. First, you can use chakra to clear the ninja beast's imperfect meridian system and enhance its future potential. Secondly, chakra can also be used to promote the growth of the ninja beast, allowing it to become a fighting force earlier. Of course, the most important thing is that if the young ninja beast is immersed in the chakra of its master for a long time, the nature of its own chakra will be closer to the chakra of its master. In this way, the master and the ninja beast will become more in tune, and even reach the point of spiritual communication. Even if we learn to perform ninjutsu together in the future, it will become easier. It is not difficult to see that this method of transforming living things through chakra contamination is actually very similar to the principle that tailed beast chakra can transform surrounding things. The most typical example, besides Samehada, is probably the protagonist of the original work, Uzumaki Naruto. Since he has been immersed in Kyuubi's chakra since he was born, this boy had those lines on his face when he was born. Obvious beard marks. So in theory, Naruto can actually be regarded as the joint crystallization of Minato, Kushina, and Nine Tails. It is not surprising that Nine Tails will repeatedly help Naruto overcome difficulties in the future. Even the well-informed Hideki has to say, "Your circle is really messy." It is a pity that Hideki only learned a little bit of the training method of ninja beasts at the beginning, because the team was disbanded soon after. Even the basic method taught to Akai now is actually partly supplemented by Hideki's brainstorming technique. However, Hideki is not too worried about the advanced content. Because if he can't deduce it himself, then he is ready to continue to catch the sheep of Ja Senior and pull it hard. As long as it does not involve core secrets, Hideki thinks that if he proposes to design ninja beast weapons for the Inuzuka clan in exchange, they should agree to his request. It is said that they are fishing, but Hideki and Minato have not caught even a single fish by noon. Both of them agreed that it was all because Obito was floundering in the water all day, scaring away all the fish. The lunch was changed from the original grilled fish to the curry rice that Hideki had Aunt Kelly prepare in advance. This made him have to praise himself for his foresight. Not long after the meal, Minato still chose to return to Konoha. He was ruthless to the enemy on the battlefield, but he was too soft-hearted to the Konoha villagers who regarded him as his family. However, everyone has his own ambitions, and after Hideki tried to persuade him to stay but to no avail, he let him go. Just to preserve the fruits of the revolution and prevent Minato from being fooled by those old shady clan leaders, Hideki rolled his eyes and made another suggestion. This time they were in control of the initiative, so why not just hold a consultation meeting? Directly invite all ninja clans interested in the points plan to participate and solve the problem in one go. And in order to facilitate communication, it is best to suggest that the younger generation of each clan participate. Minato, who was originally worried about time, decided to adopt Hideki's suggestion. After agreeing to notify Hideki when the time was confirmed, Minato left. Hideki had to stay temporarily because he had to guide Obito in training. By the evening, after a day of inhuman training, Obito finally mastered the trick of using chakra to assist breathing at any time. Very good, Obito. Hideki said to Obito, who had just been put down and whose steps were a little shaky. In theory, as long as you practice repeatedly according to the essentials of the 2 stages, you will soon be able to successfully use the Great Fireball technique at any time, and the special training is over. Obito felt mixed emotions when he heard this. He was happy that he had mastered the Great Fireball technique so quickly, but he was also disappointed that the special training was over. Although the 2 stages of special training were very painful, it was definitely a great result to be able to master the Great Fireball technique so quickly. Thinking of the unknown time when he could enjoy the special training of teacher Hideki in the future, Obito actually began to be reluctant to give up those anti-human training. Just then, he heard the teacher continue to say, "But if you are interested, you can also choose to enter the 3rd stage of training to accelerate the process." The 3rd stage? Obito nodded hurriedly without thinking about it. "Of course I am willing." But after that, he began to hesitate again. "But teacher, I don't have so many points, can I really accept your guidance?" Hideki smiled. "It doesn't matter this time. Because the 3rd stage of training is that you, Obito, put on the previous helmet for actual combat training, and I don't need to help too much. I even found an opponent for you." Hideki turned his eyes to Akai on the side. Akai, who had been waiting for a long time, jumped forward, raised his thumb, and said with his shining teeth, "Yes, teacher Hideki is talking about me. After I graduated, I lacked a suitable opponent, so it's just right for me to practice with you, Obito." Obito's forehead suddenly had a few black lines. Because he couldn't handle Akai, this strange and enthusiastic guy, in the past. However, he really didn't want to give up the opportunity to continue practicing with his teacher, so he had to grit his teeth and said, "Okay, but if you are too weak, Akai, I won't accommodate you." Hideki rolled his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, "Obito, how can you, a last-place person, have the confidence to say this?" At the same time, Obito's agreement also made Hideki feel relieved in his heart, feeling that the plan has moved forward one step. The skills he taught Obito are actually not only applicable to ninjutsu such as the Great Fireball technique. From the changes in Obito's lung size and lung capacity in just 1 month, we can know that this is also a magical bodybuilding secret technique. Knowing how to make up for one's mediocre physical fitness and keep up with the footsteps of those gods in the future has always been an important goal in Hideki's plan to become stronger. And this bodybuilding secret technique is the answer Hideki found, called chakra breathing. Chapter 79 Chakra Breathing. The physical fitness of a ninja is related to 2 aspects. The first is the innate physical talent, not however, in the ninja world, there is not much difference between humans in this regard. The real decisive factor is the physical activation phenomenon brought by chakra. Activation can enhance the strength, speed, and even recovery of the human body. So, ninja school students like Obito, whose bodies have not yet grown up, can easily fly over eaves and walls, or easily defeat ordinary adults. Even Hashirama Senju, who is known as the god of ninja, his extraordinary recovery ability is actually thanks to the power of chakra. It can be seen from his preparation for suicide with Kunao in order to persuade Uchiha Madara, and his appearance of being covered with bruises at the end of the battle in the Valley of the End. As long as the chakra is deliberately restricted or the chakra is exhausted, Hashirama's physical fitness is actually not much better than that of ordinary ninjas. It is not difficult to see that the level of activation depends on the amount of chakra contained in the human body. So in addition to having a large amount of chakra, ninjas with good physical fitness must also have a developed meridian system. Because the meridian system is like a high-speed channel for chakra. As long as the main trunk of the meridian is thicker and the more branches there are, the chakra can reach each cell unimpeded, thus improving the activation level better. The reason why the 8 gates of Dunjia can change fate and break the limit of the human body. In fact, it is to unlock the 8 hubs in the meridians that limit the amount of chakra, forcing the chakra to flow more and faster in the meridians, thereby temporarily improving the body's activation level. Of course, the price is that the practitioner must perform hard training that ordinary people can't imagine for 10 years, so that it is possible to withstand the damage caused by the huge amount of chakra flowing in the meridians. Unfortunately, Hideki is mediocre in both chakra volume and meridian system. Even if he wants to learn the 8 gates of Dunjia, he doesn't even meet the most basic physical fitness requirements. So Hideki had to find another way and start from other directions. What inspired him was the 7 days calling method, which can also improve the activation level. This is a secret technique created by Shira from the future Sand Village in the original work. It is said that by inhaling a lot of oxygen, the body's activity is enhanced and the power similar to the 8 gates of Dunjia is obtained. However, this is not the world of Demon Slayer, and this effect cannot be achieved by simply inhaling oxygen. So Hideki reasonably inferred that Shira was actually attaching chakra to oxygen intentionally or unintentionally, and using the respiratory system to transmit it to various cells in the body. In this way, he can break through the limitations of the meridian system and obtain strength and speed beyond the limits of the human body. And Hideki developed the so-called chakra breathing method based on this principle. It is not difficult to see that the upper limit of transmitting chakra through the respiratory system is not as good as using the meridian system, a special high-speed channel. Even Shira in the original work could not continue to develop to the third activity. However, this method is safer and simpler, which is suitable for Hideki who just wants to make up for his shortcomings. And he has the brainstorming technique, and he is confident that he can continue to improve this technique in the future and bring it to a higher level. However, unlike Shira, who relied on his talent and fought alone, academic ninjas like Hideki were more inclined to work together and perfect this technique by collecting a large amount of data. He has now completed the first phase of development and is ready to find students to teach after the workshop opens. The only thing that worries him is that even if the difficulty is lower than the 8 gates, the practice process of this breathing method is quite painful, and students probably can't stick to it. It just so happened that Obito actually asked him for guidance in practicing the Great Fireball technique. Hideki had an idea, so he went with the flow and taught him this method in advance. The Great Fireball technique can be used as a carrot hanging in front of Obito to help him get through these painful practices. When he has learned something, everyone will see that Obito, who is at the bottom of the ladder, has made such an improvement, and they will naturally come to Hideki and ask him to give them the opportunity to practice. By then, Hideki will have a lot of data for reference and can continue to improve this breathing method. JPG. Obito, who was standing by, suddenly shuddered, and a chill rushed straight to his head from his tailbone. He instinctively felt a strong malice, but he didn't know where it came from. Just then, a coat was put on him, and then Hideki's gentle voice sounded. Go to the fire and warm yourself up, be careful not to catch a cold. Obito was immediately moved, thinking. Teacher Hideki is so kind to me. A few days later, it was the workshop's open day again. Asuma has been doubting his life recently. Because since the point system was officially implemented, he found that many classmates were working hard to earn points every day. And what they want to exchange is often the highest level of reward, the personal guidance of the Hokage. It seems that as long as he exchanges this reward, he can be accepted as a disciple by the Hokage like Jiraiya, and then rise to the position of Hokage. This makes Asuma feel inexplicably ashamed. Because although his father, the Hokage, is very busy, he still finds time to guide him several times a month. I didn't expect that the treatment he had become accustomed to was actually the reward that everyone dreamed of. This also made him start to doubt himself. Is it possible that he is not as talented as he thought, but he has only spent a few 998 more than others to have the current strength? Now he can bring him some confidence. In addition to the stall setting skills, Asuma only learned in the toy workshop. Although he only came to the workshop once, Asuma has mastered the use of the chakra knife and quickly caught up with the pace of the main group. This made him feel relieved and at ease with his talent. Look, Asuma spent half an hour today to make an exquisite 5th-order Rubik's Cube, ready to give it to Hong as a gift. But before that, he decided to show it to teacher Hideki first, so as to confirm his talent again through the teacher's praise. But he looked around and couldn't find the teacher. After asking Mr. Know-It-All Ebisu, Asuma learned that the teacher was working in his private studio next door. He couldn't wait and decided to go directly. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the teacher standing in front of a running machine, seemingly debugging something. "Teacher, look at the magic I made." Asuma stepped forward and said. But halfway through, the rest of the words suddenly got stuck in his throat and couldn't be said. Because as he walked forward, he happened to see a large piece of wood being thrown into the feed port of the machine by the teacher. As a result, when he walked over, countless small wooden parts were sent out by the machine's tracks like water and fell into a wooden box beside him. And Asuma quickly recognized that these were the parts used to make the Rubik's Cube, and the quality was even better than what he made. Looking at the Rubik's Cube parts that were piled up into a small mountain, Asuma glanced at the Rubik's Cube in his hand and suddenly felt a sense of boredom. Then Asuma left the studio in a daze, leaving Hideki beside him a little confused. In fact, Asuma had also heard that many factories have begun to use various machines to produce goods. But he didn't expect that the teacher's toy workshop would also have such a machine. What was the purpose of his efforts just now? Asuma, who was depressed, didn't want to go back to the temporary workshop for a while, so he walked out of the orphanage. Then he saw two strange kids fighting on the grass not far away. One of them was wearing a green tights and the other was wearing a strange black helmet. They didn't look like normal people. Just then, the guy in green suddenly ran over and gave a thumbs up to invite. "Hey, I know you. You are the son of Hokage. Would you like to have a youthful duel with us?" He grinned and showed a mouthful of white and shining teeth. Asuma remembered. Isn't this guy Might Guy, who is only good at physical skills, and seems to have graduated? How could he appear here? However, he was in a bad mood and didn't want to study it carefully. He just shook his head to refuse. "Akai, ignore this guy. Let's continue quickly." At this time, the boy wearing a black helmet also came over and said. Although the voice was muffled and difficult to identify, Asuma heard the other party's tone and seemed to know him, so he asked unhappily. "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around with a strange helmet?" The boy wearing the helmet was naturally Obito. He actually didn't like Asuma, who always looked like "I'm the son of the Hokage and I'm miserable." Now wearing Darth Vader's helmet, he was even more fearless, so he said in a deep tone. "I'm your father." Pa. Asuma had suppressed a lot of emotions due to self-doubt and meaningless handicrafts for many days. Obito's small provocation seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing a nerve in Asuma's brain to short-circuit suddenly, and he clenched his fist and punched Obito directly. Chapter 80 Obito vs Asuma. When Hideki came out because he heard the fierce fighting outside the window, Asuma and Obito had been fighting for a while. "Obito, come on. Asuma, you have to work hard too." Hideki saw that Akai was excitedly cheering for both sides, so he stepped forward and asked. "Why are these two guys fighting?" "Hey, it's Teacher Hideki." Akai gave a thumbs up and said. Asuma just accepted the call of youth and decided to have a hearty duel with Obito. Akai did not lie, because he really thought so. However, Hideki looked at Asuma's gritting teeth and was a little skeptical. However, he did not say anything. He smiled and started to watch the show. Asuma on the field began to get anxious when he saw Teacher Hideki coming. Because he had discovered from Kai's cheering that his opponent was actually Obito. No wonder he got so angry when he heard him talking just now. You know, this kid is obviously a loser. He just relies on the special training from his teacher and is better at playing with pocket puppets, so he always goes against him. I have disliked him for a long time. So when Asuma discovered the other party's identity, he was actually overjoyed. It's just right to settle new and old grudges together. Use this kid to vent the depression in my heart. Originally, the script was fine up to this point. But Asuma never expected that Obito would be so tough. Obviously, he had the upper hand in physical skills and had hit Obito several times. But this kid didn't know what was wrong. Every time he was hit, he didn't seem to feel any pain, and even took the opportunity to counterattack. So obviously, I had a big advantage, but I couldn't take him down. Now that the teacher is here, Asuma's mentality has become more impatient, fearing that he will be classified as the same level as Obito by the teacher. It seems that I have to get serious. Asuma's movements suddenly became more fierce. If it was still the usual sparring mode between classmates before, now he has switched to the actual combat mode. Anyway, with the teacher watching, he doesn't worry about hurting Obito. Flying knee smashing elbow. Turn around and kick. Kick the chin with your legs. Asuma, who was serious, was indeed not to be underestimated. Although he still had some room for maneuver, a series of terrifying attacks began to make Obito retreat step by step. Kaguya outside the field was already watching intently, and he didn't even have time to cheer for both sides. Because it seemed that Obito would not be able to resist if he took a few more moves. Hideki naturally saw this, and his eyes rolled, and he suddenly said, "Obito, take off your helmet." Obito jumped back a few steps and said in a surprised voice, "Teacher, can I really take off my helmet?" He and Kaguya almost wore helmets during their sparring these days, and he had forgotten that there was an option to take it off. Hideki looked at Asuma with a smile and said, "I see you guys are fighting so seriously, so why not just go all out? Otherwise, it would be meaningless even if Asuma wins." Asuma looked at Obito's helmet with some suspicion. According to the teacher, this strange helmet actually has side effects? And Obito actually wore this thing to fight with him for so long? Seeing that Obito seemed to be looking at him, Asuma snorted coldly. "Take it off quickly if you want to, don't make excuses if you lose later. You are the one who won't cry if you lose later." Obito retorted, then took off the helmet and threw it to Kai. Hideki had already taught him how to unlock it, so that he could practice at home. Then Obito shook his head, shook off all the sweat on his hair and face, and then took a deep breath, looking refreshed. It was the first time that Asuma saw someone breathing more freely than his father smoking a pipe, and he became more and more curious about the helmet. "Are you ready? Okay, let's resume the fight." Hideki naturally took on the job of referee, but he said one more thing to Obito. "By the way, Obito, if you still have energy left, why not try to keep the previous breathing technique in the battle and see if there are any surprises?" The previous breathing technique. Obito scratched his head, feeling a little puzzled. Isn't this technique used to practice the Great Fireball technique? Why should it be used alone in battle? But speaking of it, except when he was wearing a helmet and being hung upside down, he did not deliberately use this laborious breathing method, which made Obito curious about the teacher's intention. So, who? Obito began to exhale a long breath, and at the same time his abdomen began to contract inwards violently, and the contraction continued to spread upwards to the chest cavity, as if he wanted to exhale all the air deposited at the bottom of his abdomen. Then, hiss! Obito began to inhale forcefully, sucking the surrounding air into his body with a powerful momentum, and his originally sunken chest and abdomen gradually recovered. Then, Obito exhaled again. This was repeated several times. Humph, playing tricks. Asuma curled his lips. Because he didn't believe that simply changing the way of breathing could bring much change to Obito. It's just that Asuma noticed a gust of air blowing from Obito from time to time. But he didn't care, thinking that there was just a gust of wind. Otherwise, could it be that Obito was still blowing his exhaled air into his face from 10 meters away? Not long after, Obito seemed to have mastered the trick of maintaining this kind of breathing when not wearing a helmet, but for the time being, he didn't feel any big difference. "Are you done?" Asuma said impatiently. Obito, who originally wanted to ask the teacher what was going on, had to suppress this idea. Because he was afraid that talking would disrupt his breathing rhythm, he just nodded and gave Asuma a provocative look. After taking a closer look at Obito's condition, Hideki raised his lips slightly and said loudly, "Well, let's resume the fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Asuma gathered his chakra at the bottom of his feet and rushed forward, intending to catch Obito off guard. If his opponent was the usual Obito, he would have succeeded in 9 out of 10 cases. However, for some reason, this time, Obito found that his mind seemed to be clearer and sharper than ever before. Therefore, he had already noticed the other party's intention the moment Asuma leaned over and bent his knees, and he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. "Ha!" Asuma roared, then jumped up and punched out with the force of the sprint. However, the next moment he shouted in his heart that it was not good. Because Obito, who was originally confused as soon as his fist was thrown, Obito actually showed a sly smile and dodged to the side at a very fast speed. The punch that was originally sure to win missed, and the remaining force made Asuma stagger forward a few steps, leaving a wide open door behind him. However, Obito's situation was not optimistic. Because when he dodged, he found that his movements were faster than usual, and he almost sprained his foot in order to brake. Although he was safe, the panic at this moment made his breathing rhythm disordered. Although he didn't understand the reason why he suddenly became stronger, Obito knew that it must be related to this breathing method. So he subconsciously adjusted his breathing rhythm and chased after Asuma at the same time. However, Obito obviously overestimated his multi-threading ability. While running towards Asuma, he even began to unconsciously form seals with his hands. Because when he usually uses this breathing method without a helmet, he is basically using the Great Fireball technique, so it forms a conditioned reflex. When he ran behind Asuma, he had already reached the last tiger seal, which is to close the palms, raise the thumb, and close the index and middle fingers to form a sword-pointing state. It's the tiger seal. Is Obito going to use a powerful move? Akai on the side was both expectant and worried. Fortunately, at the last moment, Obito finally reacted. Even if Asuma was so hateful, he couldn't use the Great Fireball technique on him. But seeing that Asuma, who staggered and missed, had already stood firm, he could no longer think too much. So Obito could only keep the tiger seal in a hurry with both hands, and then stabbed Asuma's buttocks closest to him. Chapter 81 Breathing Method Explanation. Puff. Bang. Asuma, whose chrysanthemum was hit harder than ever before, flew several meters in the air with his butt covered before falling to the ground. And his face landed first. At this time, his butt was raised high, his eyes rolled back, and he was foaming at the mouth, as if he had lost consciousness. For a moment, the grass outside the orphanage was quiet, and only the laughter of children in the workshop not far away could be heard. The first person to come to his senses was the knowledgeable Hideki. However, after almost burning out his brain cells, he barely guessed why Obito suddenly used the legendary Konoha secret technique, 1000 Years of Death. It can only be said that this child is indeed destined to be with Kakashi, and he can use the technique invented by Konoha White Fang by accident. Hideki, who didn't know what expression to make, shook his head and decided to check on Asuma's condition first. As soon as he moved, Akai, who was stunned beside him, suddenly shivered and then woke up. Then he began to look at Obito with extremely horrified eyes, as if the other party was a big villain behind the scenes. Akai began to reflect on himself, whether he was too rash to find Obito as a sparring partner. Obito was still in a daze with the action of the 1000 years of killing. Fortunately, he was still unconsciously running the breathing method, which also had the ability to enhance his sense of smell. So under the effect of the strange smell emitted from his fingertips, he gradually woke up. Seeing that Asuma was still twitching with his buttocks sticking out not far away, Obito hurried over and leaned over to check on his condition. By the way, he quietly wiped his fingers on Asuma. "Teacher, is Asuma okay?" Obito asked worriedly. Hideki stared at the place where Obito had just wiped his hands, and made a note not to touch it later, then said with a sad face. "Kiku, the physical injury is not serious. But the spiritual injury, I guess it will take a lifetime to heal. Obito, are you ready to take responsibility?" Obito felt that the teacher seemed to be a little alarmist, but he was still a little ashamed when he saw Asuma's miserable condition, so he gritted his teeth and said. "At most, he can give me a blow, so it's fair. Are you young people playing so much now?" Hideki complained in his heart, and then said in a faint tone. "Are you sure, Obito? You know, Asuma has already learned how to use the chakra carving knife." Obito's chrysanthemum tightened immediately, and he quickly covered his buttocks and stepped back a few steps, fearing that Asuma would suddenly burst out and give him an enhanced version of the 1000 years of death. After teasing Obito, Hideki picked up Asuma and walked to the big tree outside the orphanage, and then put him down. "Teacher, don't we have to send Asuma to the Konoha hospital? Otherwise, at least let Lin come out to see." Obito, who was following, said worriedly. "Do you want Asuma to die?" Hideki secretly rolled his eyes, guessing that Obito probably didn't know that he also knew some medical ninjutsu, so he explained. "Because it's just a minor injury, I have already helped Asuma heal it. And for Asuma's sake, let's not mention this matter anymore, just think that you, Obito, knocked him out." Obito and Kai, who just came over, looked at each other, and then nodded seriously. "We know." Hideki then sat down on the stone bench next to him and smiled slightly. Then let's talk about the fight just now. Obito, did you do what I said? What special discovery? Of course. Obito's eyes lit up when he heard this topic. Teacher, what happened to me just now? Why does my mind and body seem to improve a lot after using that breathing technique? Akai on the side also showed a curious expression when he heard this. Hideki nodded and said, Obito, you can feel obvious changes, which means you have made some progress in chakra breathing. Chakra breathing? Obito and Akai asked in unison. Hideki smiled and said, yes, this is actually a bodybuilding secret method I created. The principle is not complicated. You should have learned the breathing process. In the following period of time, Hideki briefly explained the principle of this chakra breathing method to the two. After the explanation, Obito showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It turns out that I used this chakra breathing method, and my mind suddenly became brighter and my body became more agile. Hideki nodded and said. In addition, your strength and recovery should also be improved to a certain extent, Obito. Obito remembered the last blow that sent Asuma flying several meters away, and he grinned, not knowing whether he should be happy about it. At this time, Akai on the side said excitedly. Teacher, you are so smart. You can actually think of attaching chakra to oxygen and then transmit it to all parts of the body through the respiratory system. This is simply a revolutionary idea. You must know that ordinary physical training, after thousands of hardships, only gets a little bit of widening of the meridians and a little increase in the level of activation. So as a physical genius, Akai knows very well what it means for a physical ninja to have an additional channel for transmitting chakra. However, Hideki shook his head and said modestly. In fact, the practice of using various systems of the human body to transmit chakra has long existed. I just borrowed it. For example, the lightning chakra mode of Kyumigakuer, in addition to creating a layer of lightning armor outside the body to enhance defense. The most important thing is to use the human nervous system to transmit the lightning chakra in the form of electrical signals. In this way, the caster will have both amazing speed and the reaction ability to control this speed. For example, the Akimichi clan of our Konoha actually uses the human digestive system. Although the specific method is unclear, it should be that the yang escape chakra is mixed with food during the digestion process, and finally compressed and stored in the form of fat, and then called when needed. Otherwise, if it is just pure fat, it can't support the consumption of their secret techniques. Both Obito and Kai opened their mouths, as if listening to a heavenly book. However, Obito quickly came back to his senses and said with envy, the Akimichi clan usually eats all the time, and it turns out that they are practicing. This is too cool. Thinking of his own training method that often suffocated him, Obito was almost filled with sorrow. Hideki chuckled, and then continued to explain. And I was inspired by them, so I developed such a set of chakra breathing methods. Because its basic content just helps to perform ninjutsu such as the Great Fireball technique that releases chakra with the mouth, so I will teach it to you, Obito. The reason why I didn't tell you in advance is that compared with the bodybuilding secret technique, the little trick of controlling chakra sounds less scary. But I still have to say sorry to you, Obito. No, no. Obito waved his hands repeatedly, and at the same time he sighed. Just like what you said, teacher, if I knew that this was a bodybuilding secret technique at the beginning, I would probably think that I would never be able to learn it. Hideki smiled and said, in fact, Obito, you have only mastered the basic content now, and you can't say that you have learned it completely. What? Obito's eyes almost popped out. I thought I had made a lot of progress just now, but I've only learned the basics. Hideki reminded, Obito, have you forgotten? It took you a long time to fully activate the breathing method just now. No one will wait for you in the battle. When you can activate the breathing method instantly and keep it in the battle, you can be considered to have truly entered the door. In addition, there are actually more advanced uses of this chakra breathing method. If you are interested, Obito, I can teach you later. Of course, I will have to collect points as a reward later. Obito, who was ready to cheer, suddenly froze. Thinking of his poor ability to accumulate points, he felt that his future was a little bleak. But this time Hideki didn't spoil him. After all, things that are too easy to get are not easy to cherish. Adding a little obstacle can keep Obito motivated to learn. Sure enough, Obito quickly cheered up and nodded repeatedly to show his approval of the teacher's approach. That's right, other teachers don't teach specific ninjutsu. Just spending a few points can get such a powerful secret technique. I am really lucky. Thank you, Teacher Hideki. Chapter 82, a plan that will shock everyone. Hideki did not doubt the sincerity of Obito's gratitude at this time. But he was also sure that once this kid turned evil, he would definitely kill him without mercy. In fact, Hideki wanted to keep a distance from Obito, who was likely to turn evil. But since they were already close, Hideki would stick to his usual style. With his current strength, he would certainly decline the challenge of confronting Uchiha Madara. But if he could try to change the tragedy within his ability, he would be happy to do so. So in order to avoid Obito's turning evil, Hideki decided to strengthen his psychological endurance in addition to strengthening his values. Lest this kid drag the entire ninja world to his grave after his childhood sweetheart died. As for the method, of course, it is still various anti-human trainings that challenge both psychological and physiological limits. Hideki has decided to make Obito a tough guy who can stand up to the wind and rain, starve him, deprive him of his wealth, and make him a tough guy. When the time comes, he wants to see what other methods Madara can use to turn Obito evil. So, feel the pain, Obito. Hideki laughed in his heart, but said in a gentle tone. Obito, you're welcome. After all, this is just a newly created secret technique. I have to thank you for providing me with useful data in the future. Although the teacher's expression and words were very kind, Obito felt a sudden chill in his back for some reason, which made him shiver. Maybe it was an illusion. The naive Obito thought so, but he didn't know that his miserable life had just begun. At this time, Zayashu saw that Akai was full of envy and was hesitant to speak, so he understood and smiled. If you are willing, Akai, you can actually learn together. Of course, the premise is that you have to get the approval of Senior Dai first. Is it really possible, Teacher Zayashu? Akai's eyes lit up, but then he hesitated. But I am no longer a student of the ninja school, and I don't have points to pay you. Hideshu smiled and said, this is a simple question. In fact, after Senior Dai selects and initially trains a group of security guards, I am also going to teach them this chakra breathing method. So as long as Akai is willing to help guide them in their practice, it doesn't matter if I teach you this breathing method in advance. Great. Of course I am willing. Akai jumped up happily, and then he thought of what the teacher had just said, and then ran to the training ground near the orphanage. Then I'll go ask my father for his opinion now. When Hideki heard this, Kai had already run away. Hideki could only spread his hands helplessly. While he had time, Hideki began to tell Obito. By the way, Obito, you'd better not use this breathing method in school for the time being. Ah? Why? Obito widened his eyes in disappointment, as if he had just discovered that Santa Claus did not exist. Because he had actually made up his mind just now, and he would use this breathing method in the physical training class next week, so that everyone could see the true strength of his uncle Obito. First of all, of course, this breathing method is very powerful. Hideki explained, Obito, before you can master it, it is easy to hurt yourself or others, so you can't use it indiscriminately. Obito wanted to argue, but he immediately wilted when he saw the victim number 1 lying beside him. However, after listening to the teacher's next words, he quickly turned from sadness to joy. And don't you want to make a splash on a bigger stage, Obito? Hideki said with a smile, the school will probably announce it next week, so it's okay to tell you now. Actually, before and after the final exam, the school will hold its first special points event, called Ninja School First Martial Arts Tournament. In simple terms, it's a battle competition that all students in the school can participate in, and the first place can get 500 points. 500 points. Obito's eyes widened, that's enough to invite half of the Hokage to give advice. He's not 2.5 Joe Satoru, don't cut him in half casually, okay? Hideki complained in his heart. It seems that this kid's psychological quality really needs to be strengthened. He was incoherent with just 500 points. Obito has entered fantasy time at this time. He seemed to have seen himself winning the martial arts tournament, holding a huge check for 500 points, enjoying the cheers of the whole school. Just thinking about it, Obito's drool was almost flowing to the ground. Slurp. Obito finally came to his senses, and sucked the drool back into his mouth like slurping noodles through the key points of chakra breathing, which made Hideki step back with a look of disgust. Teacher. Before the martial arts tournament, I will definitely master the breathing method completely. Obito raised his fists in front of his chest and shouted with fighting spirit. Hideki nodded with a smile, and thought to himself. Very good, the carrots for the Great Fireball technique are about to expire, and it's just right to use the fresh carrots from the martial arts tournament. Otherwise, if there is nothing hanging in front of Obito, with this kid's temper, he will definitely be bullied by the back. More brutal training persuaded him to quit. Not long after, Kai ran back again, happily saying that he had obtained his father's permission. Hideki took out a white stormtrooper helmet for Kai, explained the basic tricks, and asked Obito to practice with him. After the two left happily, Hideki looked at Asuma who was lying on the ground and said leisurely. Since you are awake, get up. There are many bugs on the ground here. Then why did you put me here, teacher? Asuma complained in his heart, and then sat up. In fact, he had already woken up when the teacher explained the so-called chakra breathing method. It was just because he didn't know how to face everyone that he continued to pretend to sleep. So he already knew about the breathing method and the fact that he was defeated by Obito. Asuma didn't remember how he was defeated. Maybe it was because he fainted quickly, or maybe it was because his subconscious didn't want him to recall the painful memories. But now when he looked at Obito not far away, his anus would tighten. Asuma knew that this was the instinctive reaction of humans when they were nervous and afraid. This made him both shocked and curious. What terrible moves did Obito use to leave a mark of fear on him? At the same time, this fear further confirmed the fact that he lost to Obito, the last one in the group, and the last pride in Asuma's heart completely collapsed and shattered. Although Obito mastered the so-called chakra breathing method, he could only defeat himself by surprise. Although he still had many tricks that he hadn't used, if he did it again, the result would definitely be different. But Asuma knew very well that these were all sophistry. In a real ninja battle, the enemy would not give him a second chance. He finally began to understand why his father rarely praised him. Because compared with the resources he had obtained, his current achievements were not worth mentioning at all. For example, now, he has learned so much from his father, the Hokage, but he still can't beat Obito who only received a few instructions from his teacher. Of course, Asuma doesn't think that Hideki's teaching level is better than his father who taught the three ninjas, so the problem is obviously with himself. This made him a little confused. He used to be eager to get rid of the shackles of the identity of the son of the Hokage. But now he realized that all his pride seemed to be built on this identity. If it is stripped away, what is left of him? Probably, only the level of being a peddler is good? Asuma couldn't help but sneer, and then said bitterly. Teacher Hideki, I just realized that I am useless. You always say that you don't want others to treat you as the son of the Hokage, but if you don't have this identity, I'm basically useless. That's not necessarily true. Hideki smiled slightly. Because things like talent and ability are only meaningful to talk about after you have tried your best. From what you said, Asuma, you haven't tried hard on your own, how can you deny everything about yourself so easily? After hearing this, Asuma's eyes finally became a little more angry, but he was still a little hesitant. But teacher, how can I be sure that I rely on my own strength, rather than the various benefits I got from my previous identity? I don't think it's necessary to distinguish so clearly. Hideki smiled. After all, it is difficult for humans to completely get rid of the influence of their identity. Of course, if Asuma really wants to be serious, you might as well choose some new tracks, so that the interference factors will be less. After saying that, he cast his eyes on Obito and Kai who were practicing, and glanced at the workshop not far away. Asuma followed Hideki's gaze and looked at them one after another, and soon understood what the teacher meant. Chapter 83 Storm Mode. Chakra Breathing and Puppetry. One is the bodybuilding secret technique that the teacher just invented, and the other is a secret technique that Konoha didn't have before. Both are areas where he can hardly get help from his previous accumulation. Asuma pondered for a long time before finally coming to a conclusion. Teacher, I want to learn chakra breathing. In addition, I also want to learn more uses of chakra carving knives in advance. I have almost 200 points now, and I should be able to start learning one of them next week. Hideki nodded secretly in his heart when he heard this. Whether it is the breathing method that requires a lot of air or the chakra carving knife that pursues sharpness, it is very suitable for Asuma who is born with wind escape attribute. Asuma's combat instinct is really good to find the most suitable path for himself so quickly. So he smiled and said. Asuma, you forgot that when I first set up the stall, I said that I would teach you and Obito as a reward. Then it happens that now, you can use it to learn the introductory part of chakra breathing like Obito. As for the chakra carving knife, it really fits your style and wind escape attribute very well, Asuma. But I have to think about how to use it better in actual combat, so I'll wait for you. Let's talk about it after we earn enough points. Is this arrangement okay with you? Asuma naturally nodded his head repeatedly to show his agreement, and his fighting spirit was gradually ignited. Because he had also heard about the first martial arts meeting of the ninja school. It happened that he could use this martial arts meeting to verify how much weight he had. And he had not forgotten the revenge of Obito's arrow just now. I heard that he planned to make a splash in the martial arts meeting? Very good. Asuma decided to use the chakra breathing method from the same source to take away all the glory of Obito when Obito was most proud. In this way, he could relieve the hatred in his heart. But Asuma was also a little strange, not knowing where his huge resentment towards Obito came from. However, he still decided to act according to the plan, and begged teacher Hideki not to tell Obito that he also practiced chakra breathing. Hideki, who always likes to watch the fun, of course agreed. Anyway, as long as it can promote the effect of chakra breathing, he has no objection. After that, Asuma secretly left the orphanage with the scroll containing the stormtrooper helmet, ready to go home for training. Hideki looked at Asuma's back as he left quickly, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. The reshaping of the three views must be accompanied by the shattering of the three views. He thought that he would have to take a few more strong medicines to completely shatter Asuma's somewhat distorted three views and unnecessary pride, and then he could start formal training. I didn't expect that Obito's 1,000 years of killing would exceed the target in one go. It's a mission. It's really worthy of being the secret of Konohagakure's physical technique. And now it's interesting. The martial arts tournament, which was originally used to promote the chakra breathing method, has now become more interesting to Hideki. Because he is also very curious, who is better, Obito, who is ready to make a big splash and is determined to get rid of the reputation of being the last one? Or is Asuma, who has changed his mind in advance and is trying to explore himself in this journey of revenge, better? 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, open the gate. Konoha's Great Cyclone. Chakra breathing method, Konoha's Strong Cyclone. Bang! 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 That night, the continuous sound of flesh colliding echoed in the grove near the orphanage. The two people fighting were naturally Hideki and Might Dai. In fact, as early as during the day, when Might Dai heard Akai say that Hideki had come up with a magical secret technique that combined bodybuilding and actual combat functions, he wanted to fly to him immediately to see it. It was a pity that he was in class at the time, teaching the children in the orphanage all kinds of basic exercise knowledge, and he really couldn't leave. When he was free, Hideki started to get busy with other things. So Might Dai had to take Hideki to the forest to spar shortly after dinner, wanting to see the true face of this chakra breathing method with his own eyes. Hideki also wanted to test the effect of the first stage of this breathing method, so he gladly accepted the invitation of Senior Dai. The results of the test can generally satisfy Hideki. After activating the chakra breathing technique, Hideki can fight back and forth with Might Guy in normal state even if he only uses physical skills. Even when Might Guy is in the open door state, Hideki can barely resist for a while. You should know that even if Might Guy is in normal state, as long as he takes off all the weights, he has the strength of a special jonin in terms of physical skills alone. It is very good that Hideki, who has always been weak in physical skills, can compete with him in a short period of time. So even Might Guy, who possesses the 8 Gates Ninja secret technique, praises this breathing method. And he is particularly sensitive in physical skills, and soon found that Hideki seems to have some reservations in the fight. So Might Guy jumped back a few steps, and his body burst out with stronger chakra fluctuations. 8 Gates Ninja, rest gate open. Hideki, let me see the full power of your chakra breathing technique. Hideki didn't have much strength to fight back, and he almost exploded when he saw this. However, seeing that Might Dai was full of fighting spirit, Hideki knew it would be difficult to persuade him to stop, so he had to sigh and said, "Okay, but please let me wear a prototype ninja tool for assisting breathing first. I originally wanted to study the details, but since you are so interested, Senior Dai, I will start testing in advance." After that, Hideki took out a helmet of the same style as Darth Vader and put it on himself. Might Dai asked curiously, "Isn't this the helmet that Kai and others use to practice breathing? Wouldn't it be counterproductive to wear it now?" Hideki's voice with a smile sounded from the helmet. Although the appearance is the same, the function of this helmet is exactly the opposite. The helmets worn by Kai and others are trained by restricting breathing, but my helmet is specially used to assist breathing. Because there are already a lot of storage spells for storing oxygen, they can be released one by one as needed to create an environment with different oxygen concentrations in the helmet. In fact, Hideki originally wanted to design a single storage spell that can freely adjust the amount of oxygen released. Unfortunately, his level is not enough, so he can only use multiple small storage spells instead. However, it is probably difficult for Might Dai, an old student, to understand just by saying this, so Hideki continued to explain. The biggest feature of chakra breathing is that it requires a large amount of oxygen to be inhaled. As the amount of oxygen required increases, relying solely on lung capacity to absorb the surrounding air will only become more and more laborious, and the efficiency is not high. After all, the oxygen content in the air is only 21%. That's why I made this helmet-type respirator to assist. In addition, this helmet is completely sealed, isolated from the outside world, and has a device to absorb carbon dioxide. To prevent the enemy from attacking with poison gas based on the characteristics of the breathing method that requires a large amount of air to be inhaled. Hideki, you are too thoughtful. Might Dai finally understood it now, and was surprised by Hideki's meticulousness. If he invented the breathing method, he would probably only train his lung capacity to get more air. Seeing that Hideki's words were reasonable, Might Dai was also very curious about how much improvement this helmet could bring to the chakra breathing method. So after Hideki adjusted it, the battle started again. Chakra breathing method storm mode, activate. Hey! As soon as the voice fell, the helmet suddenly blew out a sound like a blacksmith's hand-pulled bellows, and it was like a miniature storm raging inside the helmet. And Hideki himself felt that his respiratory system seemed to have turned into an air pump, pumping the oxygen inhaled from the mouth to every corner of the body. As a result, he also felt more alert and clear-headed. The most important thing was that Hideki felt that his limbs were constantly surging with endless power. This incomparable sense of power made Hideki full of confidence, so he hooked his finger to Might Dai and said, "Senior Dai, do you want to dance too?" Chapter 84 Human Body Transformation Plan. A few minutes later, Hideki, who was originally full of confidence, was beaten up by Might Dai and was lying straight on the grass, but fortunately he could still breathe. Only then did he realize that the feeling of being omnipotent just now was actually just an illusion caused by the sudden expansion of power. Perhaps because he had been in contact with Obito too much recently, he accidentally contracted the bad habits of the Uchiha clan, also known as the getting beaten up syndrome when he got excited. In fact, even with a helmet, Hideki can only barely deal with Might Dai in the resting gait state. However, in terms of strength and speed, they are actually very close, but they are at a disadvantage because of the big gap in physical skills. But once Senior Dai gets excited and opens another gate, Hideki will be beaten up by Ola Ola in a flash. So Hideki sat up after sorting out his anger, took off his helmet and analyzed. Considering the gap between you and Senior Dai in basic ability and physical skills, it seems that after perfecting this storm mode, the effect should be similar to the effect of opening the third gate of the 8 gates, the life gate. Limited by the endurance of the human body, this is probably its limit. Hideki knew that in the original work, Shiro's 7 days calling method was only developed to the third activity and could not continue. And it can only compete with Xiao Li who opened the life gate, which just proves his point of view. Hideki, this is already very amazing. Might Dai, who was like a furious King Kong in the battle just now turned back to his usual honest uncle appearance. He thought Hideki was arrogant and looked down on this improvement that could only match the first 3 gates of the 8 gates, and was explaining it with an excited face. Although the upper limit is not high, the training conditions of this breathing method are much simpler than the 8 gates, which is just suitable for promotion in the orphanage. You know, even if it is a Kai, I still don't dare to tell him about the 8 gates, because his physical fitness is not up to standard. Hideki, you should be proud that you can develop such a powerful secret technique. That. Senior Dai. Hideki scratched his head helplessly. I'm not disappointed, because this result was what I expected. And I just said that the storm mode is close to its limit, but I didn't say that the breathing method itself has reached its limit. Hideki, you mean, the breathing method can be improved? Now it was Might Dai's turn to be a little confused. Of course. Hideki explained with a smile. The human body can be regarded as a sophisticated machine that can only operate perfectly with the cooperation of different human systems. Just like how much water a barrel can hold is determined by the shortest plank. My breathing method can make the respiratory system stronger, but once other human systems fail to keep up, it will soon reach a bottleneck. So the solution is very simple, which is to find a way to make up for the shortcomings and train other human systems one by one, like training the respiratory system. In this way, the human body's endurance and the upper limit of the breathing method will naturally continue to rise. Seeing that Matt Dai was nodding thoughtfully, as if he had some inspiration, Heidke continued, "For example, my next goal is probably the circulatory system, that is, starting with the blood responsible for transporting oxygen. If the first stage of the breathing method is to inhale as much oxygen as possible, it can be called the storm breathing method. Then the second stage of the breathing method is to try to make the blood flow faster, temporarily named the water breathing method. Considering that blood is much denser than oxygen, I'm afraid I have to learn the changes in the properties of water escape before I can control it more easily." At this point, Heidke patted the helmet in his hand and smiled. In fact, in the first stage, you can also use wind escape chakra to improve the efficiency of obtaining surrounding oxygen, but I used a trick to skip the class. After developing the water breathing method, the high-speed flow of blood is estimated to really reach the human body's tolerance limit. So in addition to strengthening exercise, maybe you can try to use earth escape chakra to strengthen the strength of blood vessels in various tissues and organs, tentatively named rock breathing method. By analogy, perhaps you can also integrate the chakras of lightning escape, fire escape, yang escape, and yin escape into this set of methods." Heidke said with a longing face. "If one day someone can run 7 types of breathing methods at the same time, I dare not imagine how much his physical fitness will improve." Yes, this is actually the ultimate goal of Heidke's invention of chakra breathing method. Just like Cho chose to transform part of her body, and Scorpion chose to stop being a human. In order to make up for the weakness of the body, puppeteers will eventually transform themselves. However, Heidke knew that compared with those chakra conduction materials produced by chakra immersion, humans directly transformed by the sacred tree themselves are the materials with the highest upper limit. So for the sake of the future, Heidke did not choose their transformation method that sacrificed potential, but chose to directly transform the body. With the wisdom brought by the brainstorming technique and the increasingly strong chakra control, Heidke is confident that he can use the respiratory system as a starting point and use the chakra of various attributes to transform all human systems, and finally make his body into the strongest living puppet. At this time, Might Dai was already in a state of astonishment, as if he was listening to a book from heaven. Although he had long been unable to keep up with Heidke's rhythm, it did not prevent him from understanding how grand Heidke's idea was. He thought that the upper limit of the breathing method was not as good as the 8 gates of Dunjia, and he wanted to comfort Heidke. "Now, how is this breathing method inferior to the 8 gates? One of them is to strengthen the body and widen the meridians through years of hard training, and the other is to take a different approach and use the human body system to open up a new chakra channel in the body. Which one is better?" Might Dai couldn't tell for a while. However, in the process of analyzing the difference between the two, he suddenly had a terrible inspiration, which even made him shudder all over and get goosebumps. "I'll get something. Heidke, you stay here, don't move." After saying this, Might Dai suddenly ran towards the orphanage. Not long after, he ran back and handed something to Heidke. Heidke took it and saw that it was not an orange, but an ancient scroll that could be directly sent to the museum for collection. Although he had some guesses in his mind, Heidke was still curious. "Senior Dai, what is this?" Might Dai grinned. "This is the secret book that records the 8 gates of Dunjia. Heidke, take a look and see if there is anything worth referring to." "Senior Dai, this is too expensive." Heidke declined, and then held the scroll tighter. "Where?" Might Dai smiled proudly. "Heidke, not only did you give me 2 such good jobs, you also selflessly shared your chakra breathing method with me and Akai. I can only give you this secret technique as a small reward. And I am actually a little curious, or selfish." Might Dai said here, and asked in an expectant tone. "Heidke, do you think the chakra breathing method plus the 8 gates of Dunjia is going to work?" Chapter 85 Bad News? Chakra breathing method plus the 8 gates of Dunjia. That's really interesting. Heidke smiled secretly in his heart. Because he had already had this idea without Might Dai telling him. It can even be said that the 8 gates of ninjutsu itself is the last piece of the puzzle of chakra breathing. After all, although the delivery of chakra through the human body system is a very good supplement, it cannot shake the position of the meridian system as the main channel of chakra. So in Heidke's idea, the greatest role of breathing is still in the usual body training function. That is, using chakra of various attributes to gradually transform the body into an indestructible container to withstand the huge impact when opening the 8 gates. It's just that the 8 gates of ninjutsu is to strengthen the body through years of hard training in exchange for the qualification to bloom the momentary brilliance. And the breathing method goes a step further and directly iterates and upgrades the body in all aspects, trying to truly tame the chakra dragon in the meridians when the 8 gates are fully opened. At this moment, the key to summoning the dragon is in Hideki's hand. Under Might Guy's excited urging, Hideki opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu scroll and took a rough look. The result was exactly as he had guessed before. This 8 gates of ninjutsu was an incomplete art. Because the most valuable part of it was how to mobilize chakra to impact the 8 hubs where chakra acupoints gathered, so as to unlock the restrictions on chakra flow by catching bugs. Even Hideki, who was always proud of his chakra control, benefited a lot from it. But when it came to explaining how to withstand the violent chakra that was unlocked, the record became vague, and only gave a list of training that was against the sky, as if to say if you are new, practice more. Hideki was very suspicious of the inventor of this technique, the guy who signed the name of Tenon at the end of the scroll, and he probably didn't have the ability to complete this training list. Wait, Tenon? Hideki felt that these 2 words sounded familiar. I don't know if this is the name, or the inventor's abbreviation of being a genius ninja. Putting aside this doubt for the time being, Hideki began to analyze with a smile. After a rough look, it turns out that there won't be much conflict between the 2 secret techniques. Even the breathing method can be used as a pre-training for the 8 gates of Dunjia, which greatly reduces the requirements for practicing the 8 gates of Dunjia. Speaking of this, Hideki couldn't help but pause for a moment, feeling a little sympathetic to Might Day, who had practiced hard for decades with a stupid method. And Might Day, who was wise but foolish, seemed to realize Hideki's idea. But he just raised his thumb and smiled. Youth is a run that never turns back. So my dictionary is full of youth, but there is no regret. Hideki also smiled with relief. That's right, how could Might Day, who can practice cruelly for decades, be shaken by such a thing? So in the following time, the 2 began to discuss how to perfectly combine the 2 techniques. Of course, such a unique skill cannot be completed in one night. So the 2 agreed to wait until Hideki finished this and Might Day developed the mechanical fluid technique, and then conduct in-depth research together. Time passed quickly for several days. Hideki was still busy with teaching, workshops, and various research. And recently Kushina has begun to learn about programming style sealing techniques, and often writes letters to Hideki for academic discussions. Of course, Hideki also took the opportunity to ask a lot of knowledge about sealing techniques and barrier techniques, which can be said to be fruitful. The only thing that made him a little uncomfortable was that every time he communicated with Kushina through letters, he had to pass it through her boyfriend Minato. This made Hideki always feel strangely guilty. The only rest time recently was the point system consultation meeting held by Minato at school. This time, all the young ninja representatives from various ninja clans came. So with Minato's introduction, Hideki finally got to know these ninja clan children who he couldn't reach before. The more interesting one among them was Shikamaru's father Nara Shikaku. Because as soon as he saw Hideki, he reported a number. 20. Hideki was full of questions until Shikaku took out a Rubik's Cube that was about to be plucked out and explained it a little, then he suddenly realized it. It turned out that he had set a challenge before to make things difficult for the Nara clan, who turned the Rubik's Cube into a hand-speed game. That is, as long as someone can find the shortest number of steps to restore a random 3-level Rubik's Cube, he will be rewarded with a pocket puppet beast. This incident caused a Rubik's Cube craze in the school. However, because the problem was too difficult, even the children of the Nara clan had given up for a long time. Therefore, Hideki did not expect that Nara Shikaku was still thinking about this matter. But what he did not expect was that the answer given by Shikaku was actually correct. Fortunately, Hideki was also professionally trained. So although his heart was already in turmoil, he remained calm on the surface. Shikaku Jonin, just saying a number is not the answer. Hideki smiled. Otherwise, everyone would have taken the reward long ago if they tried their luck with the numbers one by one. So you have to tell me the proof process, and then I can tell you whether it is correct. Since Shikaku reported the number, he has been staring at Hideki's face, not missing any subtle expression. It was a pity that he could not find the flaw in the end, so he could only laugh and say, I haven't figured out how to prove it yet. It's just that after I mastered this game, the number of steps to restore the Rubik's Cube has never exceeded 20. Hideki felt as if he was facing a great enemy. This person's invisible pretense level was not inferior to his. What Shikako meant by this was that he basically chose the shortest steps every time, so the number never exceeded 20. Even Hideki was more confident that he could achieve this level only when he was in the state of brainstorming. So unlike Hideki, who was a trial version genius for a few minutes every day, Shikako was a super genius in the true sense. Hideki also decided to stay away from this guy in the future to avoid exposing the hidden secrets. As for the consultation meeting itself, there is nothing to say. Because the fact that these ninjas came to the meeting itself means that the ninja clan behind them has softened their attitude. Originally, Hideki wanted to take this opportunity to make a fortune from them. For example, according to the value of the prizes they provide, the qualifications of the ninja school partners can be further divided into diamond, gold, silver and other levels. Let them continue to fight each other. Unfortunately, the soft-hearted Minato was worried that this would change the system, so Hideki had to let them go. But in order to avoid freeloading, they still stipulated that the ranking of prizes of the same level on the exchange table would be determined according to the contribution of each ninja clan. But even if this also made some ninjas who were prepared to work but not contribute feel a little painful. However, seeing that the ninjas led by Sarutobi and Inoshikacha were actively offering people and prizes, trying to grab the front position of the exchange table, everyone could only grit their teeth and follow. So after this meeting ended perfectly, the aftermath also triggered an interesting phenomenon. You should know that in the past, in order to retain a certain degree of independence, most ninjas would keep some outstanding children in the clan for training, at most registering them in the school. As a result, recently many small ninjas have actually started to let these children go to school. And the purpose of doing so is naturally to let them compete for points in school to make up for the losses of their own ninja clans. If they can make a profit, it would be the best. Especially when the school announced the news of the first martial arts meeting of the ninja school with rich rewards, even the big ninjas were somewhat tempted and sent a few children to school. Hideki didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this, but the third generation was overjoyed. Continuously reducing the influence of the ninja clan was originally the village policy of Konoha. I didn't expect that the feat that even the first and second generations could not achieve would turn around because of a small points system. In the school, because of the injection of these excellent new blood, the competition for points has become more and more intense. Whether it is for becoming stronger, for the ninja clan, or for the prizes to be exchanged, all the little ninjas have to throw themselves into this torrent called involution and start a life of hard study. So the learning atmosphere of the ninja school has become unprecedentedly strong. So far, the goal of the points plan has been basically achieved. It's a pity that Hideki has no time to celebrate. Because when everything seemed to be developing in a good direction, he suddenly received a speechless bad news from Asuma. Teacher, teacher. All our toys have been pirated by others. Chapter 86 Hideki's response. Not far from the entrance of the ninja school, Konoha's first serious toy store finally opened today. And unlike the outdated toys sold in the surrounding confectionery shops, this toy store sells the latest toys that have recently become popular in Konoha. Magic cubes, yo-yos, jigsaw puzzles, Lupin locks. On the shelves of the toy store, there are all kinds of toys that fascinate countless children and even adults. And surprisingly, the price of these toys is only half of the previous toy stalls. So as soon as school is over, many ninja school students come here after hearing the news, and they are scrambling to squeeze into the toy store to buy all kinds of toys that they were reluctant to buy before. Seeing that the toys he invented have caused such a grand occasion, Hideki, who is standing in front of the toy store, is not very happy, but rather a little bit amused. Because this toy store is not opened by him at all. Hideki had predicted a long time ago that in this ninja world where there is not much copyright law, the toys he invented will sooner or later be copied and pirated by others. In fact, some carpenters or craftsmen have secretly imitated and made a lot of new toys to sell in the village. It's just that it was a small fight, so Hideki didn't bother to argue with them. But this time the situation is different. Because when Asuma came to tip off Hideki before, he also brought Hideki a lot of toys bought from this toy store. After inspection, Hideki found that the workmanship of these toys was not exquisite. But the advantage is that the quantity is large and the workmanship of the same toys is almost exactly the same. It is obvious that these toys are not handmade in a small workshop, but mass-produced by machines in a large factory. You must know that these new toys have only appeared in Konoha for more than 2 months, and Hideki's workshop is almost completed now. I didn't expect that someone has created a production line for so many kinds of toys so quickly, and even a toy store has opened first. There are probably not many ninjas with such strength in Konoha. Fortunately, the owner behind this toy store has no intention of covering up. So on the side of the signboard that says Daban Toy Store, the family crest of the Shimura clan is clearly painted. It is not difficult to guess that the instigator is the head of the Shimura clan, Shimura Danzo. And this is the most amusing part for Hideki. Since he rejected the invitation of the root, Hideki has guessed many possible revenges that Danzo might take and has taken precautions. But pirated toys? This is really a path he has never thought of. Hideki even doubted whether he was wrong. After all, the darkness of the ninja world and toys that bring happiness to children don't go together in any way. But unfortunately, Hideki's guess was confirmed not long after. Red Bean Paste Private Marseille. This time I'm sorry for you, Hideki. Soon after, Hideki was taken to the Hokage's office by the Anbu. After the Anbu closed the door and left, the Sandame apologized to Hideki with a guilty look on his face and explained the whole story. I just wanted Danzo to learn from your serious attitude, so I showed him the report you wrote. I didn't expect that bastard to copy all the ideas in it, secretly pirated your toys. Hideki had a strange expression after hearing this. He didn't expect that the report he wrote would backfire and cause him such a big trouble. And Hideki also remembered that when Abarame Shijiro came to recruit him on behalf of the root, he kept saying that he had valuable talents. Fuck. It turned out that he was not talking about puppetry, but talent in business. This made Hideki feel depressed that he was underestimated, and he hoped that the other party would always underestimate him. At this time, the Sandame was still repeating the private Marseille in his heart, reflecting deeply, but he seemed to have no intention of correcting the wrongs. In him, Hideki suddenly felt a strong spirit of craftsmanship. But it's true, toys are not Konoha's copyright law protects everything Danzo does, so everything is legal and reasonable. At most, he can only be criticized on the moral level. But for Danzo, who is used to doing dirty work and has a bad reputation in the ninja world, these moral accusations are not painful at all. Even if it is said a little bit mildly, it will become a compliment to him. And if you want to build a factory and production line in a short period of time and then open a store at the speed of light, it will inevitably cost a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. It is said that Danzo was originally worried about the funding problem, and now such a large investment has been made, of course it is impossible for him to obediently close the factory and close the store. The third generation knows the temper of his best friend, so of course he will not make a promise to Hideki that cannot be realized. Fortunately, Hideki is not too dissatisfied with the current situation. Even if the Sandame was suddenly possessed by Hashirama Senju and decided to kill his wife to prove his truth, Hideki would probably have to help stop him. After all, it is easy to dodge an open spear, but it is hard to guard against an arrow from the dark side. Although Hideki has always been on guard. But always being on guard against the dark arrows of the old shady Danzo, who would shoot at him at any time, place, and angle, still made him a little tired. So when Hideki found out that Danzo actually wanted to play a business war with him, he was actually so happy that he would wake up laughing in his dreams. How could he choose to kill someone's middle-aged entrepreneurial dream? Hideki has made up his mind to maintain a balance with Danzo in business. Of course, he still has to take the biggest share. It is best to eat the meat yourself and let Danzo drink the soup. Neither let his roots grow too strong, nor force him to choose to flip the table. Until he accumulates enough power, or Minato becomes Hokage, and then makes Danzo vomit out everything he has eaten. But it is obvious that the situation where Danzo has opened a store first does not meet Hideki's expectations. Even if his toy store is officially opened, the toys that can be sold are not much different from those of Danzo due to the level of workshop machines and students. Perhaps people who don't know will think that Hideki copied Danzo. So he must now think of a way to regain his leading position on the opening day of the store in half a month. So after the performance of the third Hokage, who knew his mistake but did not change, Hideki, who soon had a general plan, also began his own performance. Hokage-sama, please don't blame yourself anymore. Hideki said humbly. I heard that Danzo-sama has been secretly making a lot of contributions to Konoha, and I have always admired him. Hokage-sama, what you said just now, the village's financial situation is not very good recently. Danzo-sama is also short of funds in the route, and has no money to protect Konoha, so he has to resort to this desperate measure. This is really understandable, please don't blame him too much. Besides, the problem of piracy cannot be eliminated. Danzo-sama can use this money to protect Konoha, which is also a good use of it. Hearing this, the Sandame felt even more ashamed. What a good child! Even though his toys were copied by others, he actually put himself in the shoes of the other party in Konoha. Sure enough, Hideki is the true successor of the Will of Fire. Then Hideki laughed again. Besides, if our workshop is the only one in Konoha, then my children and I may be content with the status quo and become lazy. So Danzo-sama's big class toy store actually appeared at the right time. With the healthy competition between us, we will definitely be able to bring more joy and changes to Konoha. Healthy competition. Whether Hideki meant it or not, his words reminded the Sandame. He immediately patted his chest and promised. Don't worry, Hideki. I will control Danzo in the future, so that he can't play tricks anymore, and I will compete with you fairly. And as compensation for this time, Hideki, if your workshop needs any help, please let me know, of course, except for funding issues. That's great. After receiving the unreliable promise from the Sandame, Hideki decided to stop while he was ahead, so he smiled and said. Since Danzo has taken the lead, I have to give him some back. It just so happens that I have a new plan to promote the toy store, and I need some students to cooperate, so I hope that you, Hokage, can approve a sum of points for me to recruit them. Oh. The Sandame was also a little curious when he heard it. Then I wonder what your plan is like, Hideki? Hideki smiled playfully and said. Hokage-sama, have you heard of movies? Chapter 87, Movie Preparation. Movies? Of course I know. A new movie theater just opened in Konoha recently. Wako and I went to see it twice last month. The Sandame seemed to be worried about being regarded as an outdated bumpkin, and he quickly showed off his knowledge of movies. He stopped just in time when he almost said that he would use the telescope technique to watch some small movies that were not suitable for children from time to time. After coughing twice, the Sandame asked in confusion. So Hideki, are you planning to use movies to promote your toys? Is it really necessary to go through so much trouble? In fact, it's no wonder that the Sandame thought so. Movies are still a new thing that only circulates in the upper class, so he naturally doesn't know the real power contained in them. Because it can't be explained clearly in a short time, and he is afraid that Danzo will intercept him again, Hideki decided to keep it a secret for now. It's just a small attempt. Hideki smiled and said, many of the equipment and props needed for filming can be made by students in the puppetry class, which is also a good exercise. Besides, the audience of this movie is children, so the characters should not be too old, and they can be selected from students. Therefore, as long as you approve a sum of points as funding, the actual cost of this movie should not be too much. No. Hideki, you just spread the cost among all the ninjas who sponsored the points plan. The Sandame said in his heart. However, as the biggest beneficiary, he certainly did not reveal this fact. Hideki, are you sure you have enough confidence? The Sandame was still a little hesitant. I haven't thought about the specific approach yet, but I can guarantee that there will be some results. And the greatest significance of this attempt is to verify one of my conjectures. Hideki said with a smile. Hokage-sama, you might as well imagine. If the promotion of the movie can make a toy popular throughout Konoha, then perhaps Konoha's Will of Fire can also be better spread to all parts of the ninja world through the medium of movies. After a while, Hideki walked out of the Hokage's office with a smile on his face. After drawing a big pie to promote the Will of Fire through movies, the Sandame surrendered immediately. So Hideki finally got the permission to make a movie and the authority to use a certain amount of points. In fact, the idea of making a movie was not a whim of Hideki, but had long been in his plan. Whether it is to promote the products of the workshop or to continue to improve everyone's perception of puppetry, movies are a very good choice. And what Hideki just said is not entirely a big pie. He did think that if he had the energy in the future, he could imitate the style of the United States in his previous life. That is, to quietly promote Konoha's Will of Fire and values through movies, and subtly influence the three views of the audience inside and outside the village. It would be best to establish cultural hegemony and make Konoha a beacon of the ninja world that everyone yearns for. In this way, if he wants to integrate the power of the entire ninja world to fight against the enemies of the Otsutsuki clan in the future, it should be much easier. Of course, all this is just empty talk. The first thing Hideki has to do now is to make a first move to prove his conjecture and give Danzo a taste of his own power. So after leaving the Hokage building, Hideki went to the only movie theater in Konoha for a field investigation. About an hour later, Hideki walked out of the movie theater, which can be said to be mixed. The good news is that the current movies are still in the early stages of exploration, and even retain a lot of traditional no-drama shadows. So even though Hideki is a layman in the film industry, he is confident that he can rely on the amount of movies he watched in his previous life to strike a dimensionality reduction blow to the current film industry. What is worrying is that the movies played in the cinema are still black and white movies, and the clarity is very average. No wonder the third generation is skeptical about his film promotion plan. It is so dark that even people's faces are not clear. Who cares about your broken toy? So if he wants to make the movie successful, Hideki must first study how to improve the camera and projector. Due to time constraints, he will not force 4K resolution and 3D images, but at least he has to make color images. Although this has increased his workload. But once it is realized, no matter what kind of rubbish movie Hideki makes in the end, it is estimated that there will be a lot of people waving money to see it. Because it will take some time to improve the camera, Hideki decided to do both. First arrange the preparation and rehearsal work for the students, and then start the improvement work. So Hideki started to decide on the script of the movie as soon as he returned to the school office. The Shawshank Redemption, Inception, The Godfather. Of course, masterpieces like these were not within Hideki's consideration. After all, he made movies not to cultivate the aesthetic sentiments of the people in the ninja world, but to sell toys. So Hideki took out a bunch of toys and put them on the table as a source of inspiration. Ordinary toys may not be explosive enough, and Danzo can also quickly imitate them, and they cannot create a sufficient gap. And the apprentices in the workshop are just about to start learning how to draw runes, and they are afraid that I can't draw too complicated rune spells so quickly. Therefore, it is difficult for Hideki to use high-tech toys such as Pocket Puppet Beast as the promotional object of the movie. Fortunately, he doesn't need to prevent Danzo from plagiarizing, he just needs to buy time to seize most of the market. So now we only need to consider whether there are toys that can become fancy and cool by adding a small amount of rune spells. Hideki pondered for a long time, and finally fixed his eyes on a yo-yo on the table. The movie Fire Boy King, produced by Ninja School and Kimura Workshop, is in preparation and is now recruiting actors from all students. The specific roles and remuneration are as follows. The little ninjas looked at the various roles and corresponding points rewards in the announcement, and their hearts became more and more excited and began to discuss. What is a movie? You don't know? My dad took me to the new movie theater in the village recently. It was great. But why is our ninja school suddenly making a movie? Who cares? Didn't you see that the protagonist actually gets 5 points every day? It makes me want to give it a try. Haha, with your face, how can you be the protagonist? What do you care? It won't hurt to try. Yeah, it's such an interesting thing. It's not bad to participate as a passerby. The audition will be after school in the afternoon. You must go and see it then. Let's go together. Count me in. Me too. Sure enough, after school, a long queue had formed in front of the puppetry classroom, which served as a temporary audition venue. Although everyone said they were determined to participate, they were actually full of ambition. You should know that the ninja school has a special spy disguise course, so many students are quite confident in their acting skills. So everyone said they wanted to be a passerby, but when they filled out the application form, they all filled in their wishes to be the protagonist. How could being the protagonist of a movie be difficult for them? Hideki, who took time out to do the casting, thought so. Unfortunately, when the audition started, he found out that he was quite wrong. Chapter 88 Unexpected Gains. Fire Boy King is a sports-themed youth inspirational TV series that Hideki watched in his previous life. Of course, this is a nice way of saying it. To put it bluntly, it is a large-scale advertisement for yo-yos. So even if the plot is boring, the lines are awkward, and the actors have no acting skills. As long as the yo-yos are fun enough and the 5-cent special effects are fancy enough, this drama can still be enthusiastically sought after by many children. Even when Hideki was a child in his previous life, he used to watch it with relish and spent a lot of pocket money on it. Alas, I really don't want to admit that I made a mistake because of my youth. However, the butt determines the head. Although Hideki has always despised this kind of bad movie that treats the audience as fools. But when it was his turn to direct, he immediately exclaimed that it was really good. After all, with a makeshift team composed of him and his students, how could they possibly make any good works at the beginning? So this bad movie model that has been tested by the market and can make a lot of money is his best choice. However, Hideki still has some artistic pursuits. In order to be able to make real good works in the future and invade the entire ninja world, he decided to cultivate relevant talents from now on. So even if it was a bad movie, he was not vague at all in the audition. Anyway, the children have learned spy disguise technology, so it should be easy to pick out some good seedlings. However, what Hideki never expected was that the truth was exactly the opposite. Next, please pick up the yo-yo and yell "Silver Dragon" from the sky. Next, try to make a nervous expression, like waiting for your wife to give birth in the hospital. Next, do you have freestyle? The little ninjas lined up and came forward one by one, performing various performances according to Hideki's instructions. To be honest, although their acting skills are still a bit immature, they are already remarkable. But after auditioning a group of students, Hideki's brows gradually frowned. Teacher Yukiko, who usually teaches everyone camouflage techniques, was also pulled in by Hideki to help. She was nodding with satisfaction, but when she saw Hideki frowning, she hurriedly asked, "Teacher Hideki, is there something wrong with everyone's acting skills?" Hideki then smiled bitterly and said, "No, it's just the opposite. The problem is that everyone's acting skills are too good." Hideki began to realize where the problem was. Acting skills are also divided into different schools. Just like stage actors need to exaggerate their expressions and make large movements in order to let the audience understand the emotions of the characters. But once this kind of performance is put into film and television dramas, it will become very artificial and stiff. Similarly, the acting skills of the little ninjas were originally used to serve the spy work. So what they pursue is the sense of ordinariness that cannot be found in the crowd. If this kind of acting is used for minor roles, then everyone is amazing. But once they are asked to play the main role that needs to highlight their personality, there is always an indescribable sense of disobedience. Not to mention that Hideki is filming the Fire Boy King with a high degree of middle school second year. The middle school second year acting style required by this drama is even more contrary to the acting concept that children have learned since childhood. Although the students are still young and have strong plasticity, they should be able to perfectly control this style with a little training. But Hideki is worried that when they are carrying out disguise missions in the future, they may accidentally break out of the middle school second year disease and become the brightest boy in the crowd. So Hideki decided to let everyone forget about acting. Just perform as they are, and then he will find people who match the temperament of the characters in the play. Sure enough, the casting work went much smoother this time. For example, the position of the heroine Millie was naturally taken by Yui Kurane, the leader of the Playhouse group. However, because of this, Asuma, who was originally focused on training for the martial arts competition and had no intention of getting involved in this matter, also rushed to sign up without stopping, hoping to get the position of the protagonist. It seems that this kid is self-taught and wants to make a real play with Kurane on the set and create a little spark of love. It's a pity. Although this child is not ugly, he looks particularly mature. He is the type that makes people can't help but exclaim, "Is this 8 years old?" It is estimated that he will have to wait until his age catches up with his anxious appearance and begins to exude the charm of a mature man before his flower season will officially begin. Obviously, this face is not suitable for being the protagonist of a youth drama, so Hideki decisively rejected his application. However, Hideki also decided to make use of Asuma's previous arrogant personality and gave him the role of a supporting role, Mai Jun. It just so happens that this character also likes the heroine. When Asuma was required to show jealousy towards the male lead in the play, Hideki believed that this kid could definitely contribute Oscar-level acting skills. After that, other supporting roles were also confirmed one after another. What bothered Hideki was that the candidate for the protagonist Li Fei had not been decided yet. Although Yo-Yo was the protagonist of this large-scale commercial, as the human-shaped pendant with the highest appearance rate, Hideki still didn't want to be too compromising. But it's not easy to find a kind, calm, and somewhat second-year boy with decent looks. In addition to not being calm enough, Obito was actually a more suitable candidate. It's a pity that this kid's tail-end personality has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. If he was the protagonist and kept pretending, Hideki was worried that everyone would be very distracted and unable to empathize. So even if Obito kept winking at him with pleading eyes after the audition, Hideki remained indifferent. It was not until Obito's dream of becoming a star was shattered and he was about to leave with his friends in frustration that Hideki's eyes suddenly lit up and he strode over. Then, as Obito's eyes were renewed with expectation, Hideki said to the younger boy beside him. You look unfamiliar to me, classmate. I think you fit the image of the protagonist of this drama. Are you interested in taking on the challenge? Judging from the clothes, hairstyle, and appearance, this should also be a child of the Uchiha clan. However, unlike the generally arrogant children of the same clan, this child is young but looks particularly calm. Although a round nose slightly reduces his appearance, it also makes him more approachable. To sum up, he is simply the best candidate for the protagonist in Hideki's mind. Under Obito's incredulous gaze, the little boy bowed politely and said, Hello, teacher. My name is Uchiha Shisui. I just came to school a few days ago. Thank you for your invitation, but I just accompanied Brother Obito to the audition. I have no plans to make a movie. Why does this plot sound so familiar? Hideki complained in his heart, and then realized that the child's name seemed even more familiar. Shisui? Shisui with a flash? Hideki then remembered who this kid was. Although Uchiha Shisui only appeared in everyone's memories in the original work. But from the respect that Uchiha Itaka had for him, the name of Shisui with a flash, and the fact that he had the Mangeki Sharingan at a young age, this kid is definitely another super genius who can be compared with Minato, Kakashi, and Itaki. Especially the ability of his Mangeki Sharingan, Koda Amatsukami, which is even called the strongest illusion second only to the infinite Tsukuyomi. It's a pity that this child probably put all his talent points into training. He was so naive that he trusted Danzo, who was notorious in the ninja world, so that his right eye was taken away. The dignified genius ninja could only end up jumping into the river and committing suicide. Based on Shisui's future experience, Hideki can draw 3 lessons. First, be careful of Danzo, and never hesitate to speculate the thoughts of this pot shadow with the worst malice. Second, if you have children in the future, you must be careful when changing their names. Look at Shisui, and his life really ended in the turbulent water of the Nanga River. And the third and most important point is that it seems that Uchiha Shisui should be easy to fool. Then why can't the person who fools him be himself? Thinking of this, Hideki's smile became more and more kind. From what Shisui said just now, he was one of those genius children who used to train in the clan and was now sent to the school to grab points. No wonder Hideki had never seen him before. And seeing that Shisui looked only about 6 or 7 years old, Hideki was not in a hurry, but just said gently. Shisui, right? You don't have to give me an answer so soon. This drama will probably not start shooting until next week. If you change your mind before then, you can always come to me. I will think about it, Mr. Hideki. Shisui nodded politely. So Hideki also smiled and waved his hand, then turned and walked away. Hearing Obito behind him complaining that Shisui didn't see such a good opportunity, Hideki couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. In fact, the protagonist actor doesn't matter anymore. It's worth the price to meet the future instant body Shisui today. No matter whether Shisui finally accepts his invitation or not, as long as he continues to stay in school, Hideki will not worry about him escaping from his palm. As for the protagonist, if it doesn't work, Hideki will use the transformation technique himself. In this way, Yui Kurane may become the biggest winner. Chapter 89 Uchiha. At dusk, Uchiha clan land. After bidding farewell to his brother Obito who had been nagging him all the way, Shisui began to walk towards the clan leader's residence. When he arrived at the door, he heard a quarrel coming from the house, and for a moment he was in a dilemma. It started again. Shisui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since the previous clan leader passed away last year and brother Fugaku became the clan leader, quarrels like this with the elders have happened from time to time. From both sides, brother Fugaku felt that the elders were conservative and didn't know how to adapt. And the elders felt that brother Fugaku was naive and frivolous. Little Shisui didn't know who was right or wrong, but he was confused. Everyone was doing it for the good of the Uchiha clan, why couldn't they understand each other? Whenever he heard people arguing, he wanted to rush in and cast a magic to make everyone calm down and talk without prejudice. Although little Shisui knew that if he did this now, he would not succeed, but would be punished with a broken butt. But this wish still planted a small seed in his heart, waiting for the day to sprout. Elder Setsuna, please respect yourself, I am the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, you will regret it. At this time, the argument had come to an end, and a heavy sound of footsteps came from far to near in the house. Then the door opened with a snap, and an old man with a sinister look walked out of the house, still snorting. Shisui bowed and greeted, Elder Setsuna. Setsuna restrained his anger when he saw Shisui, and nodded slightly. Shisui, I heard that you went to the ninja school recently. Yes, Elder Setsuna. Humph, I really don't know what Fugaku is thinking. It's okay to sponsor the school to flatter the Hokage. But even a genius like you is sent to the ninja school to waste time. It's really stupid. Shisui lowered his head and said nothing. To be honest, he actually had similar thoughts a few days ago. Because although he was only 6 years old, he was actually very close to the level of Chunin. So the basic courses of the ninja school could not help him at all. The reason why Shisui was willing to go was just to obey the orders of the clan leader. However, after several days of life in the ninja school, Shisui's thoughts began to waver. Because unlike the Uchiha clan, which always exudes a decadent smell, he felt a vibrant atmosphere from the ninja school. After some hard thinking, Shisui finally roughly understood the reason. Just like the new tin frog toy that Brother Obito showed him. Since the implementation of the points plan, the whole school seemed to be wound up, driving everyone to keep jumping forward. Students study hard for points, and teachers must constantly improve themselves in order to keep up with the pace of all students. And the improvement of teachers promotes the progress of students, and so on. So although it has only been a few days, Shisui has already felt that the ninja school is moving forward slowly and steadily. In comparison, his own Uchiha clan seems to have been standing still for a long time. This reminds Shisui of the puppet stage play Turtle Dragon Race that Brother Obito took him to see at noon the day before yesterday. Although Charmander is very fast, it is far ahead from the beginning. But he began to underestimate the enemy and fell asleep in the middle of the race, and was eventually surpassed step by Squirtle. Although Shisui did not think that the 1000-year heritage of the Uchiha clan would be easily surpassed. But he no longer dared to underestimate the ninja school, and even tried to learn from it and find a good solution to the Uchiha clan's dilemma. While Shisui was wandering in his mind, Setsuna had already complained non-stop and was finishing up. Shisui, you are the future of our clan, don't indulge in the game of playing house like the ninja school. I understand, Elder Setsuna. Seeing Shisui's humble attitude, Setsuna finally nodded with satisfaction and left with his hands behind his back. Shisui sighed in his heart again, then opened the door and entered the house. A moment later, Shisui was already sitting on the tatami in the living room, telling Fugaku across from him about his experience after school. Filming again after the points plan. This teacher Hideki is really not quiet for a moment. Fugaku's expression was a little strange. Should I accept teacher Hideki's invitation? Shisui asked. Fugaku pondered for a moment, but did not answer directly, but changed the subject. Shisui, how many points did you earn today? 8 points. Why is it less than yesterday? Fugaku frowned slightly. Because the teacher is no longer willing to call on me to answer questions. Fugaku's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he was speechless. Then he got up and went to the study room. When he came back, he sat down with a pen and notes in his hand and started calculating. Including today, you now have 95 points, Shisui. Add 10 points for the first place in each subject in the final exam, and 50 points for the first place in the grade. And the 500 points of the winner of the ninja school's first martial arts tournament, so there are 745 points. And now it's less than 2 months before the end of the semester, and the actual class time is only 43 days. So if you want to get 998 points by the end of the semester, you have to earn at least 5.8 points a day, which is 6 points. If everything goes well, it shouldn't be a big problem. From the number 998, it's not difficult to guess Fugaku's thoughts. That's right. Although after the consultation meeting, the ninja clans offered a lot of generous prizes in order to compete for the top position in the exchange list. For example, the Akimichi clan even took out their secret spinach balls. But for the wealthy Uchiha clan, these prizes are not worth sending the clan's most talented person to the school to compete for points. So his only goal, of course, is to let Shisui redeem the highest reward and receive personal guidance from the Hokage. Like many students, Fugaku also hopes that Shisui can be appreciated by the Hokage and soar to the sky. However, from the fact that Fugaku directly assumes that Shisui is the first in all exams and competitions, we know how confident he is in the child's ability. In addition, Shisui is different from ordinary Uchiha children. He has the same kind and humble character as his grandfather Uchiha Kagami, which will definitely make the Hokage feel like a treasure. As a representative of the moderate reform faction, Fugaku still has illusions about the third generation. So he hopes that Shisui can take this opportunity to become a bridge between the family and the village and reconcile the relationship between the two sides. Shisui, you must seize the opportunity when the time comes. Fugaku couldn't help but remind him again, your grandfather Uchiha Kagami was also appreciated by the second generation Hokage and became a member of his guard. Under his mediation, the relationship between our clan and the village was much more harmonious at that time. It's a pity that he died young, and now our clan is in the current situation again. So I hope you can inherit his will and become a new bridge connecting the family and the village. Seeing Shisui nodded seriously, Fugaku, who had just finished speaking, felt a little ashamed. If possible, he didn't want to put such a heavy burden on a 6-year-old child. It's a pity that the contradiction between the family and the village is already deeply rooted. Only by starting with the new generation can it be slowly resolved. However, Fugaku, who was somewhat soft-hearted, thought about it, and patted Shisui on the shoulder and said softly. I heard from Obito that the ninja school seems to be quite interesting now. After the end of the semester, Shisui should graduate from the school. So as long as it does not affect the work of earning points, Shisui, you can enjoy the new ninja school life in these 2 months. Even if it is to make a movie, if you want, go, I will deal with the elders. After that, Fugaku gave Shisui some pointers on training issues, and then ended the conversation between the two. Before Shisui left, Fugaku suddenly remembered something and reminded him. By the way, don't forget the festival on the weekend. This time it's Shisui's turn to perform. Remember not to hide your skills. If you can't satisfy the elders, they will definitely blame me for sending you to the ninja school. Chapter 90 Research and Development in Progress. The next afternoon, in the attic of the orphanage, Hideki walked to the window and pulled the thick black curtains, making the attic dark. Then he walked to a strange machine and pressed the switch on it. With a snap, the machine projected a light curtain onto the wall not far away, and at the same time, the sound of gears turning began to be heard inside. Then, moving images gradually emerged on the wall, which seemed to be a picture of Mighty Dy leading the children in the orphanage to do radio gymnastics. It seemed that this was just an ordinary daily clip, and it was even a bit eye-catching because everyone was wearing strange tights. But if film practitioners saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked, and even cause a major earthquake in the industry. Because what was projected on the wall at this time was not the black and white image they were accustomed to. The sky was blue, the grass was green, and the sky was blue-green, the children's faces are white and rosy, and they all have the bright colors they should have. Even the tights they wear are green and exude a youthful atmosphere. Yes, in just one day, Hideki has single-handedly pushed the film from the black and white era to the era of color films. If there are special film courses in the future, every time students learn about this period of history, they will probably have to watch Mighty's eye-catching gymnastics. But surprisingly, Hideki did not show joy for this, but frowned, as if he was not satisfied with the effect of the film. Indeed, for Hideki, who was used to watching 4K high-definition uncensored movies in his previous life, the so-called color images with blurred colors and distorted images in front of him were really hard to be accepted. But this was actually within Hideki's expectations. Because in order to rush, he did not actually develop the photography and projection equipment from scratch, but directly bought them on the black market for modification. And the method of achieving color images, he also used the simplest and crudest method. The reason why people can see the colorful world is because there are 3 types of cone cells on the retina of the eye, which can sense the 3 wavelengths of light, red, green and blue. The film used in movies is still very primitive, and the photosensitive coating can only record the changes in black and white, so the screen is also black and white. So Hideki decided to use optical parts such as prisms to record the pictures taken by the camera on 3 rolls of film at the same time. Then he set a red, green and blue filter in front of each film, so that each film only records one primary color of light. When it is projected, you only need to project the corresponding primary color light source, and then overlap the pictures through the prism, and you can easily restore the colorful picture. Well, in theory. However, because the steps are a bit cumbersome, the small flaws of the machine, filter, prism, and film will be constantly superimposed and magnified in the process, eventually causing distortion and blurring of the picture. Although it is enough to deal with the people in the ninja world who have never seen the world. But Hideki, who has always been a bit of a perfectionist, feels that he is a bit embarrassed. Can't we just take shortcuts and go the color film route like the movies in our previous life? Hideki began to ponder in his heart, but soon shook his head. Although color film seems ordinary, it is actually a thorough high-tech product and a reflection of a country's industrial level in photosensitive materials. The various chemical additives needed for the color film photosensitive coating are not something that Hideki can think of by just snapping his head, but require a lot of experiments to accumulate and develop. If he has this time, he might as well study the programming flow sealing technique and step directly into the digital film era. Then Hideki really did it. Anyway, the school's preparations will take a few days, and Hideki decided to challenge his limits to see if he can tinker with a satisfactory work before then. If it doesn't work, just use the newly modified machine. As soon as he said it, Hideki started to close the doors and windows. After checking that there was no problem through perception, he started brainstorming to find inspiration. Then a few minutes later, Eureka! A cry of surprise echoed in the attic. Although he was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, his face was pale and he looked exhausted, but his eyes were shining with joy. I'm so stupid, really. Hideki sighed first. I actually abandoned the previous route of combining technology and ninjutsu for the sake of speed, but ended up taking a long detour. Why didn't I think of it just now that there is actually a very similar technology in the ninja world? Telescope technique. This ninjutsu that the third generation often used to protect the safety of Konoha bathhouse, doesn't it combine the functions of video and projection? And its live broadcast. At the same time, in the remaining time of the brainstorming technique just now, Hideki also roughly guessed the general principle of this technique. The entry point is its positioning function. Based on the fact that this technique only needs to know the chakra characteristics of the object to monitor at a long distance, it is obvious that the principle of perception ninjutsu is used. So Hideki will naturally continue to speculate that the photography function of this technique should also be achieved by perception. After all, he himself has created a technique that can use chakra to detect various physical properties of materials with his strong chakra control. And this technique should also use a similar method to record the optical information around the other party with chakra. Then the chakra carries this information back to the caster and finally appears in the crystal ball. Speaking of which, this has many similarities with the perception technique that the Yamanaka clan can share the perception situation. In this way, the mystery of the telescope technique has been solved for more than half. Another question is how its incredible monitoring range covering the entire Konoha is achieved. Although the big toad sage of Myaboku Mountain has also used a crystal ball to achieve longer distance monitoring. But Hideki didn't think that the Sandome would usually choose to consume a huge amount of chakra to perform this technique. Considering that it is essentially a perception ninjutsu. So Hideki quickly thought of the early warning barrier covering the village. This barrier is mainly used to prevent foreign enemies from sneaking in, so it will be maintained by the barrier team ninjas 24 hours a day, and the chakra characteristics of everyone in Konoha will be identified through the principle of the perception array. Once a chakra characteristic that has not been registered appears, or a strong chakra fluctuation suddenly breaks out, the barrier team will immediately know and report it to the Anbu for processing. According to Hideki's guess, the third generation probably used his authority to take advantage of this barrier, so that he can easily achieve the effect of monitoring the entire Konoha with the telescope technique. It is not difficult to see that this technique can be used as a camera and projector as long as it is slightly improved and a mechanism is added to save the picture with rune techniques, and the effect is absolutely awesome. Hideki secretly estimated that with his own chakra control, combined with the increase in the brainstorming technique, he can develop this technique in a month. But there is still a small problem. Hideki had no intention of being a human camera on the set every day. If you want to turn it into a rune machine that anyone can use, you have to completely transform this ninjutsu into a rune ritual. Based on his current level, it will probably take a while to do it. In order to save time, Hideki began to think about how to ask the Sandome for the telescope technique. After all, the Sandome performed the technique by sensing the barrier and projecting it through the crystal ball. Obviously, at least the key functions have been realized in the rune culture, which saves Hideki a lot of effort. The problem is how he should explain that he knows the telescope technique. You can tell with your heels that the Sandome will not advertise a ninjutsu that can monitor the entire Konoha at any time. I'm afraid that even the ninjas in the barrier class may not know that their own barrier has such a wonderful use. If Hideki accidentally blurts out information that he shouldn't know, the trust relationship accumulated with the Sandome over the past few months may fall apart in an instant. For this, although his head was still a little dizzy due to the brainstorming technique. But Hideki still started to think about how to fool the dear Hokage this time. Thanks to the book friend Chafin Renchen for 1,500 rewards. Thanks to the book friend Reader for 100 rewards. Thanks to the book friend Jinjuo Xiao for 600 rewards. Chapter 91 Clairvoyance Technique. Soon after, in the Hokage's office. Hokage, Kimura Hideki is outside to see you. Oh? Let him in. The Sandaime, who was reviewing documents, finally relaxed his frown when he heard the news of Hideki's arrival. Recently, conflicts on the front lines in various places have intensified, and the problem of the village's fiscal deficit is still difficult to improve, which really puts him under great pressure. The only thing that makes him feel a little relieved is the recent changes in the ninja school. Seeing that the children are growing stronger and stronger under the encouragement of the point system, the Sandaime finally has a little more hope and motivation in his heart. As for Hideki, the great contributor to the point system, he naturally valued him more. So as soon as the door opened, the Sandaime put down the documents and prepared to praise Hideki happily. But when he saw Hideki clearly, he was surprised. At this time, Hideki had a pair of big dark circles under his eyes, and he looked like he had practiced Taoism too much, and he didn't even know that there were ink stains on his clothes. You should know that Hideki always looks clean and handsome, which is very different from the image of a puppeteer in people's minds. So what did he do to become like this? Fortunately, the Sandaime's question was soon answered by Hideki. Hokage-sama, good news. Hideki looked tired, but his eyes were emitting excitement. Yesterday, I had an idea and conceived a ninjutsu that can make Konoha safer, so I developed it overnight. I will come to report to you, Hokage, when I have a certain degree of success. The Sandaime suddenly realized it and was touched at the same time. Because for a ninja, staying up all night is actually not a big deal. Hideki must have spent a lot of energy on this ninjutsu that is beneficial to Konoha, so he became like this in just one day. And this also made him very curious. The ninjutsu that can make Hideki, a genius inventor, pay so much attention to it and complete it as soon as possible without sleep must also bring him a lot of surprises. However, the Sandaime was not in a hurry. He first poured a cup of tea for Hideki and asked him to drink some water before telling him in detail. After Hideki drank 3 cups in a row, he suppressed his excitement and began to tell the cause and effect. You know, Hokage, I've been studying sealing techniques and barrier techniques recently. Because I'm going to make a movie, I've been studying photography and projection equipment these days to see if I can improve them a little. Who knew that the knowledge in these two fields would collide, and suddenly I had a bold idea. That is, we may be able to use rune techniques to simulate the functions of these devices. Then as long as we connect these techniques to the Konoha early warning barrier, with the help of its perception system covering the entire village, we can observe every situation in the village at any time. I've already thought of the name of this technique, it's called the clairvoyance technique. Then Hideki began to think of the techniques he had deduced before. He revealed everything, and of course said it was his own plan. The Sandaime, who was listening on the side, gradually froze with interest, and finally became very strange. Because Hideki's idea sounded more and more familiar the more he listened. Isn't this his own telescope technique? The Sandaime complained fiercely in his heart. Although Hideki has not yet perfected the details, the idea is exactly the same. You should know that this telescope technique combined with the early warning barrier is his masterpiece, but he just regrets that he can't make it public. I didn't expect that Hideki was so young and had just started to learn the sealing technique, but he developed the complete idea of this technique in just one day. The most hateful thing is that the name is better than his own. This made the Sandaime sigh and feel relieved, with mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't suspect that Hideki had plagiarized him. Not only because he thought he had always done a good job of keeping secrets. It is also because Hideki has proved his talent with his self-taught puppetry, pocket puppet beasts, and programming-style sealing techniques. In the eyes of the Sandaime, Hideki is already a genius inventor very close to Orochimaru and Tobira Misama. It is not surprising that he can deduce the principle of the telescope technique by chance. At this time, Hideki's introduction has also come to an end. As long as we have this clairvoyance system, even ninjas without perception talents can use it to monitor. In this way, as long as more people are invested, Konoha will become safer. At the same time, this can also free up more scarce perception ninjas, allowing them to do more work that contributes to the village. Don't worry, Lord Hokage. I estimate that as long as I invest more time in it, it will take only about half a year for me to develop this technique. After that, Hideki blinked a few times, waiting for the Sandaime's response with anticipation. Half a year, cough cough. The Sandame used the time of clearing his throat to delay for a moment, and finally made a decision in his heart. Killing people to silence them, is naturally impossible. Watching from the sidelines. But Hideki already has a complete idea, and he will be able to develop this technique sooner or later. And it was a waste for him to spend half a year doing useless work when he was in the period of inspiration. So he actually had no choice but to smile bitterly and said, "That. Hideki, your idea is really good. It's a pity that this ninjutsu actually exists, and its name is the telescope technique. Because it is a secret of the village, it is normal that Hideki doesn't know it." Hearing this, Hideki's eyes widened, his mouth slightly opened, and he was stunned for a moment. After several seconds, he came back to his senses, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I already have it. I thought I had made some great discovery. Film technology has only appeared recently, but I didn't expect someone to think of this method earlier than me. It's true that there are always people who are better than you. There are always people who are better than you." The Sandame puffed his chest a little when he heard this. He was quite pleased to be admired by such an inventive genius as Hideki. Hideki noticed the Sandame's little move, laughed in his heart, and felt that the time was almost right. In fact, his unkempt image and the behavior of a mad scientist just now were all to whitewash his understanding of the telescope technique and to show that he had the ability and enthusiasm to develop this technique quickly. In this way, when he asked to borrow this somewhat sensitive ninjutsu, the Sandame would be more likely to agree. So Hideki began to say sincerely, "Hokage, if possible, I hope to use up all my merits to borrow the secret book of telescope technique. I don't need the whole content, just the rune technique part related to photography and projection. In this way, I can create better movie equipment faster, so as to improve the effect of the movie." Sure enough, after a little hesitation, the Sandame agreed to Hideki's request, and gave him the complete version. The reason why he was so confident in Hideki was that the core areas of all ninja clans had set up shielding barriers. Hideki could only use this technique to check the bathhouse, and there was no way to use it for bad purposes. Secondly, Hideki did not have the authority to connect it to the Konoha warning barrier, so the perception range was not large and could not play a big role. However, it was just right for making movies. The Sandame was looking forward to what kind of interesting movie Hideki would make. And the Sandame was also considering Hideki's previous proposal. Maybe, rather than using it alone, letting more ordinary ninjas share the work of the perception ninja is the best way to maximize the effect of this technique. After Hideki learns this technique, perhaps he can be considered to be responsible for promoting this matter. So not long after, Hideki happily left the Hokage's office with the secret book of the telescope technique. Before leaving, Hideki thanked again. "Thank you, Hokage. You will definitely not regret it." Chapter 92 Festival. It was the weekend, in the evening. The night gradually fell, and the villagers finished their busy day's work and were on their way to the Hokage's office. Continue to return home to rest. The noisy Konohagakure village also slowly returned to silence, like a sleeping giant beast. However, the Uchiha clan's clanland was an exception at this time, and it seemed to be much more lively than during the day. This is no wonder, after all, the night of this day is the time when the Uchiha clan holds the annual festival. In this rare festival, the Uchiha clan also swept away the usual depressing atmosphere, and there were a lot of laughter and joy everywhere. It was completely dark, but the streets were still brightly lit. The red and white paper lanterns were hung high, with round fan family crests or megatama patterns painted on them, which looked simple and full of festive atmosphere. Many stalls were set up on both sides of the street, selling various accessories and holiday snacks. Amid the hawking of the stall owners, men, women, old and young in traditional Uchiha clan costumes shuttled between the stalls, enjoying a rare happy time. Uchiha Shisui was shopping with a black-haired woman wearing an elegant yukata, full of the atmosphere of Yamato Nadeshiko. They were eating the takoyaki they had just bought while walking. The woman's name was Uchiha Mikoto, and she was Fugaku's wife. Because Fugaku, as the clan leader, needed to supervise the preparations for the festival ceremony later, Shisui had to take on the responsibility of accompanying Mikoto. "Shisui, is the takoyaki delicious?" Mikoto asked with a smile. "Delicious. Can it compare to the three-color meatballs that Shisui likes the most?" "The three-color meatballs are more delicious," Shisui said without thinking, and Mikoto couldn't help but smile at the speed. "Then I'll buy you three-color meatballs next time. But in return, Shisui, you have to help me take care of my brother or sister in the future." As she said this, Mikoto couldn't help but gently stroke her slightly bulging belly with a gentle expression. Although it was obviously an unequal treaty that was humiliating and detrimental to the country. But Shisui had been blinded by his favorite three-color balls, nodding his head happily, feeling that he had made a fortune. Then the two continued to chat and laugh while strolling around the various stalls on the street. Unfortunately, they had reached the end of the street not long after. Although the lights were still bright in front of the avenue, there were no more stalls. "Alas, I remember that this festival should have been more lively when I was a child." Mikoto sighed as if she was still reluctant to leave. Back then, there were so many stalls that they could be placed at the end of this road. But Mikoto knew that this was helpless. She still remembered the brutality of the Second Ninja World War, and although there was no major war in the ninja world after that, small conflicts never stopped. Although the level of the Uchiha clan ninjas was far superior to that of ordinary ninjas. But they were often sent to the most dangerous fronts and to perform the most difficult tasks. Over the years, the number of people in the Uchiha clan naturally became thinner and thinner. This sometimes made Mikoto have the same suspicion as the hawks in the clan. Is the village secretly targeting the Uchiha clan, trying to weaken the strength of this powerful ninja clan by boiling the frog in warm water? Shisui naturally couldn't think so deeply, but just suggested naively. "Sister Mikoto, why don't we invite other villagers to participate in this festival, it will definitely be more lively than before." Mikoto smiled bitterly, thinking that it would be so easy. How could those clan members who have always been proud of the Uchiha name watch this festival that symbolizes the clan's tradition being defiled by outsiders? And the Uchiha clan has always had a bad relationship with other villagers. If no one is willing to come, wouldn't it make this festival a joke? However, Mikoto did not extinguish the child's sincerity with cold facts. She just touched his head and encouraged him. "Shisui, your idea is good, but there are still some misunderstandings between the family and the village, so now is not the best time to do this. As for when it can be realized, it depends on our future efforts." "Yes. I will also work hard." Shisui nodded seriously. In fact, this was just Mikoto's encouragement, and she did not have much expectation. But what she didn't know was that Shisui, a child with extraordinary talent but a bit of stubbornness, had taken her words seriously and planted a small seed in his heart. After that, seeing that the time was almost up, the two walked towards the Uchiha Square where the festival ceremony was held. At this time, a large stage had been built in the center of the square using earth escape. There were many lanterns, bonfires, and shiminawa with various talismans attached to it, which exuded a traditional and mysterious atmosphere. Under the exciting drum beats, the girls dressed as shrine maidens were dancing on the stage, attracting the attention of many tribesmen below the stage. Mikoto looked at the girls dancing on the stage, and a little nostalgia and envy appeared on her face. Because just last year, she was one of them. But now that she was married, she lost the qualification to perform on stage. However, Mikoto looked at Fugaku who was talking to the tribe members in front of the stage, and her heart was warmed. She felt that this deal was still quite worthwhile. Since she saw her husband, Mikoto felt that the little Shisui beside her was not so attractive, so she said. "Shisui, it's almost time for your children to show, you should go to the back of the stage to prepare." Shisui, who was ruthlessly dumped by Mikoto, soon came to the preparation area behind the stage and saw many children of the same age as him. However, the figure of the strange brother Obito has not appeared yet. Thinking of his habit of being late, Shisui couldn't help but sweat for him. "Grandma, just wait and see me show my skills." Fortunately, when everyone was drawing lots to decide the order of going on stage, Obito finally showed up in time. After waving goodbye to a kind-looking old lady not far away, Obito ran to the preparation area. Sorry, I was so happy shopping with Grandma that I forgot the time." Obito touched the back of his head and laughed with the middle-aged ninja in charge of the presentation. Because it was a big holiday, the middle-aged ninja was too lazy to say anything to Obito, but just asked him to draw lots quickly and not delay everyone's time. After drawing lots, Obito walked to Shisui's side, glad that he was neither late nor scolded. It seems that he has good luck today. By analogy, the presentation session later should also be very smooth. It just so happened that the number he drew was 14, and he was the last one to appear. Could it be that the heavens knew that he had been reborn and deliberately gave him a chance to appear last, so that everyone would have enough time to praise him? Adhering to the fine traditions of the Uchiha clan, Obito's self-confidence began to inexplicably swell like a balloon. Until he glanced at Shisui's number, his smile froze. And the confidence in his heart suddenly disappeared with a bang, as if it was pierced by a needle. Because he found that Shisui's number was actually number 13, which was ranked before his own. This means that after everyone has seen the talent show of Shisui, the super genius, it will be his turn to go on stage. Although after 2 months of special training in chakra breathing, Obito can now perform the great fireball technique. But it depends on who he is compared with. You have to know that when the seniors in the clan taught him fire escape, Obito had seen how powerful Shisui was. It is conceivable that after everyone has appreciated the visual feast presented by Shisui, how can they still look down on his mediocre great fireball technique? Fortunately, Obito quickly adjusted his mentality. After all, the focus of this talent show is not to make a splash in front of everyone. It is not to make grandma sad because of a poor performance, and to make sure she has a perfect festival. So Obito actually planned to play it safe. In order to ensure the success of the great fireball technique, he was not even prepared to use his full strength to ensure that he could perfectly control the shape and range of the fireball. So it's okay to be mediocre, as long as it doesn't embarrass himself. However, to be on the safe side, Obito still quietly told Shisui to save some strength and give him some room to play. Chapter 93 Genius and Super Genius. Not long after, the performance officially began. At this time, almost all members of the Uchiha clan had gathered in front of the stage. Even the ninjas who had been stationed outside for a long time and came back from afar to participate in this festival. Everyone was looking forward to the next performance of the children, to see if there would be another amazing talent in the clan. The first person to go on stage was a boy named Uchiha Taihuo, and he performed the most famous ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom! The Taihuo boy quickly formed a seal, and then suddenly spurted out a large fireball with a diameter of more than 2 meters. The fireball flew nearly 10 meters with a whistling momentum, just hitting the wooden man as a target, and quickly burned it to ashes. The next moment, warm applause and cheers broke out from the audience. Many Uchiha ninjas who were watching with their chests crossed also nodded slightly in a high and cold manner, expressing their recognition of this cub. Fugaku, who was sitting at the front of the audience, gave a very high evaluation. The hand seal is fast, the fire is fierce, and the ball is condensed. Based on this fireball alone, I can conclude that this boy has the appearance of a jonin. Don't think that it seems a bit exaggerated to praise a sea-level fireball technique. But Fugaku's words are really sincere, and everyone's applause and praise are not much water. Because the big fireballs that seem to be almost the same to outsiders can be divided into different levels in the eyes of these Uchiha ninjas who pass down the family tradition of fire escape. As Fugaku just pointed out, the speed of hand seals, the heat of the flames, and the degree of condensation of the fireball are all important factors that determine the actual combat effect of the fireball technique. And the level of the fireball technique largely represents the children's current hand seal technology, the level of changes in the nature of fire escape chakra, and the level of changes in chakra form. So, except for the small size of the fireball caused by his young age and insufficient chakra, Taihuo has far surpassed his peers in other aspects, and of course he can be praised by everyone. In fact, this is also the significance of the annual festival display. It is to allow everyone to clearly weigh the children's current level and future potential through fire escape techniques such as the Great Fireball Technique. In this way, Fugaku and the elders can determine the training policy and resource inclination for the children, and others will not have any objections. It's a pity that most children still think this is just an entertainment program in the festival, not knowing that this is actually a major test that determines their future development test. At this time, Obito, who was secretly observing in the backstage, naturally knew nothing about this. But it didn't matter to him. Anyway, no matter how good the resources given by the clan were, could they compare to the personal guidance of the ancestor Uchiha Madara? At this time, Obito was still relieved by everyone's reaction. It seems that everyone's standards are not too high. Although his average level of great fireball technique is not as good as Taihuo's, it is enough to satisfy everyone. Now he finally put down more than half of his hanging heart. Then, one by one, the Uchiha clan cubs walked onto the stage one by one, performing their best fire escape ninjutsu. Of course, most of the children performed the great fireball technique. But there were also some who used the phoenix fire technique and the dragon fire technique that needed to be used with iron wire, which also received a lot of applause from everyone. It's a pity that there will be no more geniuses like Taihuo who make everyone's eyes shine. But everyone was not discouraged by this, but the expectation became more and more high. Because even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, everyone heard that a rare genius had appeared in the clan, and they were very curious about how evil this kid was. Not long after, their wish finally came true, and it was Shisui's turn to go on stage. Shisui, who was walking onto the stage, thought about Brother Fugaku's special instructions before, and could only say sorry to Obito in his heart. "Forgive me, Brother Obito, this is the last time." When everyone learned from each other that it was Shisui, who they had been thinking about, who was going to go on stage this time, the warm atmosphere in the audience suddenly reached its peak. "Come on, Shisui, let the guy who rarely returns to the village see how powerful you are, don't always say I'm bragging. Yes, let us see the true strength of Master Kagami's descendants." In everyone's expectant, curious, or scrutinizing eyes, Shisui first bowed politely and greeted everyone, and then began to make hand seals at a rapid speed. Many ninjas were surprised by Shisui's humble and polite image, but they were shocked by his hand seals the next moment and didn't have time to think about it. Not only because Shisui's movements were fast and accurate. More importantly, from the hand seals he made, it can be seen that he was not going to use sea-level ninjutsu such as the Great Fireball technique, but Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Shisui leaned back with his upper body, took a deep breath, made his entire chest swell, and then suddenly exhaled forward. Whoosh! A ball of blazing flames instantly gushed out of his mouth, and then split into 3 fierce and violent fire dragons. Under Shisui's control, they advanced in 3 directions, and finally joined at the wooden man who was the imaginary enemy with a pincer attack, leaving no room for escape. Then, boom! The 3 fire dragons hit the wooden man at the same time, and suddenly exploded into a huge ball of flames on the spot. The blazing flames burned fiercely, illuminating the entire stage like daylight. As for the wooden man, there was no trace of him. I'm afraid he had been crushed to dust at the moment of the collision. For a moment, the whole square fell into silence, with only the sound of the burning flames echoing. After a while, the audience finally reacted and gave an unprecedented huge cheer. Even those senior jonins didn't care about putting on a cold attitude at this time, and looked at Shisui on the stage with astonished eyes. It's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. This is a high-level ninjutsu of B-level jonin difficulty. How can this child perform it? The most outrageous thing is that this child is only 6 years old. I know, Shisui must be the reincarnation of that adult. God bless Uchiha. Everyone was talking about it, digesting the shocking scene they had just seen. Fugaku, who was sitting in front of the audience, smiled but said nothing. He had obviously expected Shisui's level. He had just become the clan leader and was still trying to repair the relationship with the village. So in order to increase the chances of Shisui being appreciated by the Hokage, he specially let the child learn this fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Because just like the Great Fireball technique, this technique can continuously improve the effect according to the level of the caster. And in controlling the shape of the flame, it is even more useful. So although it is only a B-level fire style ninjutsu, this Fire Dragon Flame Bullet still won the favor of ninja Dr. Sarutobi Hiruzen and has become his very representative and proud ninjutsu. Therefore, once he found that Shisui could use this technique so well, Fugaku believed that the Hokage would cherish his talent. However, even Fugaku did not expect Shisui to have completely mastered this technique, and the degree of completion was so high. He could actually split the violent flames into 3 fire dragons, and then accurately control them to attack the enemy at the same time at a distance of 10 meters. Even Fugaku himself needs some practice to ensure that he can do it perfectly. Even if he doesn't see it as clearly as Fugaku, the gorgeous visual effect of Shisui's Fire Dragon Bomb is enough to make everyone clear about its power. So everyone naturally praised Shisui for performing such a powerful ninjutsu. Although no one except the older generation of ninjas deliberately mentioned the name of that adult. But everyone has reached a consensus. Even Uchiha Madara, who could fight against the god of ninjas, was probably not as good as Shisui when he was 6 years old, right? So Shisui's performance was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the Uchiha clan, which had been stuck in a quagmire and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly depressing in recent years. For them, who always respect the strong, there is nothing that cannot be solved by strength. If there is, it must be that your strength is not enough. So Shisui's appearance gave everyone hope that the family's situation would improve. As long as this child grows up, the Uchiha clan will surely be great again. With this in mind, everyone was almost unable to suppress their emotions and prepared to vent their excitement in the next collective bonfire dance. Seeing the public sentiment surging, Fugaku also followed the public sentiment and announced the start of the next bonfire dance session. However, at this moment, Obito, who had long been forgotten, walked onto the stage tremblingly and said in a weak and helpless voice. "That, clan leader, I haven't performed yet." Chapter 94 Obito who is courting death. Why did this kid suddenly come on stage? Many audience members under the stage didn't hear Obito's words clearly and talked about it. "I didn't seem to see him just now. Could he be a kid who hasn't performed yet? Tisk tisk, it's too miserable to be behind Shisui." Whether they knew Obito or not, everyone looked at Obito with sympathy, making him feel uncomfortable. So Obito also looked at Shisui with resentful eyes, wanting to condemn him for not being a martial artist and using such a powerful fire escape ninjutsu. How can he play like this when he comes on stage later? And Shisui saw everyone's reaction at this time and realized that he seemed to have gone too far in using the fire dragon flame bomb for the sake of caution. But now that things have come to this point, he can't start over. In order to let brother Obito finish the battle quickly, Shisui could only give him an apologetic look, and then trotted back to the backstage. Ahem. At this time, Fugaku also coughed a few times to cover up the embarrassment of his mistake, and then said in a nonchalant voice. "Then Obito, please start your performance." Then the stage gradually became quiet. It's a pity that once you have seen the sea, you will never be able to compare with water. After seeing Shisui's amazing ninjutsu, everyone has no interest in Obito's performance. Especially in the whispers just now, they all know that Obito is just a perennial tale. So now everyone just hopes that Obito will finish the job quickly so that they can move on to the next stage. In this way, everyone can use the bonfire dance that the Uchiha clan has inherited since ancient times to celebrate the emergence of a genius who can rival Uchiha Madara in the family. In this atmosphere, Obito walked to the center of the stage. As the saying goes, the opposite of love is not hate, but indifference. So to be honest, Obito now would rather everyone tease and ridicule him as usual. That way, when he successfully performs the great fireball technique, he can at least surprise them. But now everyone is thinking about Shisui, and it is estimated that no one except his grandmother cares about his great fireball level. This makes Obito feel a little uncomfortable, and he feels that his efforts for more than 2 months seem to be in vain. He really wants to just leave. But for his grandmother, he can only endure it and start to make seals with both hands under everyone's urging eyes. When everyone found out through the seals that Obito performed the most common great fireball technique, and the movements were not very bright, they finally dispelled the last bit of expectation in their hearts. However, everyone did not know that the change happened quietly at this moment. While making seals, Obito suddenly understood why he, who was so thick-skinned, felt so uncomfortable this time. Because this time he was not only representing himself, but also representing teacher Hideki who had been guiding him for more than 2 months. Although the teacher said that he taught him the chakra breathing method in return for his help in setting up the stall and collecting data. But Obito knew that with the magic of the breathing method, even if he was not there would be a lot of students willing to help. So even though the training of the breathing method was very difficult and anti-human, Obito did not blame teacher Hideki for it, but was very grateful. It was a pity that he had no way to repay him, so he could only make up his mind in his heart. In order not to disappoint the teacher's guidance, he must get everyone's recognition as soon as possible and get rid of the reputation of being the last one. But I'm afraid he can't do it today. With Shisui's example, Obito knew that even if he tried his best and performed beyond his normal level, he couldn't steal Shisui's limelight. So he simply chose to play it safe this time, hoping to get through this festival without any trouble. The opportunity to truly show the results of his training will be left to the martial arts tournament at the end of the semester. Obito promised that he really thought so. However, fate, which always liked to tease him, played a little joke on him at this time. Because when Obito came to his senses and was about to use a mediocre great fireball technique to put an imperfect end to this display, he discovered a small problem. That is, he did not master the legendary ability to stop thinking, and because of a momentary distraction, he accidentally inhaled too much air. Too much chakra has been gathered. In fact, if it is just like this, the problem is not big. After all, Obito has tried to use the great fireball technique by inhaling more chakra than this time. The real problem is that he is preparing to create a smaller fireball for the sake of safety. It should be noted that it is difficult for a ninja like Obito, who is not good at changing the nature of fire escape, to freely control the process of changing the nature. Once it starts, it cannot be interrupted. And when it reaches the critical point, it will be transformed into real flames. If you first gather a large amount of chakra by inhaling when performing the Great Fireball technique, and then change the nature of fire escape on them, that is safe, but by the time it is completed, it is estimated that the opportunity will be cold. So in order to improve the hit rate of the Great Fireball, which is not high, gathering chakra and transforming fire escape must be done at the same time. Once the fire escape chakra is accidentally transformed into flames in the body, it will ignite all other fire escape chakras in one breath, instantly turning the caster into a dirty firework. Therefore, when Obito first learned this technique, the teacher in the clan repeatedly emphasized: before using the Great Fireball technique, you must determine the size of the fireball. This is the only way to determine how much chakra to gather through inhalation, and then set the speed of the change in the nature of the fire escape, so that it can be spit out before it reaches the critical point. It is better to miss the person because of slow conversion, rather than explode in the body before it is completely spit out because of too fast conversion. It is said that in the history of the Uchiha clan, which is famous for its fire escape, there are also several unworthy descendants who died in this ridiculous way. Because the way they died was too shameful, these guys were regarded as the shame of the clan without exception, and were directly expelled from the clan, and could not even enter the family cemetery. But it was useless to enter, because they had already been cremated on the spot. Obito only listened to it as a joke at the time, and he didn't expect that he would become the protagonist of this joke one day. At this time, part of the fire escape chakra in his body that should have been ejected was about to reach the critical point. However, he inhaled too much air and chakra because of distraction, so it is difficult to quickly expel all the chakra out of his body. Once that part of the fire chakra explodes, Obito does not have to worry about being overshadowed by Shisui. Because he, who has turned into a human-shaped detonating tag, will definitely become the biggest headline of this festival. Am I going to die? And in front of all the clan members, in such a ridiculous way. Obito really couldn't figure it out. He had just become stronger through breathing techniques. Why did he suddenly fall into such a dangerous situation just because he was distracted for a while? In fact, the reason is just the opposite. Because the ability of a general ninja to gather chakra and the level of changing the nature of fire ninjutsu should go hand in hand, and there will not be a big gap, so it is difficult for Obito to be like this. Only people like him who forcibly raise their chakra gathering ability through breathing techniques and walk on one leg will fall into such a rare dilemma. However, Obito was no longer in the mood to care about these things. At this moment, he was racking his brains to find a way to save himself. In order to avoid that his life, which was ridiculed by others, would end in this black comedy. At this critical moment, Obito felt that his thoughts were particularly clear and fast, as if he had really successfully activated the legendary time-stop thinking ability. This is not a literary expression method, but a real ability that exists in the ninja world. Because in addition to the brain, humans also have another thinking system called soul, which is composed of chakra. Limited by talent and chakra amount, this system is usually dormant. Only when facing a life and death situation, a talented ninja has the opportunity to wake it up and find the possibility of rewriting the fate of death by surpassing the brain's thinking speed. So at this moment, countless fragments of memories flashed through Obito's mind like a revolving lantern. And this is exactly this system that is quickly flipping through his memories, trying to find a way out. It's a pity that Obito's short 7 years of life did not have much nutrition, and he was almost done with it and still had no way out. Obito began to feel regretful, why he was so playful before and didn't spend more time on training. He even began to make a wish to Uchiha Madara and the legendary Six-Path Sage, saying that if he could survive this catastrophe, he would be willing to endure the painful training in the future. Then, as if in response to his wish, Obito's memory suddenly froze on what teacher Hideki said to him a few days ago. Chapter 95 Memories. That was when Obito was doing breathing training to consolidate his skills. This time, the teacher didn't play any new tricks, but just increased the breathing difficulty of the helmet to level 3, and used the inverted hanging machine to treat him warmly. Obito thought he had been reborn and wouldn't be scared by these things. As a result, he was slapped in the face not long after, and was tossed by the high difficulty training that was far beyond his imagination, crying and screaming, and wanted to give up several times. Then teacher Hideki, as usual, began to paint a big picture for him in order to make him persist. Obito, do you know what a teppo is? Being pulled out of the water by a hanging machine, he was desperately trying to open the exhaust hole of his helmet to breathe, so he didn't have the mood to care about whether it was a cannon or not. Fortunately, Mr. Heidke still explained it himself. Don't you know? Well, this is actually an interesting weapon. In simple terms, it is to put gunpowder and bullets into the iron barrel and ignite it. The high-pressure gas generated by the explosion of the gunpowder will shoot the bullets at high speed, thereby killing the enemy. It's a pity that the iron cannon is very troublesome to load, and its power is not as good as the shuriken of the junior ninja, so it was only popular during the Warring States period, and it is rarely seen now. But there are still some ninjutsu named after it in the ninja world, such as the water iron cannon technique of the second generation Mizukage, or the water-style iron cannonball often used by the Miyaboku mountain toad. They all borrowed certain principles of the iron cannon to a certain extent, and the effects are very good. So Obito, don't you think we can try to use it on your fire style? You know, fire style has two major weaknesses. One is that it is violent and difficult to control, so the attack methods are very similar, and there is no auxiliary skill. The second is that the attack speed of the flame is not fast enough, and it can only win by consuming a lot of chakra. But if we can use the respiratory tract as a gun barrel and fire escape as gunpowder to develop a ninjutsu with a similar principle to the iron cannon, then can we shoot the flame at a high speed like a projectile to the distant enemy, thereby adding a new use of fire escape. If it can be realized, it will definitely be a groundbreaking creation, enough to leave a strong mark in the history of ninjutsu. It's a pity that I don't know fire escape. So if you are interested in leaving your name in history and becoming a figure that students have to remember in exams in the future, you might as well spend more time on it. Of course, this technique requires the caster to be able to withstand the high temperature and impact of the fire escape in the body. So in addition to mastering the skills of using earth escape to strengthen the respiratory tract, it is best to use breathing methods to train the strength of the respiratory tract to the limit. Obito's memory after that was a little vague. Because he always wanted to be recognized by everyone, how could he miss the opportunity to leave his name in history? So at that time, he started to practice desperately as if he had been injected with more than 10 pounds of chicken blood, until his consciousness became blurred, so he remembered nothing. However, the teacher was just painting a big picture at that time and did not go into too many details, so this is all that Obito knew. But even so, this is the best life-saving straw Obito can find. Because the principle of the iron cannon mentioned by the teacher is actually very similar to his current situation. Although there are still many problems in the details, Obito has no time to think about it, so he can only try his best. And at the moment he made up his mind, the welfare time of time-stopping thinking also ended, and there were less than 10 seconds left before he was blown to death. Obito, who was still unconsciously breathing in, did not stop this action that hurt himself, but continued to gather more chakra by breathing in. At the same time, he used all his strength to continuously attach these chakras to the inside of the respiratory tract. What he used here was the technique of climbing trees with chakra that was taught by his family. Originally, Obito was not very proficient in this. But just like Heidke used the suffocation experience to force him to grow. Now under the pressure of life and death, Obito's chakra control is rapidly improving at an unprecedented speed, so he can achieve this level. It's a pity that he has not yet mastered the changes in the nature of earth escape, so he can only hope to win by quantity. That is, use a large amount of ordinary chakra to compress the protective layer formed for protection, and hope that his respiratory system that has been trained for more than 2 months can withstand it. The only thing left to do is to continuously strengthen them through compression, and pray that the ancestor Uchiha Madara, the six-path sage, will appear again to help him pass this level. At this time, the scene of Obito's continuous inhalation began to make everyone talk about it. How long will Obito take to breathe? I heard that he is a laggard. Could it be that he has not yet learned the great fireball technique and is stalling for time here? That must be the case. Otherwise, with the air he inhales now, how big would the fireball be? In any case, this lung capacity is still commendable. Only Fugaku, who was sitting in the front of the audience, noticed something wrong earlier because he was closer. He was always cautious and opened and closed his eyes, and had already activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan state. As he took a closer look, Fugaku's face suddenly became particularly ugly. Because the Sharingan can see the flow of chakra, he immediately understood Obito's current situation. This idiot, how dare he? Fugaku couldn't help but curse in his heart. He still knew something about Obito's peculiar personality. So he subconsciously thought that this kid must have been stimulated by Shisui and wanted to show off in front of everyone, but he ended up making things worse. For example, in the process of forcibly creating a larger fireball, the process of gathering chakra and changing the nature of fire escape was not balanced, which eventually led to the current situation. Although the cause was not guessed correctly, the result was unexpectedly good. But it is too late to know Obito's situation now. Because even Fugaku couldn't think of any way to save the life of this silly boy at the moment. The only thing that gave him a glimmer of hope was that the distribution of chakra in Obito's body seemed a little strange. However, Fugaku had no time to think about it. Because Obito suddenly stopped breathing, and then instinctively raised his head high and pointed it at the sky above. Then, boom! A loud muffled sound rang out from his body. Then with a biu, a small ball of fire suddenly shot out of Obito's mouth, flying into the sky with an orange tail flame. Some ordinary tribesmen who didn't know the truth couldn't help laughing after seeing the small ball of fire. Because they thought that Obito, the last one, had failed again as expected, and they were even ready to make a few jokes. Who knew that the next moment, in the dark night, fireworks suddenly exploded all over the sky. Chapter 96 Fireworks Technique. At night, in the attic of the orphanage, Hideki was sitting at the craft table, creating a new movie equipment based on the principle of telescope technique, and he was very busy. It was not until a brilliant light suddenly appeared outside the window that he came back to his senses and walked to the window curiously to check. Then Hideki saw a brilliant orange firework blooming in the sky above Konoha. The dazzling fire lit up the night, and then turned into broken streams of fire hanging in the air. Hideki almost thought it was an enemy attack, but fortunately he soon realized that the Uchiha clan's land was just below the fireworks, and he was relieved. Today seems to be the day when the Uchiha clan holds a festival. I didn't expect these conservative guys to set off fireworks to celebrate, which is quite fashionable. After complaining, Hideki took the opportunity to stretch his body and admired it a few more times, and then returned to the craft table to continue working. At this time, he had never expected that the initiator of the Dark Night fireworks was actually himself. Even the orphanage outside the village could see the fireworks, and other places in the village were no exception. Like Hideki, the villagers did not overreact after discovering that the fireworks came from the Uchiha clan. Everyone just called their families and looked up to admire this rare dream scene. In a sense, Shisui's wish for the villagers of Konoha to participate in this festival has been quietly realized at this moment. And the Uchiha clan members sitting in the special seats were deeply shocked by the huge fireworks in the sky. They couldn't say anything teasing at this time, all of them looked up with their mouths wide open. Wow, it's fireworks, what beautiful fireworks! Uchiha Mikoto was pulling Fugaku's sleeves repeatedly, pointing to the sky and said excitedly. And Fugaku first took a deep look at Obito with his Sharingan, whose mouth was smoking. Seeing that Obito seemed to be fine, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, temporarily suppressed his doubts, quietly held Mikoto's hand, and watched the fireworks together. Obito, who had been concentrating on controlling chakra, came back to his senses at this time, and began to cough repeatedly, spitting out a lot of black smoke. After spitting out the black smoke in his stomach, he hurriedly used both hands to feel around his body. Seeing that he was unharmed, Obito's hanging heart was finally relieved. Then a strong sense of escaping death suddenly surged in his heart, making him laugh up to the sky. But after a few laughs, he was attracted by the gorgeous fireworks in the sky. Wow, what is this thing so beautiful? Wait, did I do this? Obito was still a little unbelievable, but there was no other possibility. He subconsciously looked around and found that everyone's eyes were attracted by the fireworks in the sky, and their faces were intoxicated. Haha, I wonder who dares to call me the last one now. It's decided, this technique is called fire style, fireworks technique. Obito didn't expect that his dream of making a big splash was actually fulfilled by accident. Of course, he happily accepted it, feeling a strong sense of accomplishment, feeling that he had reached the peak of his life. Until... bang! Suddenly, a fist-sized fireball fell from the sky and finally hit him less than half a meter away. Obito was immediately frightened and jumped back a few steps, and at the same time, a very bad premonition emerged in his heart. At this time, the tribesmen who were smiling and admiring the fireworks began to gradually freeze their smiles. Because they also found that the countless streams of fire split from this group of fireworks did not all burn out during the falling process. Many of the surviving small sparks fell on various parts of the Uchiha clan like a meteor shower. So beautiful! No! There's a fire, everyone hurry up and put it out. I don't know who reacted first and cried out, and the whole square suddenly exploded. Clan leader Fugaku made a prompt decision and quickly gave everyone instructions. All ninjas began to run around, extinguishing the sparks that had obviously fallen on wooden buildings or plants as quickly as possible. And the ordinary clan members did not wait, and began to set off in groups, searching for possible escapees. As for the bonfire dance, it was of course cancelled. Although tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, it is estimated that everyone will fight wits and courage with the fire. As for Obito, the culprit, he just stood there, staring at everyone busy in a mess, with a look of dementia. The ups and downs of life are too fast, and the child is stimulated to crash. At this time, someone shouted again. Obito's house is on fire over there, everyone come to help. Obito woke up and ran home with a bleak face. Who knew that after a few steps, a burning pain began to spread in his respiratory tract, and a severe dizziness suddenly swept his brain. Then Obito's eyes went black, and he knew nothing. Grandma! My home! The next morning, Obito suddenly shouted and woke up from a bed. Looking around, he found that he was in the infirmary in the clan land. A nurse who was dozing off was also woken up by him. She rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily. Your grandma is fine, and your family is fine too. She came last night, but I've asked her to go home and rest. You should take care of your body now. You dare to use such a crazy ninjutsu. Not only did you almost run out of chakra, but you also had a large area of burns in your respiratory tract. Fortunately, you were treated in time, otherwise if you had any sequelae, you probably wouldn't even be able to be a ninja. And this is the luckiest situation, otherwise you would have been buried by now. After a merciless scolding, the nurse handed Obito a few pills and a glass of water and said. Take the medicine first, I'll call the doctor to check you. Without waiting for Obito to respond, she turned and left, still whispering. Damn kid, you ruined my bonfire date with brother Ryuji. Until the nurse walked away, Obito, who had been shrinking his neck and being scolded, let out a long breath. Although he was slightly relieved that his grandmother and family were fine, he was still very scared by what the nurse said. It turned out that he did not completely resist the impact of the firework technique. The reason why he did not find it at the beginning was probably because of the adrenaline that the teacher said. Thinking that if there was a slight mistake, he might really end up cremated on the spot, Obito dared not have any complacency in his heart. And from the attitude of the nurse, he realized a grim fact. I caused everyone's favorite bonfire dance to be cancelled, and I had to run around the clan to put out fires in the middle of the night. So this time, let alone changing everyone's opinion of me, I was thankful that I could maintain the previous treatment. The middle-aged doctor who came in not long after did not look at Obito well. He examined Obito with a stern face, and turned away after confirming that he was fine, without even saying a word to Obito. Obito could only look embarrassed and dared not have any opinions. Who knew that not long after, the door was opened again, and a young man with a serious face and sharp eyes walked in. Clan leader. Obito recognized that the person who came was actually clan leader Fugaku, and hurriedly wanted to stand up and salute, but was stopped by the other party with a raised hand. Obito, your injury is not healed yet, so you should sit down. Fugaku looked a little tired, and it was obvious that he had been busy with firefighting for a long time. So although he looked calm, Obito was still uneasy, worried about being severely punished. Fortunately, Fugaku seemed to have anticipated this, and a little Shisui came out from behind him. After seeing Shisui, Obito really relaxed a lot. The clan leader brought Shisui here, so it seems that he is not here to play mixed doubles with himself, right? Seeing this, Fugaku also began to say. Although our clan has never interfered too much with the training methods and details of our clan members. But this time the matter has become so serious, Obito still has to give a reasonable explanation. First of all, the biggest problem is. Who taught you such a dangerous ninjutsu? Obito knew that the clan leader must have misunderstood, and hurriedly explained. Wait, this time I acted on my own, and it has nothing to do with teacher Hideki, Chapter 97 Fugaku's Decision. Because he was in a panic, Obito realized that something was wrong halfway through his speech, and hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands. Unfortunately, Fugaku had already gotten the answer he wanted, and was muttering with a serious face. Teacher Hideki. Is that Kimura Hideki who teaches puppetry? In fact, He had long known that Obito had recently been learning from Hideki. Now he just wanted to trick Obito and get more information. Sure enough, Obito knew that many people in the Uchiha clan had paranoia, always thinking that there were unruly people who wanted to harm them. Now that the teacher's identity was exposed, if he didn't explain it clearly, I'm afraid many people would go to trouble him. So Obito had to confess. Originally, he wanted to keep the teacher's ninjutsu and teaching methods secret. But in order to explain everything clearly, he had to explain the principles of the fireworks technique and the breathing method. In addition, with the interrogation of Fugaku, the captain of the police force, Obito finally told everything he could and couldn't say. As for the audience, Fugaku and Shisui looked more and more weird. They didn't expect that Obito would turn himself into a human bomb because of a momentary distraction. They also didn't expect that this kid could find a way to break it in a short time and actually survive. And this is just the appetizer. While Obito was telling how he survived, they naturally learned about the insane humanoid iron cannon idea and the unique suffocation training method. This made the usually calm Fugaku complain in his heart. He also went to the consultation meeting of the ninja school before, and greeted the teacher Hideki. At that time, he looked at the other party's gentle and handsome appearance, and felt that he didn't look like a puppeteer at all. Now it seems that he still judges people by appearance. This kind of ninjutsu principle and training method that doesn't treat people as human beings is really in line with his stereotype of puppeteers. But this made him look at Obito with a new eye. The improvement in strength is secondary. The willpower to persist in this cruel training for more than 2 months, and the ability to find the only chance of survival in desperate situations, are what Fugaku values. But this child's character of falling behind at critical moments also gives Fugaku some headaches. You know, the greater the ability, the greater the harm. In the past, Obito would only get a minor injury if he failed. But now, he almost died on the spot when he failed, and everyone was running around all night, which shows how dangerous he is. Fugaku even suspected that if Obito continued to become stronger, he might become a big scourge in the ninja world. I'm afraid only a weird teacher like Kimura Hideki can control such a weird student. After complaining, Fugaku focused on what interested him and began to mutter to himself. The principle of the iron cannon, the chakra breathing method. Although he had previously criticized Hideki's madness, he had to admit that the other party was indeed a bit of a talent. First of all, the bold idea of using the principle of the iron cannon in fire escape shocked Fugaku. After all, even if someone or a toad had thought of applying the principle of the iron cannon to ninjutsu, it would at most take the path of compressed liquid in water escape. Who would be so suicidal as to choose to directly detonate the fire escape chakra in their body? The most outrageous thing is that the chakra breathing method that Obito practiced actually made this crazy ninjutsu feasible. In fact, Obito's real-life example was right in front of him, and he had to admit it. Although Fugaku was very suspicious that it was just Obito's extraordinary performance at the critical moment of life and death, even if he was given 10 more chances now, it would be difficult to reproduce the miracle. However, the significance of this unexpected success is still very significant. Because it has proved the feasibility of this ninjutsu, and it only needs to be continuously improved, and it will be completed sooner or later. This made him a little envious of Obito, because if he really perfected this technique, he would really be qualified to leave his name in the history of ninjutsu. However, no matter how powerful this firework technique is, it is ultimately just a ninjutsu that takes a different approach. What really made Fugaku feel like he had found a treasure was the chakra breathing method that was the basis of this ninjutsu. Although Obito still deliberately concealed it and was vague about it. But the basic principle of breathing method is not difficult, what is difficult is to come up with such an idea and design a scientific training method. So the knowledgeable Fugaku has deduced the basic principle of breathing method from a little bit of information, and applauded the creativity of teacher Hideki. However, when he was deducing the training method, he encountered a lot of obstacles. Because no matter how he thought about it, Obito's progress was still too unusual. Fugaku had already guessed the reason, but seeing that Shisui beside him was also thinking about it, he should also be thinking about this problem, so he asked. Shisui, what do you think? If you learn this chakra breathing method by yourself, are you sure you can reach Obito's level within 2 months? Obito, who was originally complaining about leaking too much of the teacher's teaching content, almost jumped out of bed when he heard the words of the clan leader. Although the teacher plans to spread the breathing method in the future and doesn't want to hide it, it's still difficult for me to explain to teacher Hideki if you are like this. But just as he was about to move, Fugaku looked at him with a fierce look, and then he couldn't move like a frog stared at by a snake, and could only look at Shisui with pitiful eyes. Shisui could only smile apologetically, then shook his head and began to analyze. It is not difficult to use chakra to drive breathing to exercise the lungs. But if you want to get such a big improvement in a short time like Brother Obito, it may not be so easy. Although according to Brother Obito, Teacher Hideki stimulated his body's potential through the experience of suffocation, so he made rapid progress. But it is really difficult to grasp the degree of it. If the suffocation time is too short, the body's potential cannot be stimulated. If the suffocation time is too long, it will hurt the body, and the gain will outweigh the loss. So I guess Teacher Hideki should have a sense of real-time and accurate control of Brother Obito's physical condition, so he can achieve this level. Obito was still covering his ears and deceiving himself. However, the sound that penetrated through his fingers still made him hear Shisui's analysis, and he couldn't help blinking his eyes, with a look of surprise. Really? How come I didn't know? But the Fugaku clan leader beside him had already begun to nod his head in approval, obviously having the same idea. So Obito felt a sense of frustration that his IQ was crushed. However, compared to Shisui's brilliant calculations, Fugaku is actually slightly inferior, because he has other clues for reference. It is the chakra carving knife technique that Hideki taught in the workshop before. At that time, many ninjas secretly copied the blueprints of building the carving knife with the idea of if you don't take advantage of it, you're a bastard. Fugaku naturally disdains to associate with them, but only borrows it for academic research. However, everyone soon discovered that even with the blueprint, the power of that thing can only be restored to 50% or 60%. Only by fine-tuning according to the meridian conditions of each person's hand can the effect be achieved. Masters like Fugaku can do it easily, but they can't instruct others. So Hideki, who can teach more than a dozen apprentices to learn the chakra carving knife in one day, must have mastered a precise perception ninjutsu. Even Fugaku is very suspicious that Hideki's real foundation is not puppetry, but this inconspicuous perception ninjutsu. Fugaku, who felt that he had seen through Hideki's cards, became less vigilant against him and began to think about how to use the information he had just learned. In the previous consultation, he only regarded the other party as a puppeteer with some talent and did not take him too seriously. But now it seems that with Hideki's talent, it is almost impossible to become a Hokage. But it is still easy to become the director of the newly established puppet department or the director of the research and development department in the future. Then investing a little in him before that would be a very good deal. So Fugaku pondered for a moment and suddenly made up his mind and said, Shisui, after school tomorrow, you can use your points to apply to Mr. Kimura to learn the breathing method. Although Fugaku still couldn't quite understand why Hideki would casually teach others the secret techniques of puppetry and breathing methods that are enough to serve as the foundation of the family. But this did not prevent him from helping Hideki. With the example of the genius Shisui, Hideki's breathing method will definitely spread faster. In this way, Shisui can not only build a good relationship with Hideki, but also master the magical breathing method in the process, which is a two-pronged approach. Although Shisui can gradually master the breathing method by slowly learning it by himself. But Fugaku can see that this breathing method is still very superficial and there is still a lot of potential to be tapped in the future. Taking advantage of this small advantage may only be counterproductive. So Fugaku finally decided to let Shisui apply to learn the breathing method. Before Shisui answered, Obito's eyes lit up. As long as Shisui is willing to spend points, it won't be considered freeloading, and he will finally have some face to see the teacher. As for the Fugaku clan leader who also heard all the information, he has been ignored by Obito gorgeously. Shisui was also quite moved by the clan leader's suggestion, but he was still a little hesitant and said, but in this way, it will be difficult to collect enough points to exchange for personal guidance from the Hokage at the end of the semester. Fugaku rarely forced a smile and said, it is indeed not enough to rely solely on daily performance, exams, and martial arts competitions. But hasn't your teacher Hideki already provided you, Shisui, with a good way to earn points? Shisui and Obito subconsciously looked at each other, and an unbelievable idea emerged in their minds. Not bad. Fugaku put his hands on Shisui's shoulders and said seriously. In order to make the Uchiha clan great again, please become the male protagonist of the movie. Thanks to the 500-point reward from the book Friend T, Fan, and Life. It has been rewarded many times. Thank you very much for your support. Chapter 98 Cross-Aram Movie Equipment. On Monday morning, in the attic of the orphanage. Hideki sat at the handicraft table and worked hard early in the morning. Looking at his big panda eyes, you can tell that this guy stayed up late to cultivate again last night. Fortunately, his hard work was not in vain, and the work he worked on all night was almost done. Hideki suddenly slapped his cheeks with both hands and forced himself to cheer up. Then he moved his hands slightly and began to control the thin chakra lines to assemble a bunch of tiny parts together. Not long after, a strange round machine the size of an apple appeared on the craft table. Hideki exhaled lightly and reached out to press a button on the machine. Without warning, a light curtain suddenly appeared on the wall not far away. The first set of radio gymnastics for the orphanage, the workshop is calling, ready, go. Matt Dai's sonorous voice suddenly sounded, and at the same time, a color image of him leading the children to do exercises appeared on the light curtain. However, unlike the version a few days ago, the image in front of him has made a leap forward. Not only is the picture extremely clear, every detail is visible, but the colors are also vivid, with distinct light and dark levels, just like it is happening right in front of you. This display effect would be enough to beat any laser IMAX 4K theater even in Hideki's previous life. Seeing this, Hideki finally breathed a sigh of relief, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and it seemed that he was finally satisfied. So, when the natives of the ninja world were still fussing about black and white movies, advanced film equipment that was ahead of several generations had quietly been born in this simple attic. However, the reason why Hideki was able to achieve such a feat so quickly was due to the omnipotent alien technology of chakra and the telescope technique he obtained a few days ago. As he had expected before, most of the principles of the telescope technique can be directly copied to cameras and projectors. Also, although the title of the strongest Hokage of the third generation is a bit funny, being called the ninja, the title of Dr. Zed is well deserved. The secret book of telescope technique written by him not only explains the principle clearly, and whether it is implemented in the way of ninjutsu or rune technique, it has a detailed and complete explanation. Hideki also saved a lot of time and got a lot of inspiration. For example, he found that telescope technique directly simulated the principle and even structure of human eyes. It is to first sense and encode light of different wavelengths through chakra, and then transmit the signal to the crystal ball through chakra wave, and then play it out after decoding. So the displayed picture will be as vivid and realistic as the scene in human eyes, and what you see is what you shoot. This reminds Hideki of the sand eye in the original work Gaara. The previous principle is very similar, but when receiving the picture, the sand eye adopts a more tricky way. It is to connect the chakra signal sent back to the optic nerve of one eye. Therefore, the picture taken by the sand eye temporarily replaces what the eye sees in the visual system of the human brain. Both ideas are very ingenious, so Hideki dare not underestimate the creativity of the natives of the ninja world. It's just that due to the limitation of knowledge, the two stopped here and did not continue to explore the potential of this kind of ninjutsu. You should know that the visible light that humans can see is only a small part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So if the range of electromagnetic wavelengths that this kind of ninjutsu can perceive is expanded, it will definitely produce a lot of wonderful uses. The simplest example is that it can simulate the principle of infrared imagers and easily capture the enemy's traces like a snake in the pitch-black night. Not to mention that in Hideki's previous life, electromagnetic waves themselves were used in countless scientific and technological fields. When he thought of the various possibilities, Hideki was so excited that he wanted to stay up all night for a few more nights. In addition to the telescope technique, Hideki actually worked hard in other aspects. Because the function of the telescope technique is similar to live broadcast. So if he wants to use it in filming movies, Hideki has to find a way to add a step in the middle to store the pictures. Surprisingly, it is not difficult to achieve this step. Because the images are carried by chakra, a container that can store chakra must be made first. It just so happens that the barrier technique that Hideki has been studying hard recently contains knowledge on how to store chakra. After all, many barriers need to be opened for a long time. In order to avoid having to maintain them all the time, predecessors have also conducted a lot of research on this. By the time of Boruto, this technology was even used as a power source for scientific ninja tools, called chakra capacitors. Hideki is currently limited by the level of sealing techniques and cannot make a high-tech container like chakra capacitors that can even directly store ninjutsu. But if it is just a container for storing some images, he can still do it with difficulty. But it is not over yet. After all, if the chakra in the chakra capacitor is used directly to play the images, the chakra in it will also be consumed, which is equivalent to a one-time use and cannot be used in filming. So Hideki also wrote a letter to Kushina for advice and stole a high-level rune technique that can copy chakra. As long as it is drawn on the projector, the chakra input during playback will copy the chakra in the capacitor and then play it out. In this way, the chakra in the capacitor can be reused, enough to take on the function of film. At this time, Might Dai's eye-catching gymnastics finally finished playing, and Hideki was completely sure that this projection machine could work perfectly. He originally wanted to summarize the gains from this research and development, but unfortunately his body was already protesting strongly with the irrepressible sleepiness. So Hideki had to cancel the plan to continue working overtime and fell asleep on the bed. In the afternoon, Hideki, who was still a little sleep-deprived, came to school yawning. He had outsourced the preparation of the movie to the students before, and now he came to see how it was going. However, not long after entering the school, he was stopped by two Uchiha cubs. "It's Obito and Shisui." Hideki smiled and greeted the two. "The day before yesterday, your Uchiha clan's festival was really lively. Not only did you set off such spectacular fireworks, but the flames didn't stop all night, and you could even see them from the orphanage. You are indeed a fire-release family." Obito and Shisui looked at each other in dismay. Although what the teacher said was indeed true, the imagined scene was definitely completely different. "Teacher Hideki, we actually want to discuss something with you." To avoid being stabbed by the teacher again, Shisui said quickly. Seeing that the two of them still had a strange expression, as if they had something to hide, Hideki suggested. "Then let's go to my office and talk about it." The two of them were eager to do so, and nodded repeatedly. After a while, in Hideki's office. At this time, Hideki had heard about Obito's thrilling experience at the festival, and his expression became as strange as before. He never expected that the fireworks he saw that night were actually from Obito's hand. And the principle that Obito referred to was actually something that he made up to encourage Obito to practice. Well, it's not completely nonsense. The iron cannon, or should I say various firearms and cannons, as a type of weapon that profoundly influenced the course of world history in Hideki's previous life, is absolutely unquestionable in terms of practicality. Even in the original work, the four-tailed Naruto used a hollow dog cannon that swallowed a large amount of chakra into the body and detonated it, and then sprayed out a high-energy chakra beam. You know, even Orochimaru's triple Rashomon was penetrated, which shows how high its upper limit is. However, Hideki dared not compare with Naruto, who was an indestructible little strong man. He has always been cautious and cherishes his life. He would rather sacrifice power to create ninja tools with similar principles than use his body as a cannon barrel. So at that time he was simply drawing cakes with Obito, and he never expected that this kid would believe it so much and test the law with his own body so quickly. Hideki couldn't help but look up and down at Obito. It's a pity that this kid can survive. Is this the conclusion of the world line, the choice of Steins Gate? I don't know if Uchiha Madara is targeting Obito now. If he has already targeted him, and then he finds that this kid suddenly explodes, I wonder what Madara would think. Obito became more and more guilty as Hideki looked at him, and finally confessed. "I'm sorry, teacher. In order to explain the principle of the fireworks technique, I told the clan leader and Shisui about the chakra breathing technique. It's okay, I can understand." Hideki then put away his imagination and waved his hand. "If my relatives almost turned into human fireworks, I would also break the casserole to get to the bottom of it. And anyway, I also plan to find more people to learn the breathing method after the martial arts tournament, and use everyone's strength to improve it. So compared to this, I hope that you, Obito, can learn from the lesson and not let this dangerous situation happen again." Obito actually guessed that the teacher would say this, but he was still moved and ashamed after hearing it. He patted his chest and promised. "Teacher, I really know my mistake, and I will never make it again in the future." Although Obito's words were sincere and his expression was sincere, Hideki still expressed deep doubts. He would be thankful that this kid could be honest for a month or two. After solving Obito's problem, Hideki looked at Shisui again. This child should not be a companion for Obito, which made Hideki look forward to it. Shisui immediately said. "Teacher Hideki, I hope to use the points to ask you to guide me to practice chakra breathing method. And if you haven't found a suitable candidate for your movie, I hope I can give it a try." Sure enough, it's just as I expected. Hideki snapped his fingers in his mind, but did not agree in a hurry. Instead, he reminded him warmly. "The breathing method is okay. But filming a movie takes a lot of time, and you can't give up halfway." "Shisui, Have you made up your mind? Have you got the consent of your family? Shisui nodded without hesitation. I have thought about it, and the clan leader also agreed. It is hard for Hideki to imagine that Fugaku, who looks very old-fashioned, would actually agree to Shisui wasting time on such a thing as filming a movie. Is it to let Shisui leave some beautiful school memories? According to Mikoto in the original work, Fugaku is a guy with a cold face but a warm heart, or a tsundere in short, so it is indeed possible. Since Shisui said so, Hideki was too lazy to think about it, and stood up and waved. Very good, the crew is rehearsing now, let's go and give you a try. One update is 3000, and I can't finish it because I changed the text in the middle. I will try to write more tomorrow, please forgive me. Orts. Chapter 99 Premonition of a Bad Movie. Before the registration for the training course ended, Hideki promised to open the puppetry classroom to all students. The purpose was to allow them to come here during their spare time and practice controlling pocket puppets to exercise chakra control. But in order to take care of his students' super VIP experience, he did not implement this measure immediately. It's just that the children have been grieving about this recently. Every time he walked in the school, he had to receive the children's resentful or pitiful gazes, feeling that he had committed a heinous crime. So Hideki had to fulfill his promise earlier and opened the puppetry classroom to everyone last week, which made everyone very happy. But because of this, the puppetry classroom is now occupied, and the crew's preparation site is placed in a remote training ground in the school. When Hideki came here with Obito and Shisui, he saw that everyone was busy with various preparations. Behind-the-scenes staff such as Ebisu Ibiki are making props and equipment needed for the movie. Actors like Yui Kurane were either reading the script or acting with each other. There were also a few boys, led by Asuma, playing yo-yos, making it difficult for Hideki to determine whether they were practicing or just slacking off. Rin, why are you here too? Obito forgot everything when he saw Nohara Rin and ran over with his tail wagging. I'm helping to sew the clothes for the actors. Lin looked up and gave Obito a smile, then lowered her head and continued to work. These days, she and several other little girls next to her have accepted the commission from teacher Hideki and are making the costumes needed for the crew. However, compared with those little girls, her sewing skills seem to be a little different. At this time, Obito also followed Lin's gaze and focused on her hands. As a result, he was surprised to find that Lin's fingers were not holding the needle and thread at all, but were releasing chakra threads from her fingertips, pulling the thin threads to shuttle back and forth quickly on the fabric. In a short while, rows of dense and neat stitches appeared, sewing the two pieces of fabric together tightly. Wow, Lin, you are so amazing! Obito exclaimed in amazement. He has made rapid progress under the guidance of teacher Hideki recently, and he can't help but feel a little complacent. I didn't expect Lin to have made so much progress quietly. However, Lin seemed to be dissatisfied with this and shook her head and said, Thank you, but I am still far behind Mr. Hideki. And this is just the basic application of chakra lines. Everyone will learn it in class later. I just learned it in advance. The little girls on the side were speechless when they heard this. Because after getting the teacher's approval, Lin had already shared this knowledge with them without reservation, even the little tricks she had researched were no exception. But they practiced for a long time and still couldn't reach Lin's level. In order to avoid wasting fabric, they could only sew by hand like a primitive man. This made them all a little envious of Lin. Is this the strength of the strongest person whose chakra control has recently increased to 8 points? However, what they didn't know was that Lin was not in Versailles. Because the more she improved her chakra control and understanding of chakra lines, the more she realized how unfathomable the teacher's level in this regard was. Even the operations performed casually with chakra lines during class had countless skills that could be called showmanship, which made her marvel and even tingle. Seeing such miraculous skills every now and then had distorted Lin's cognition. How could she dare to be proud of her small progress? Now she only hoped to earn more points through this crew work, so that she could ask the teacher for some advice and continue to explore the mysteries in depth. After that, Obito ignored the other girls' rolling eyes and stayed there to continue chatting with Lin. Until a commotion came from the actor area. Hey, it seems that the audition for the protagonist is about to start over there, and the audition is still that genius Uchiha Shisui. Many gossiping children were already shouting to their friends. Obito then remembered the audition of his younger brother, and Lin and the others decided to take a break and join in the fun first. So everyone walked together to the crowd gathering. It turned out that Hideki had already greeted the actors with Shisui, and gave him a script and a yo-yo to practice for a while. Now was the time for the audition. On an open space, Shisui and Genma, who helped with the play and played Mike, were standing about 10 meters apart, waiting for the teacher's signal to start. As soon as the children who had read the script saw this scene, they knew that it was the first scene of the script, and their expressions became a little strange. Because when they read the script, they felt that the plot of this scene was too abstract and a little inexplicable, and they didn't know whether the actual performance effect would be better. Seeing that Shisui and Genma were ready and the surroundings had become quiet, Hideki shouted, "Action!" After a few seconds, seeing that the two did not move, he added awkwardly, "Start!" This time the two finally moved. They both took a few steps forward with steady steps, and only stopped and looked at each other when they were 5 or 6 meters apart. A hint of fighting spirit surged in the eyes of the two men, and began to accumulate gradually, and lightning and sparks like real things kept colliding at the intersection of their eyes. There is no need for verbal communication between men. When their eyes met, it was time to decide the winner. In a short while, the fighting spirit of the two men reached the peak at the same time, and a tragic battle seemed to be about to break out. The next moment, they each took out a yo-yo and began to do various yo-yo moves on their own. Oh my! The little ninjas who were watching almost fell to the ground. Although they had read the script, the huge contrast between the front and the back still shocked them. Why was there a momentum of a battle in the valley of the end in the front, but suddenly they played yo-yo happily in the back? But this is actually just the appetizer, and the more outrageous is still to come. After playing with the yo-yo for a few times, Shisui and Genma suddenly raised it high, made a mysterious pose and shouted, "Eagle spreads its wings. Green holy light." Then, nothing happened on the scene. However, the two actors still made the pose, because the script clearly stipulated that the action must last for 30 seconds. In these short and long 30 seconds, many students who were watching began to think about life. Who am I, where am I, what am I doing? If the yo-yo duel just made people feel a little out of place, then the current scene has already exceeded everyone's understanding. Finally, after the 30 seconds that made everyone extremely tormented passed, the two finally had the opportunity to say the only 3 serious lines. Shisui Shui, I will definitely surpass you. Genma, in the eyes of the world, my Western speed play is the most powerful. Shisui, I will definitely come back for the next tournament. Little ninjas, okay. Although these 3 sentences are incoherent, they can barely infer a certain relationship between the two characters. But after the previous performance art duel, no one cares about the grudges between the two characters anymore. They just want to know when the mental hospital will take them back. But there is actually one person who is quite satisfied with this. Cut. Hideki smiled and clapped his hands. Very good, Shisui, it seems that there is no problem with this scene. It's a big problem, okay. The little ninjas were all complaining in their hearts. Of course, the problem is not Shisui's audition performance. To be honest, they can actually finish this thing seriously, and everyone wants to give them the Best Actor award. The real problem is this abstract plot, which makes people unable to understand what it is talking about. Everyone was silent when they saw Mr. Hideki's name on the cover of the script. Sure enough, there is no perfect person in this world. Although Mr. Hideki is young, handsome, talented, and gentle and polite to others. But in terms of the aesthetic level of the story, it is simply terrible. Everyone expressed understanding for this, and even felt a sense of intimacy because the teacher was more down to earth. But if this movie is filmed according to this script, it will definitely fail. Naturally, Hideki also noticed everyone's strangeness and didn't think much of it. After all, they know nothing about filming movies. Although Hideki didn't understand it either, he had seen a lot of movie highlights. Even those popular Hollywood special effects blockbusters were acting awkwardly during filming. But Hideki also began to realize a problem. Now it seems that in this ninja world where even basic film techniques are still in the exploratory stage, such shooting techniques are indeed a bit advanced and difficult to understand. And now this crew, to put it bluntly, is just a grassroots team glued together by a few points rewards. If everyone keeps this skeptical attitude, it is likely to affect work efficiency. So Hideki hesitated for a moment and decided to give everyone a reassurance. So he suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile. By the way, since time is tight and the leading actor has been decided, let's start shooting the first scene now. Chapter 100, Insufficient Technology, Special Effects to Make Up. Someone come and stop the teacher. It will definitely be a disaster if we start shooting now. The little ninjas shouted in their hearts and encouraged other students with their eyes. But no one wanted to be the child who exposed the emperor's new clothes. In the end, Shisui walked forward after hesitating for a moment and said in a tactful tone. Teacher Hideki, in order to make this movie more perfect, I think this script can actually be polished a little more. As expected of the protagonist, he is really responsible. Everyone encouraged Shisui in their hearts. For example, the yo-yo moves just now. Shisui continued, according to the plot, the two characters are already very powerful yo-yo masters, so I think they can perform some more powerful moves. Although I just started using yo-yo, as long as I am given a little time, I should be able to perform more difficult moves. The little ninjas couldn't help but nod their heads, feeling that Shisui had hit the nail on the head. In fact, children's worldviews have not yet been formed, and they have a strong ability to accept. So even if the worldview in the script is that playing yo-yo is serious, they can still accept it, and even find it novel and interesting. The problem is that the characters in the script clearly say the most arrogant and second-year dialogues, but they actually use the simplest entry-level moves. This strong sense of contrast is what makes them most out of the play. If they can make improvements, as Shisui said, allowing everyone to show their skills and perform various difficult yo-yo moves, then they think this drama is still worth watching. It's a pity that teacher Hideki doesn't want them to feel anything, but only wants himself to feel. No, no, no. It's just the right level of difficulty. Hideki shook his head repeatedly like a rattle, decisively rejecting Shisui's suggestion. Seeing that the little ninjas around him were a little unconvinced, he had to patiently explain. Everyone should be able to guess that the purpose of making this movie is to advertise the toy store that is about to open in the workshop. So the movie itself is good, which is secondary. The most important thing is that it can promote the sales of yo-yos. And the audience of yo-yos is not only you little ninjas, but also a large number of ordinary children. They are not like Shisui and you. They just got the yo-yo and played it well. They have to spend a lot of time practicing, and it is difficult for them to compare with you. So if the difficulty is really increased as you said, you will be able to enjoy it. But those ordinary children are likely to give up because the difficulty is too high. How can the toy store sell yo-yos? At this time, Yui Kurane on the side couldn't help but say. But yes, teacher, this is the only highlight of this movie. If the movie itself is not good at all, then no one will be willing to spend money to buy it even if the yo-yo moves in it are easy to learn, right? The little ninjas who were about to be convinced by the teacher couldn't help but cheer for Hong. As expected of the queen of puppet beast stage plays, her understanding of movies is so sharp. However, Hideki smiled strangely and said, Hong, when did you start to have the illusion that this is the only highlight of this movie? Haven't you heard the jargon in the film industry? Technology is not enough, special effects come to make up? Of course the little ninjas had never heard of it. However, Hideki was too lazy to explain it, so it would be more straightforward to let them see the actual effect. So he prepared to start filming the first scene according to the plan just now. Shisui originally wanted to dissuade him, but the students around him had changed their attitudes and were all excited and expectant. For this reason, he even curiously asked his brother Obito why. Shisui, you don't understand this. Obito hooked his arm around Shisui's shoulder and explained with an old-fashioned look. We students in the puppetry class have already come up with a rule. As long as the teacher suddenly shows a strange smile and starts to keep people in suspense and act as a riddle man, it means that this time it is stable again. Our remaining task is to witness the miracle and see how the teacher turns decay into magic. Finally, at the right time, praise the teacher's unprecedented idea. Obito-san, are you sure you usually go to class instead of joining a cult? Shisui really wanted to question this. But seeing Obito's fanatical expression and the nodding of his classmates around him, he felt that it would be useless to do so, and decided to observe the situation first. So after a series of chaotic preparations, the filming of the first scene of the movie was finally about to begin. At this time, Hideki had taken out a large old black and white camera from the scroll and set it up on the scene. But this was just a smokescreen he created to temporarily keep the color film technology secret. The spherical camera machine, which was only the size of an apple, was hidden inside the camera. But even so, many little ninjas came over curiously to look at the black and white camera, and they were so curious that Hideki didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the little ninjas finished admiring it, Hideki said to Shisui and Genma. Are you ready? Just act it out like you just did. Xianjian nodded expectantly. Shisui suppressed his doubts and nodded to show that he was ready. So, in the expectant eyes of the little ninjas, Hideki shouted again, "Begin." Then the two approached each other as before and looked at each other affectionately. When the fighting spirit reached its peak, they took out their yo-yos and prepared to perform the simplest and easiest to learn moves with the most serious expressions. The whole scene collapsed here before. Will there be any changes this time? Shisui muttered in his heart, and at the same time, his hands did not stop, and began to skillfully perform a lightning strike. Then the next moment, his eyes, which had a profound influence on later generations, were almost blinded by the light. Because the yo-yo, which was mediocre before, however, it shone brilliantly the moment he threw it. What the hell is this? The blinding light frightened Shisui so much that he had to close his eyes tightly, and he almost made a mistake in his hand movements. Fortunately, he was able to stabilize the rhythm with his amazing skills and reactions, and continued to control the yo-yo that was emitting blinding light to perform various moves. Xianjian on the opposite side did not have such good skills as him, and began to make mistakes one after another, so this shot was obviously unusable. But the teacher did not call for a stop, so they had to bite the bullet and continue. However, what the two did not know was that even their substandard performance had already attracted the attention of the students outside the venue. If they were not worried about affecting the filming, everyone would have been unable to help but give continuous praise. Because for Shisui and Genma, the luminous effect was almost light pollution, but it looked very cool in the eyes of the onlookers. As the yo-yo flew up and down in the air, it was also constantly emitting colorful glare, which was very beautiful. As the moves changed, various halo particles, flames, and lightning effects would also appear around the yo-yo, which was so handsome that there was no friend. Everyone finally began to understand the teacher's idea. Although I don't know how the teacher achieved it. But as long as there is this magical special effect blessing, even the simplest yo-yo move will suddenly become tall and majestic. And the effect of this special effect is far from that simple. At this time, Shisui and Genma finally survived the light pollution and finished the move, raised the yo-yo again and posed in a strange posture, shouting the second-year lines. The eagle spreads its wings. Green holy light. The little ninjas were very curious about why they had to stop here for so long. After seeing the special effects performance just now, they had some guesses about it. However, the actual effect was far beyond their imagination. As the two people finished speaking, a blue giant eagle with dazzling brilliance suddenly appeared above Suinjian's head. On the other side, a green giant's phantom also rose from the ground on Shisui's body. The giant eagle raised its head and screamed, making a sharp and the eagle cried loudly, then spread its wings and flew high, circled in the air, and then swooped down at the giant. The giant was not to be outdone, holding a spiral sword and stabbing the giant eagle fiercely. Boom! The eagle's claws and the sharp blade collided with each other, making a violent explosion. The little ninjas were stunned when they saw this. Although they could barely guess that the monster in front of them was not a physical entity, so they didn't flee in a hurry. But suddenly seeing such a powerful battle scene still made their brains crash and they were stunned. Then, more important questions began to emerge in everyone's minds. Hey! Where is the yo-yo movie that was promised? Why did it suddenly become a monster brawl?